Wait, did that thing just work correctly? Cut the music. Did that just work correctly? Wait, post the 3 again. Like the stacked up, I forgot her name, Rika? Post stacked Rika again. Stacked up like 3-parted, not like stacked. Guys, come on, lock in for like 5 seconds, no? If you turn on compact mode, she won't be dismembered. Oh wait, I posted it backward. Oh, you posted it backwards. Oh, okay. I was about to say, like, I didn't even mean to correct that. Hello, dear snacks. Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Oh, sorry. I'll get the music going again. I just had it. I had to shut everything down to figure that out. No, yeah, I didn't flip it yet because I didn't know how to flip it in the, his ass is not live. Look right now. Look at your screen. Well, that's the thing is, I can reverse direction on my end, but I don't know how to reverse direction in the thing that y'all see. In like the browser plugin. You know what I mean? Why are you throwing tomatoes at me? What is going on? I'm already getting tomatoed, bro. Chat! It's a Higurashi night. I don't know if we're gonna get through the entire thing or not. Ooh, that was a Dr. Pepper, did you hear that? But we're gonna make some headway. Which should be fun. There is kind of a question. Shut up Pride Month. Shut up Pride Month, by the way. There is kind of a question of Pink, who is the killer? What's happening? Puffy, that's what we're trying to figure out. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right, chat. Man, I slept pretty... I've slept pretty trash for, like, the last 2 days. Especially, like, yesterday. I slept, like, so bad. But, so, like, I had to take, like, a fat nap to even, like, get my brain, like, back. But yeah, that's basically where we're at. Oh, wait, I love the oh, that's just Puffy. Thank you, Sif, for throwing out a gift sub already, off the rip. A gift sift? Wait, that didn't really work. Right, because your name's Great Sif, right? So, like, gift sift? Yeah, you know what I mean. All right. Let me get the game up, though, chat. And turn the Minecraft music off. And yeah, we're gonna get some things moving. We are currently, we just had it turned from a slice of life into like an actual plot. Do I need to send you another box of snacks? I didn't set up the thing. I didn't set up the thing. Also, good morning, chat. This is how I look like. This one? I think this is how we want it. You hear those cicadas? I love finishing on Pink Cubed. Try not to sexually harass the streamer challenge. Impossible. Okay. I am always out of food. Though, I did just, like, the only thing I've eaten today is I ate a taco, and then I also got... Oh, I almost just leaked my name. Low-key, I did actually just leak my name, if you frame by frame it. That's okay if that happens. Anyways, that's really funny. I got a taco here. I went to Taco Bell. Shit's kind of lit. Bro, you know what's actually so funny? I'll tell y'all a story real quick. I one time went to, like, Chick-fil-A, right? And I used their, like, mobile app. His name is Andy. I used their mobile app. And so it was, like, you had to, like, log into an account. So I just logged into, like, the first account that popped up. And I was like, oh, okay. I log in. I, like, place my order. I, like, drive up. And the person's standing there with the little, like, screen. And they're like, yeah, what's your name? And I'm like, oh, like, it's probably blank. And I say my name, you know? And they're like, oh, I'm not seeing it. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's weird. And they're like, yeah. Is it just on this list? And they flip it around, and at the top it says Pink Cubed. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's me. I'm Pink Cubed. Because apparently, it like, that was the name of the Google account that it just automatically put me in with. You know, and I just, yeah. So it was pretty unfortunate. Is basically the TL of that DR, you know? Because I don't want Chick-fil-A to know me as Pink Cubed. I think that's just a little strange. But also, like, I mean, think of, like, how bad that could be, you know? Like, if you have, like, a Google account with, like, an absolutely atrocious name, like a slur, and then you go to Chick-fil-A, Chick-fil-A would be like, this is against the Holy Lord. You're not allowed to do this. This game is from an anime, I guess. I think there is an anime of this game, but I think the game came first. But yeah. Rank the Higurashi characters now. Yo, I gotta look at their names again. Okay, chat. To get the brain going again, we got Keiichi, who's the protag. He's cool. He has, quote, never used a hatchet before. But Pink, why would your Google name be a slur? I'm saying, like, not me, but, like, I'm saying, like, other ones. I'm saying, like, other people, you know? There's Rena, who is Pickle Girl. She's very sweet. She likes cute things. There's Mion, who's our, like, gym, or, like, more, like, a little more athletic. I say athletic. I don't even know if she's really too athletic, but anyways. This man is why I watch Has Been Hotel, because I ain't got Prime. That is so funny. I get a lot of comments like that, unironically, dude. That's such a funny comment. I need to do more, get more shows past copyright so that I can hook the people up, bro. But yeah, we got lots of notes. We got Mion, who I don't trust because I do not trust the Sonozaki family. We got Satoko, who's just cool. She's fine. We got Rika. She's fine. We got the teacher Chie. She's hot. We got Tomotake. Rest in peace. That's pretty much the most important ones. Yeah. But yeah, chat. Last time, we got to the end of chapter 7. That's where we're picking up here. Yo, I'm not ready for this goofy music. Can we just, like, give me this music? Thank you. Thank you, chat. Rika is more than just fine. Rika, chat, do you really want the truth? Chat, can you handle the truth? I think Rika might be the bottom tier character right now. I'm just saying. Like, of the main characters, she has the least, she's gotten the least, like, going. We got Mion, we got Odin Valhalla Rising ad. It's true. Choose your next words carefully. What? Meep. Listen, Rena's, I like Rena. She's cute. Okay. Mion had the furry gear in her locker. That's kind of lit. Satoko's straight up my favorite character. And then Rika, I don't know. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop on Rika. You should watch Hell of Boss if you haven't already. That's absolutely true. I watched season 1 on my own, like, way back. There are a lot of, like, YouTube shows that I need to, like, lock in on. For sure. Check your stream channel to share a meme from last stream on chat. I don't know what are you talking about. I'm just seeing, and I'm gonna be honest, chat, all I see are 2 men kissing. And this isn't, like, something I did, it's just what is happening right now. Wait for it. Rika is like Bitcoin. Invest now and save for a year and you'll be rich. This is clearly edited. And also, shout out Murr for sneaking his little booty into each of these shots. Oh my god, cinema. Absolutely cinema, chat. Also, update on To Be Hero X. You probably weren't expecting to hear that right now. I have almost finished editing 1 through 4. I spent 3 hours last night. I think it was like closer to maybe 2.5. All I have to do is do 2 things. I have to make a little opening thing where it's like a coming up thing, and then I have to put it on YouTube and make sure that it doesn't get copyright striked. But assuming that works, we'll get the YouTube uploads moving again, which is gonna feel really good. Okay, chat. Are we ready? Jump into it. I think this will be chapter 8. Oh, do I need to pin that, Sif? Do you want me to pin that? Let's see. There we go. Message pinned. Yeah, we did these tips, I'm almost certain. Yeah, we did these tips. Okay, lock in. Also, imagine if you do what I did, where you assume that the tips aren't new information and you just skip them. Because the first time the tips came up, I didn't mess with them because I thought it was just like, I thought all you had to do was hover over it and that would be like the entire tip. And so I bet there's a bunch of people that never experienced the tip. Pause. All right, let's jump into it. Just the tip, chat. Sleepy. Oh my goodness, dude. You also have no idea, bro. Playing through this game on Saturday kind of like hurt my throat. It's so much yapping having to read all these. Listen, I thought they were optional. See chat right there. Alright. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, mi, do. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, mi, do. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, mi, do. Alright. Sleepy. Sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. I'm usually awake once it's time to eat, but it doesn't look like I can do it today. This is actually me, dude. Mion, be quiet. My Izuku Midoriya voice? Let me cook. So Toko, calm down. Okay, this is a good Rika line. This is a good Rika line. Since you're a Satoko lover. Lover's a strong word. Let's calm down, chat. Alright. No. We can't be adding emotes of the other style. Cause that's not her. You know? That's not the her I'm used to. How long do you plan on streaming? Probably at least like 3 or 4 hours, but we might go long. We'll see. Because last time we got through, I think, about half of it, and that took us like 8 hours straight, and it's kind of intensive on like the throat. Pause. But yeah. Satoko Enjoyer, that's a little bit better, Rika not, wait, Izuku Midoriya voice? Rika not patting my head only made me feel worse. Alright, I'm trolling. No more. This was just dreadful. Just so sleepy. I slumped my head onto the desk and drifted off into an afternoon nap. It seemed that Satoko had responded, but I pretended not to hear. Satoko, let me sleep. I'll actually hit you. What? I wonder if Keiichi actually fell asleep from late night TV shows, or if he was like, stressed out about like the news of the death. Rika-chan really is a good girl. I did not like reading that. Bruh, I take that back. Aha! I'm a genius! I've already called the first thing of the game. The first thing of the chapter, I just called that shit. Oh my goodness! He's too good. He's too good. The excuse that I didn't sleep much last night because I was watching TV was a lie. I was in bed at the usual time, but because of the conversation with Oshi-san that afternoon, I didn't get much sleep. Just spending the day like this, it's almost as if the incident with Tomotake-san didn't happen at all. It made me think, was Oshi-san just trying to deceive me? But it was probably the truth. One thing was certain, I couldn't speak to anyone about it. He wanted my assistance, but I really didn't know anything about it. If I knew I wasn't going to be of any help, I probably wouldn't have listened in the first place. It ended up with me, again, regretting learning something I didn't need to know. Maybe you did need to know this, bro. If I had never learned about it, I would, without a doubt, be goofing off with the rest of them right now. I couldn't help but resent Oshi-san for this. What are they talking about when I'm asleep? What? Wait. Mion whispered to keep others from listening, but I could hear it clearly. On the other hand, Rena's voice was even harder to pick up. But I could still tell that she was quite upset. It couldn't be... Are they talking about Tomotake-san? Take, Itake, maybe like suddenly Initake. Or Tomotake, I mean. I would have to feign ignorance about this topic because I needed to keep it a secret. Rather than waking up and being forced to lie to join the conversation, it was much easier just to sit here and pretend I was asleep to listen in on their discussion. Wait, why did I have to pretend to be asleep while eavesdropping on my friend's conversation? Because maybe they're murderers. The guilt stung.
で、他にもいるんでしょか。彼女がたたりにあったのか、鬼隠しにあったのかはわかんないけどね。
Nukakushi? Onikaku. There's Onigafuchi, which is the swamp. There's probably like from a demon or something. Onikakushi? Onikaku. Yeah, Oni, so like monster. And then, yeah, I don't know. To be hidden away by a demon. What a mysterious phrase. I did, however, get the feeling it meant nothing good. Yeah, well... Maybe.
だよね。お社様ならね。でも今年は出ないよ。
Wait, low key, this is freaking loud. Turn this down a little bit. Okay. And I'll boost it a little bit on y'all's end. Okay.
バッチャと村長さんが話してたんだけどさ。
True. Keiichi needs to get a secret recorder so we can help the cops out, bro.
今年は事前に警察と話がつけてあるらしいんだよ。何が起こっても騒ぎにしないで穏便に片付けるって。
That's true. They didn't cause a commotion.
レナたちが知らないだけで。
Okay, this exonerates without us knowing it. Someone had murdered them, right? Murdered, maybe, or maybe like warned. Maybe that's warned them being the cops. This is not helpful.
レナかな。安心しなよ。レナはちゃんと帰ってきたよ。でも、ダメだったんでしょ？昔の話だよ。もうやめよう、この話。
Amidst the uncomfortable mood, both of them went silent. The entirety of the conversation was still a bit unclear, but a few parts caught my attention. First of all, the term onikakushi. To be demoned away. By the context it was used in, I would guess it's similar to being spirited away. Shut out Miyazaki. I suspected that was what it meant because Tomotage-san and that woman, it really bugged me that I don't know her name, vanished after the Watanagashi. Oh my goodness, lock in. The next thing that stuck out was when Rena said, there's another one, right? Mion also said, if it's Oyishiro-sama's, yeah. What do you mean another one? Another death? If it's Oyishiro-sama's curse, then there had to be 2 victims. Is that what she meant? Is this how this works? Maybe the girl, right? Well, because I guess that kind of works because the wife of the trying to remember all the deaths that happened. Did each death have 2 deaths? I don't know. If it's then there had to be 2 victims. Is that what she meant? Come to think of it, I remember Mion saying something at the beginning that they didn't know if it was from the curse or if it was a case of onikakushi. It seems that the curse and being demoned away are different things, and they were phenomena that were paired together. Alright, this is going into notes. It's already a note-taking session. My goodness. Where do I even put this? I guess by this, probably? Okay. Oh, frick. Give me the log. It's a spelling diff. Onikakushi. Demoned away. Different from curse. Because we gotta understand how the townspeople are understanding all this. You know, like know your enemy type beat. I recall Tomotage-san's terrible end. That wasn't something as elegant as disappearing. That horrendous end would best be described as cursed. Then the woman with him, it means she vanished because she was demoned away? What I do know is that there's normally an even number of victims of the curse proper. That was my question. And the last point that bothered me was Rena. Rena was frightened. For what reason, I didn't know. I think she's frightened because she only got here a year ago. It's so true, Nathan, actually. She only got here a year ago, right? And so that means that, like, she's more outsider than a lot of the actual people. However, she knew that something had made her a potential target for Oyashiro-sama's curse. If I recall correctly, Oyashiro-sama should be the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. Isn't a guardian deity supposed to defend the citizens and drive out invaders? So if I recall correctly, yesterday, Oshi-san said that originally the targets were enemies of the village, but recently there was no longer any distinction between them or regular outsiders. But if that was the case, then I would think that I'd be the more likely target, having moved here more recently than Rena. From her composure, I could infer that she was grimly certain that she would be next. I should probably relay what I heard just now to Oshi-san. Informing the police of what I heard by eavesdropping on my friends while pretending to be asleep, it made me feel terrible. It raised a few questions and left me with a bad taste in my mouth. Would it be better not to seek the answers to these questions? As I continued to learn more and more, I felt like I had fallen past the point of no return. I would definitely regret this one day. I would definitely regret ever having learned of these events. Play the goofy music! There's no one dead! Life is good! Okay. Thinks she would be next victim of curse even before me. I added that to Rena's notes. Yeah, you do bad on your test, you get demoned away. They just get rid of, like, the really, like, shitty people. I think this is chapter... Is it 8, chat? Are we on 8? Thank you, Satoko. Appreciate you. In the distance, I could hear the ring of the handbell signaling the start of afternoon classes. Yeah, I couldn't sleep at all. Yeah, you're too busy eavesdropping, brother. I hastily opened my eyes and raised my head up. It was in that moment when I leaned against the back of my seat. Oh, she put a trap. There was a thumbtack stuck on the back of my chair with tape. Circumstantial evidence was enough. Guilty without trial. Capital punishment. Kill her! I furiously jumped up from my seat, and I tripped as if my feet were tangled up. My shoelaces had been tied together. Wow, she's too good. The crazy part is I was half awake, too, because I was listening to people. That means she really cooked. The teacher came in right as I was about to pull off my shoes and tackle Satoko. Show me the teacher. Yo, get away from me. Clump, clump, wish, whiff. Is that me punching her? Not caring one bit, I made her eat a flick to the forehead. Pating. No, I swear, if the teacher takes her side, I'm throwing a fit. Bruh. You don't even know this one. This one's a demon. You want to talk about getting demoned away? It's all Satoko. I saw Satoko stick her tongue out at me, that little brat. Tar and feather her? Jeez. In any case, I apologize, even if it was in a completely insincere tone of voice. Chat, can we not tar and feather the little girl? Damn her, I'll remember this. I don't trust Mion, bro. I do not trust this girl. I sat down after Mion told me to. She'd switched to class representative mode. Because, like, dude, okay. If Rena's worried that she would be the next victim of the curse, then maybe... Okay, new theory just dropped. Rena's worried that she'll be the next victim of the curse, which would give her a motive, or the people around her, a motive to make somebody else the victim first. Because if they think that it's determined that somebody will die, then maybe they're trying to protect Rena by killing somebody else. So they're satisfying the curse quota and keeping Rena out of the firing zone. That's a thought. I sat down after Mion told me to. She'd switched to class representative mode. Cicadas, I need you to be quiet for 5 seconds, please. Hello, Zoe? How are you doing? With the boring classes finished, school was finally over for the day. Now then, what should we do for our club today? Personally, I would like to play that deduction game one more time. Clue? I was hardly able to play it last time because of Oshi-san. Rena and I weren't even able to test out our strategy.
今日こそケイイチ君と二人で大勝利だよね。
Just don't Freudian slip like, the victim is Toмотake! And then everyone's gonna be like, what do you mean the victim's Toмотake? Could you imagine?
でもどうでしょうね。
That'd be so
同
bad.
じゲームを続けて2日やった試しはありませんし。
Never once?
ミーにお願いしてみたらどうでしょうです。
Mian looked over her shoulder as we made eye contact. She slowly tapped her palm with her fist as her face suddenly lit up.
いっけね。今日おじさんの手伝いの日だ。
Mm.
悪いみんな、今日なし。
What do you need to help your uncle with? Burying a body? Think about it, chat. Like, I don't trust her. Good question, good question. Good job, Zoe, for flipping it properly. The
悪い
goat.
悪い。ほんとすっかり忘れてた。じゃあごめんねみんな。今日はおじさんこれで帰るわ。
Mian left us with that and rushed off to the exit after snatching up her bag.
みーちゃんね、たまに街にあるおじさんのお店の
Her
手伝いに
uncle's
行くんだ
shop.
よ。
What does the uncle do? Oh, I thought she wasn't the type to get caught up in such bothersome stuff.
バイト代が出ると言ってましたですわ。
Okay,
結構なお小遣いになるらしいですの。
not bad. I see. She was able to pay for that mountain of games with what she had saved up from there.
しかしそれはアルバイトと言うんじゃないのか？校則で禁止されてないか？
家事手伝いは除くと書いてあります。
Oh, it's household chores that she... Is that what she's calling it? So what now? Pass on the club today?
じゃあ今日はこれで解散かな。
We're just giving up like that? We're that weak without our
それ
leader?
でもいいだろ
Come on, chat, lock in.
う。やろうぜ、部活。
I opened the club locker and began searching for the deduction game from that ever-growing pile of games.
あったあった。昨日の推理ゲーム。ようやくコツが分かってきたところで中断しちゃったからな。
At the very least, I wanted to repay Satoko for what she did during the afternoon break. Oh, for yeah, impaling us with attack.
レナさんとリカはどういたします？ケイチ君がどうしてもって言うなら。
Oh, Rena doesn't want to. We don't have to play it if you don't want to. Let's just play something we all want to play.
みんなが揃っての方が
Yeah,
い
we
い
can-
な
we
と
can
思
wait.
い
It's
ま
fine.
すです。
When she says it like that,
部活がないなら僕はお買い物に行きたかったのです。
we can just all go
お
shopping.
醤油とかを買いに行きますですよ。あ、そうでしたわね。すっかり忘れてましたわ。なら、レナも久しぶりに宝
Oh, we're
探しに行こう
separating.
かな。
We're actually separating. What's this now? Everyone was no longer in the mood for club activities. If I kept on trying to push the matter, it may make them realize I had a trick up my sleeve. Ah well, I'll give up this time.
せえ、このゲーム楽しみにしていたのにな。
I shuffled through the cards as if I was still caught up on it.
またの機会に叩きのめして差し上げましたよ。
Thanks to Toka, I'd expect nothing less. You really gotta calm down with the Shinobu laugh.
凶器はピストル。やはり貴様の仕業だったか。
True?
なんですって？
It was you! Satoko looked through the cards on the desk and stuck out 3 of them at me.
犯人はケイチ。
Mmm.
凶器はロープで犯行現場は
With the rope?
ロープなんかいらねえ。こ
Good
のまま
line.
締め殺してやら。
Good line.
いやー、ケイチさんの毛玉な。
This is a great thing. I looked up questions to ask on the first date, and none of them feel like the mood. That's that's so funny. I bet those questions are actually dog water. You know? Phew. Well, I guess it's good that I got it out of my system.
ケイチさん、覚えてらっしゃい。
All those like websites that give you question ideas are usually like so underwhelming. The best 100 raunchy truth or dare questions. Truth. Who's your celebrity crush? Like, they're never that good. If you could erase one thing or event from your memory, what would you choose? Every single member of chat.
かわいそうです。
Everyone got ready to go back home. I also helped gather up the scattered cards. I suddenly paused. They were just the suspect cards, but I noticed something strange. Rena, Satoko, Rika, Keiichi, Mion, Satoshi. Why am I scared? Why is the scary music playing? Hello? Satoshi. 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 Who the frick is Satoshi? Hi? Satoshi? Not all the cards were made by us. Or at least every card besides this one has the name of a club member. Does this mean that this Satoshi fellow is a member? Was there someone in the class named Satoshi? I couldn't find anyone named Satoshi on the class roster stuck up on the wall. What happened to the last club member, Rena? What do you mean? What do you mean, Satoshi? There was another one that got killed? That got demoned away? Had a card in Clue? Previous, now gone club member? Question mark. Chat, I do not trust these people. Pink, which girl is your favorite girl? Satoko, which is the blonde one, because she's funny. Rena, I like too, though. I do like all four of them, honestly. They're all pretty good. Being rushed by Rena, I finished up quickly. Bro, they all look illegal. Yeah, they are all illegal. Of course they are. That's, okay, chat, that says more about you than it does about me. Because think about this. If your first thought is like the legality of engaging with them sexually, then why is that your first thought? Because that didn't even cross my mind once. Think about it, chat. Satoko and Rika-chan had already headed merrily for their lockers, so we were the only ones left in the classroom. Right now, Rena had already gotten her bag and was ready to leave. Okay, he's prodding for information. I tried asking Rena in a bit of a roundabout way. Rena made a troubled face and then answered. I would trust none of them with my anything at this point. I think Rena's not a perpetrator, but I think she's the... I don't know. I don't trust any of them. There was a bit of a pause, but the answer was pretty much immediate. Why would I trust them? Him? Is Satoshi an obviously male name, or did she just slip? What do you mean, him? How do we know it's a him? You're lying to me. You're lying to me! I am not sure, sorry. Her answer was a lot like when she refused to tell me about the murder at the dam. I was saddened by her denial and felt a little bit of anger. I'm their friend, aren't I? Friends don't keep secrets from their friends, do they? Though I do appreciate that they kept that unsettling curse thing from me. But if everyone is worried about it, I'd rather be worried with them. That's what it means to be friends, right? For a moment, I wondered just what kind of face I was making just then, with these mixed feelings of sadness and annoyance. Satoshi is a boy name. Frick. Okay, you get off this time, Rena. You get off for free this time. It was probably exactly the kind of face Rena said it was. It appeared my grim expression had frightened her. I rustled Rena's hair. Dragging that awkward mood with us, we headed home. Dang. Okay, well, I'm gonna write male, which, by the way, is more spooky, because then now I feel like the successor to him even more, which is scary. How did you know John was a man? I got you! I wonder why. Why have I been getting this dumb feeling lately? I assumed, like, maybe that she was, like, the Satoshi was, like, the last name. Because I know sometimes they do, like, the middle, like, they refer to people by their last name. So I kind of assumed that's what was going on. Ash Ketchum's Japanese name was Satoshi, but I guess that's neither nor there. Oh, that's interesting. That's actually a funny little yeah. So it probably has that kind of like John-esque name where it's like super like default or something. I didn't know anything. I had nothing to worry about. I was just enjoying my everyday life. My long, outstretched shadow gave no answer to my naive inquiry. Song request, the Pink Cubed song. That's my favorite song. Rena timidly questioned the reason behind my mood. System menu. Save and load. Settings. Height. Why did this appear? Oh, okay. Wait, okay, what was the last line? Rena timidly questioned the reason behind my mood. I'm sure my expression made this situation even more unsettling.
そうか?
今朝からケイチ君なんだか元気ないよ風邪かな
Physically, I was pretty sure I was in perfect health. It may not seem like it, but I've had perfect attendance since elementary school. So this guy's a square. Rena continued on since I didn't give her an answer.
きっとケイチ君引っ越しの疲れが今になってきたんだよ前に住んでたところとは全然違うところだもんいろいろ慣れたり覚えたり疲れて当然だよ
そうなのかな
うん絶対にそうだよレナも最初そうだったからわかるんだよだよ
I wonder if Rena also experienced a slight bit of alienation last year that I was feeling right now. Thinking so, I felt that she was the only one who could understand how I felt. Pink, why don't you do dubbing? I was told not to. For their voices, because they say them, so I only read the lines they don't say. You should do a different high-pitched voice for each girl.
Yeah, it has to be. I was also like that at first, too. I can tell, you know?
Okay, no. Trolling. I'm just thinking, like, what is the world? Oh, God. What is the world that Rena is a villain? I feel like that'd be such a difficult world to be in. I feel like the only case that she would be, like, a perpetrator, in a sense, would be if she was, like, forced into it as, like, a village initiation ritual to try to, like, make her one of the town members so that she wouldn't get targeted by the curse. Like, I feel like she would be, like, if she was ever a perpetrator, she would be, like, a victim perpetrator, not, like, a perpetrator. Mion, she would be a perpetrator. And then the two other girls would probably... Oh, yeah, Satoko and Rika. Oh, there she is. I don't even know how they would be involved. Thinking so, I felt that she was the only one who could understand how I felt. Femboy pink. Held that gunpoint type culprit. Yeah, a little bit.
どんなだった?
Yeah. Feeling I had been drawn into the conversation, her face suddenly brightened. One big frat club and they do hazing? Like, low-key! That's what I was saying about that futon and the hoe. The futon and the hoe is a reference to murdering that one guy and cutting him into a bunch of pieces. And so us all throwing the foam was like a hazing ritual. It's like, you're one of us. You're helping us discard the body together. But that, as long as that ritual didn't take place before that event. Or maybe this event has been going on for a long time. Maybe it's been going on before the dam incident. Maybe the dam incident was just the first time I had publicity.
みーちゃんとかが親切にしてくれたから全然寂しくなかったけどやっぱり心細かったよ
Rena told me all the details of when she had moved here. All of her first acquaintances and surprises, worries and good times.
レナもサトコにやられたのかよ。
椅子に座ろうとしたら画鋲が置いてあったのどっさりそしたらそれを懐かしいな
ミオンの部活にはいつ頃誘われたんだ早速初日にか
最初は部活なんてなかったんだよ
Alright, we caught her. She's lying about Satoshi. Satoshi had a card in the Clue game, which means they were playing that card game as a club. She says there wasn't a club at the beginning, but she also claims she doesn't know who Satoshi is. You're lying about Satoshi!
途中からできたの。放課後にみんなで残ってゲーム大会をやろうって言い出して。
そういえば、ミオン
And Keiichi can't catch it. Keiichi's not catching it.
納得。
内緒だけどね。みーちゃん最初は弱かったんだよ。
I'm gonna straight up put lied about not knowing Satoshi. Arrived a little over a year ago? Question mark? Wait! No, okay, wait. She arrived a year ago before the festival. So has she already lived through a festival? Because if so, that's crazy. That's important. She probably lived through a festival where Satoshi got killed, and then is claiming not to know Satoshi to fit in. Lived through a festival already? Question mark.
全然勝てなかった。
ミオンが
Didn't Rena come 2 years ago? I think she came a little over a year ago.
自分で言い出した罰ゲーム、ほとんど自分でやってた
But
んだ
I
よ。
feel like she was saying 1 year before the festival, which I would assume means that she was there, like she came right before the festival, and then survived it. Somebody else died. I'm guessing Satoshi, blah, 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 blah.
本当に内緒だ
And
から
who
ね
would beat her? You're telling me like, oh, the club festival. Like who's gonna be beating me on? Rika and Satoko and Rena? They are stupid. Like even this thing about Mion losing all the time, there's got to be someone that's winning them out, which means it was probably Satoshi. I can't believe Mion was like that. So she gradually transformed into a monster who used any means necessary to win during that time. Mion is at her best when she's fighting dirty.
みーちゃん以外ともちょっとずつお友達になれて。でも、ケイチくんが引っ越してきてからかな。ようやくここに馴染めたって自覚したのは。
I finally felt like I'd gotten used to it here. I guess Rena had also been left in the dark about Oyashiro-sama when she had just moved here. That's not necessarily true. I guess when they finally told me about Oyashiro-sama, I'd be considered one of them.
俺はいつになったら仲間だと認めてもらえるんだ。
And they're not telling you about it because you're still a target. Until somebody else moves in. Yeah, I think my mouse is like right clicking for free. Ah! Stop talking. I got a yeah. They're not telling me about Oyashiro-sama because I'm still a target. And she feels comfortable. This is a crazy line. This line is insane. I only felt like I belonged here after you moved here. She's saying that because now she's no longer as much a target as me. But that also kind of contradicts what was being said earlier, so I don't know.
なんて言ったの？
あ、いや、ごめん。独り言。
She probably is only feeling more comfortable now that somebody else. No, I'm gonna keep blowing my mouse.
ケイチ
Let me
くん
cook.
変なの。
Rena was poking fun and laughing at me, and I couldn't help but laugh as well. Yo, okay. Are you done now? I gave you as many right clicks as you could ever want. Okay. Rena was poking fun and laughing at me, but I couldn't help but laugh as well. But I suddenly stopped. Then, after making up my mind, I spoke. Maybe I'll hit enter instead.
なあ、レナ。みんなは俺に
There we go.
嘘や隠し事なんかしてないよな。
The game has achieved sentience.
してないよ、全然。
Another lie. Ooh! Direct confrontation. Rena suddenly stopped. Her expression was cold and intense.
どういう意味だろう。ケイチくん。
There's nothing to what do you mean? It's obvious. You're lying. I saw that flash of a different expression. Don't get me twisted. Her tone was still the same cherry and lighthearted one as
し
before.
てるよな。俺に隠し事を。
Right there. After understanding what I meant, her expression grew even more intense. Yo, I've never seen her make this face before, bro. Seeing that face, I regretted saying something so rash. She's probably sensitive, so like, I don't know. But she came back at me in a way I didn't expect.
じゃあさ、ケイチ君。
Like, this woman is not to be trusted. Get away from me.
ケイチ君こそ、レナたちに嘘や隠し事を。
Now she's playing offense. Oh, you want to play offense? Her tone didn't change, but it was the first time I'd seen this expression from Rena. I knew I shouldn't trust you. With how her gaze pierced through me, I couldn't believe this was the same Rena.
してないかな。嘘や隠し事。してないかな。
You are secrets. She didn't actually say that part, but she looked as if she did. The incident with Tomotage-san and how I felt alienated from the group. Even without having to think about it, there were things I knew that I felt guilty about. But I didn't tell everyone about what happened with Tomotage-san to be considerate. I was keeping it a secret just the same way they didn't tell me about Oyoshiro-sama. But that's not why they didn't tell about Oyoshiro-sama, brother. I'm losing my mind with... I'm gonna lose my mind with Keiichi, actually. I think I'm gonna lose my mind with him. He doesn't understand that they're not telling him about Oyoshiro-sama, it's not them being nice to him. They're, like, taking advantage of him. He's like a target or something. They're keeping him out of the loop. It's not them being considerate, it's them being deceitful. Okay? Stop being so good faith. It's just not the move right now. Then, aren't we even?
してないよ。嘘も隠し事も。
Everyone's lying to each other. Yeah. Her answer was instant and it shook me. Rena stared as if burrowing through me, watching me like a hawk.
どうして嘘だって。
ケイチ君、昨日の部活の時、先生に呼ばれて職員室に行ってたって言ったよね。
She's got me.
レナは知ってるよ。ケイチ君は職員室になんか行かなかった。
She's got me. She's got me. I swallowed hard. It clearly wasn't a bluff. She knew what happened.
先生はお客さんが来たって言ったんだよね。でも、昇降口ではお話ししてなかった。校門のところの車の中で。
Okay, so Rena, you just play like the stupid, like, innocent schoolgirl for fun, and you're actually like a giga-observant woman? That's insane.
知らないおじさんと。
An outsider, with some man we don't know is very outsider-coded. Rena knew everything. She knew that I was called out by Oshi-san, and that I heard about the incident with Tomotage-san as well. Did she know all of it? No, she doesn't know that second part necessarily.
誰？あのおじさん。
Because if she knew that second part, she wouldn't be fishing for information.
知らない人だよ。
知らない人がなんでケイチ君に用があるの？
The problem is now she's on the offense and we're on the defense, so we're not getting information and we're leaking information. This is really bad for us. This is horrible for us. He just literally, okay, he just straight up admitted it has to do with them. This guy sucks. I can't handle it. Dude, Keiichi, I get it. You're not used to lying to your friends. What did you guys talk about? It didn't have to do with you. That's literally telling them that it had everything to do with them. It was a lie. Like, it's in your... You gotta fight, you gotta kill her. She's gonna kill you. It's now or never. Rena's scream echoed through the trees, sending frightened birds into the air. I couldn't exhale the deep breath I had just taken. No, it was like I wasn't allowed to exhale. It was here I first realized. The person in front of me, she wasn't Rena Ryugu. Then, who was it that was standing before me now? Who had assumed Rena Ryugu's appearance? Okay, dude. You're tripping. I had held my breath for so long I could feel myself suffocating.
Ne?
And then she made a facial expression that Rena normally might have made. It didn't matter that it was Rena's usual smile. It chilled me to the bone. She drew closer to me. I felt her breath against my face. It wasn't the least bit exciting. Alright, well, maybe for you, but, like, I kind of like this change in Rena. Whoever this was with Rena's face was going to chew my nose right off. I cowered as I imagined that. Oh, she's gonna like that. Ugh. Yeah, she likes the power. She likes the power. Then she smirked as if she was able to see right through me. It was Rena's usual smile. But her eyes were still like that of a hawk's. Bringing her face close enough to mine to almost bump into my nose, she kindly persuaded me. I couldn't nod or shake my head. What do I add to the notes here? Lied about not knowing to Satoshi. Plays the part of innocent, but actually plus 15 perception. Terrifying. Okay, those are good notes updates. I couldn't nod or shake my head. This person standing in front of me, this person who looked like Rena, frightened me to my core. I was terrified knowing that she could hear the sound of me swallowing nervously. After what felt like an eternity, after a long empty silence, she finally spoke. It was Rena again. Smiling at me once more, she started walking as if nothing at all had happened. I'm also not a fan of this cognitive dissonance of like, oh, this isn't actually like this couldn't really be Rena. Like, I get it if it's like not the Rena I knew, but geez. Like, you gotta incorporate this as part of who she is. You can't separate them, because that's just giving yourself, like, coping. You just gotta admit it. When I was released from her gaze, my legs gave out from under me, and I slumped onto the ground. I'd be moving out of there right now. No, literally. Well, the problem is our parents moved here, right? Like, we're just a dude. I mean, we could try to be like, hey, I really want to leave this town. But, you know. I wasn't able to lift a finger till Rena was out of sight. The problem is they kept secrets first, which is what caused Keiichi to steal information and keep his own secrets, so it doesn't feel the same. Absolutely agreed. It's absolutely they're in the wrong, and they're the ones that are attached to murdering the guy. I just wanted to know about what they were hiding from me. It was her. You can't be playing this, like, cognitive dissonance game, brother. I felt cold. My body was drenched in sweat. I was finally able to form a coherent thought and ask myself once again, who was that person who looked like Rena Ryugu? Yo, they are so lucky that they don't give me control of these characters, because the things I would do, I'd be out here making in moves right now. I was out of it and couldn't bring myself to do anything until dinner except stare blankly into space. Was I terrified from Rena going off on me? No, that's not right. That was someone else who only looked like Rena. Coping? Then, who could it have been? Coping? It was a dreadful feeling. Knowing that that was someone else, not Rena, coping. So tomorrow I shouldn't have the problem talking to Rena like I usually do. And there's the cope. That's the end of the cope. So, this is why I can't take Keiichi right now. That thought was strangely comforting. Yeah, maybe because you're literally comforting yourself instead of dealing with what's happening. This is avoidant. I concluded that I should just calm down and clear my head. Though those thoughts continued swirling around my mind. Finally, I returned to my senses as I heard my mother calling out to me from the bottom of the stairs. The bookstore? Bookstore? Can't think of why they'd be calling me. I went downstairs and picked up the receiver anyway. The bookstore. Oshi, you work at the bookstore now? You cop? This guy is lying. Did you pick this date on purpose, by the way? It's the same day today as in the game, I think. I did not pick this date on purpose. If so, that's insane. Yeah, you're just gonna lie about being a cop? Oshi-san was, in his own way, rather courteous. Even so, I didn't want my parents hearing me talk to the police. Happy birthday, Waldo. I brought the cordless phone with me as I dashed back up to my room on the second floor. The police is working with us because it's because we just moved here. So, like, this town is weird because they have this, like, insider-outsider thing. And so, like, we're, like, an outsider in a lot of ways because we just arrived. And so the cop is talking with us because we're, like, we're, like, one of the only people who's actually going to listen to an outsider because we're basically an outsider. Because otherwise, if he tries to talk to any of the townspeople, they're just not going to be helpful at all because they're all, like, on the in-group, you know? Because this town has a really weird, like, culture of, like, independence or, like almost like a xenophobia kind of thing.
本当に申し訳ない。これから申し上げる番号を控えておいてもらいます。
The why is this guy? What? That phone number on the piece of paper I gave you yesterday was the old number? Is Oshi an idiot? But it seems like it's putting us in danger. It absolutely is.
はい。
Without question, it is. Yeah,
Dozo.
thank you, cop. He gave me the number for his direct line as I wrote it down. What? Oshi, what do you mean, old number, new number? It's been a day. I thought that was the end of it, but he began making pointless small talk, and it was pretty hard to hang up. Oshi, I'm not your friend.
何か変わったことはありましたか?
I see. This was the real reason. He really beat around the bush there. His adult conversational skills left me slack-jawed.
大石さんはここの地元の方ですか?
ええ、そうです。
Really?
生まれも育ちも沖宮ですよ。
If he's from around here, he might know.
大石さん。
Wait, am I thinking of the wrong person? No, this is the cop, yeah? Yeah, Oshi, main cop detective. Wait, I'm confused. Okinomiya, that's different than this town, though, right? Because this town is Hinamizawa? I don't know what this... So, he's still an outsider. He's still an outsider. I just don't know the freaking, like... I don't know geography. In what ways do you benefit the world is crazy. Yeah, the town's Hinamizawa. Okay, so him being around here is just like he's from, like, the general area, but he's still an outsider to the town.
鬼隠しって何のことか知ってますか?
それはですね、人が鬼にさらわれ、
We need to log in.
いなくなってしまうことなんです。
Is the slightly bigger town nearby? Okay, thank you.
この辺り独特の言い回しですね。世間様で言う神隠しと同じ意味です。
Whereas my friends would say they didn't know when I asked, this older man gave me a direct answer. It made me a bit happy that he answered me directly without trying to hide anything.
南沢は、前原さんにこんなこと言っていいんでしょうか。
もったいぶらないでくださいよ。大石さんが言わないなら、俺も何も言いませんよ。
Keiji is tired.
ああ、いやい
He
や、
is tired of being played with.
そういう意味じゃないんですよ。ただその気を悪くされないかと思いましてね。実はですね、南沢はその昔、
Is it because of the... Is it because of the Onigafuchi, otherwise known as the Swamp of the Demons of Bis? Interesting.
鬼? 鬼って地獄にいる金棒を持ったあの?
というよりは人食い鬼ですな。里に降りてきて人をさらって食い散らかしてしまう。
Okay.
怖い昔話があるんですよ。
Demon snatching up people is what this Onakakushi really means.
たたりと鬼隠しは一緒に起こるって言ってましたけど、どういうことですか?
I already knew about the mysterious deaths happening 5 years in a row, but I didn't know there were people disappearing for those same 5 years.
たたりと鬼隠しが必ず一緒に？それは初めて聞きました。そうなんですか、前原さん。
それは俺が聞きたいですよ。レナとミオンが話してたんです。お社様のたたりなら必ずたたりと鬼隠しが起こるって。
Yoshi's son began hemming and hawing on the other end of the receiver. Maybe something about that came to mind.
前原さん、最初の事件ご存知ですか?
Yo, this guy's straight yapping.
バラバラ殺人。
Chat, he's yapping too much. I gotta go piss. It's a piss break, Angle. Be right back. Alright. Sorry, chat. It was an emergency piss break angle. It was desperate times, chat. It was desperate times. I was literally sitting here and I was like, I swear, this guy better not yap too long because I gotta piss. And then he just kept going and I was like, alright. It is what it is. I literally was like, alright, Ushi, give me 5 seconds. I really gotta... I'm gonna put you on hold real quick. Okay, lock in.
6人の犯人のうち1人はまだ逃走中なんですよね。
Proof? Chat, I'm not gonna... Alright.
逃走中じゃなく
Oh, that's an
あ
idea.
ったんじゃないでしょうかね。
Okay. Huh? It was an outrageous hypothesis from Oshi-san. The incident 4 years ago was a particularly ghastly one. The police already knew the perpetrators. So they posted tons of wanted posters with his face on them. They staked out various locations and investigated every possible escape route he had. But after 4 years, there wasn't even a hint of where he might be. Right, and his car was at the swamp, which the swamp is known as the Demon's Abyss. And then so it would be reasonable that he got demoned away into the Demon's Abyss. Unless the police were completely incompetent. Which, you know, I mean, that's realistic. Even if it was an outrageous hypothesis, I couldn't simply laugh it off.
その翌年の事故はどうです？誘致派の男と妻が
Just piss your pants? Okay.
実は
Well,
ですね
actually...
正式には事故死したのは夫だけなんです。
The wife just
妻
went
は死体
missing?
が上がりませんでしたから。現行法では死体が発見されない限り行方不明扱いなんですよ。
What? Okay, but what about the guy that got sick? At the time of the incident, with the river below the cliff being muddy rapids, the police divers had searched every branch off the main stream of the river for dozens of miles, but in the end, they weren't able to find her body.
死体が見つからないだけで亡くなったんですよね。鬼隠しとは違うんじゃないですか？
死体が出ない以上亡くなったとは言えません。法律で定めた年月が過ぎるまで生存扱いなんです。
I'm not sure if it was right to call that being demoned away. The wife is missing. At least that part was
3
reality.
年目はどうなんですか？
Yeah, thank you. This
神
is
主は病死、
the... Did the wife of this priest...
妻は自殺ですよ。
Yeah. I thought she was just...
前原さん、
Did we find her body?
これも全く同じ。
What do you mean we never found any of the bodies? The wife had supposedly thrown herself into the bottomless swamp deep in the forest around Hinamizawa, meaning it's all circumstantial evidence. They simply found her suicide note in front of the swamp. A diver was able to recover a few of her articles, but they weren't able to find a body. The investigative headquarters believed that she had faked her death and was still alive somewhere.
鬼隠しと呼んでいいかちょっとわからない。
So you're telling me every... Okay. Death per year plus missing person per year. Same time. Okay, because that's kind of a big deal, because that means that the current iteration is Tomitake going missing and the woman, or Tomitake dying and the woman going missing. Maybe it's like, is there ever a world where like the person that goes missing is the perpetrator every time? And so it's like you're demoned away because... Do you get what I mean? Where like I kill the guy and then I get demoned away, because that's what happened the first year. And then maybe it's like the wife poisoned the Shinto priest and then they got demoned away. Like maybe it's always the perpetrator, in which case the woman would have killed or been a large part of killing Tomitake, and then she gets demoned away, which is maybe like them getting rid of the murderer and like hiding the murderer in the town or something. So maybe there's a way that they're like hiding people in the town. I don't know. Every year, one person does go missing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying right now.
じゃあ去年の主婦の撲殺事件はどうです？誰か行方不明になりましたか？
Okay.
確か犯人は逮捕されたんですよね。
ええ、逮捕されてます。
Oh?
以前に逮捕歴もあるやつでしてね。別件で取り調べ中に犯行を自供してます。ですがですね。
What do you mean? Oh, but well, you see, complicated story.
犯人逮捕からしばらくして、
Okay,
被害者
like
宅
some
の
kid
子
went
供
missing.
が
Okay.
行方不明になったんです。 犯罪に巻き込まれたのかどう
The
か
perpetrator theory kind of falls off a little
現
bit
在
with
も
this
捜査
one.
してます。
だって犯人は捕まったんですよね。それともその仲間が。
さあ、多分単独犯だと思います。もっとも今では確かめようもないんですよ。実はその男、取り調べ中に拘置所
He
の
got
中で
Epsteined,
お亡くな
bro.
りになっちゃいまして。
He swallowed a spork and choked to death. Dude. What a way to go. It's not known whether it was an accident or a suicide. How do you swallow a spork?
過去5年間
I don't even know how I would get it. I don't even know how to get a spork down my throat.
一人ずつ出ているわけなんですよね。
そうなります。いえね、私も驚いていますよ。こんな共通項には気づきませんでした。
Yo, this cop is incompetent. I couldn't believe that this could help lead to the closing of those incidents. It was just something they had in common.
例えば鬼隠しにあって失踪した人には何か共通点があるとか。
Oshi-san mumbled as he seemed to be thinking about it. So I summarized the
1年
events.
目はダムの作業員、2年目は誘致派の男の妻、3年目は神主の妻、
Mm-hmm.
4年目は被害者宅の子供で、5年目は交際相手かな。特につながりはなさそうだし。
1年目はともかく、妻とか交際相手とか、そういう人が目立ちますな。
It does seem like there are a lot. Then that means the fourth year's victim's child was different. It would have really stood out if it were all married couples, except it's not just married couples, but parents and children as well. Come to think of it, I believe Tomotoke-san also told me the younger brother is alive and has moved, if I recall correctly. I mean, that's interesting because maybe, like, what's going on with, like, Rena's family? What's going on with my family? You know, like, one of them could get killed and then I could go missing.
4年目に行方不明になった子供ってどんなだったんですか？
おとなしい感じの方だったらしいです。
Steve.
年はあなたの一つ上です。名前は北条聡さん。
Okay, well, they just told us it's Satoshi. We already kind of knew that because we're not dumb. But, like, okay. It would have really stood out if they were... Come to think of it, I believe Tomotoki-san also told me the younger brother... The fourth year's victim child was different. That child that went missing in the fourth year was Satoshi. And fourth year was last year. Okay, so we just confirmed. Male went missing last year. Perfect. All right, cool.
サトシ？
It's kind of like, it's a little bit of like a no shit thing. Like, I remember that name. Didn't they tell me Satoshi transferred out last year? Because they're lying!
去年まで通っていました。話を聞いていませんか？
Come to think of it, when I transferred in, I believe they said my seat belonged to a recent transfer student. Then where I sat once belonged to the one who was demoned away. It was his seat. I recalled the cold sensation that came from that desk. It made my hair stand on end. This string of mysterious deaths, no, Oyashiro-sama's curse, I now knew how it connected to me. That chilling sensation, it was the feeling of Oyashiro-sama caressing the back of my neck. Oyashiro-sama, don't do it.
お社様のたたりか。
We're so cooked. We're so cooked. Could Oyashiro-sama's curse really exist? It's not about it in all honesty, I was beginning to believe it, and I was scared. That was why I wanted to say it was a plot crafted by man and not the work of a curse. Even if it's a plot crafted by man, I'm still scared, dude. But the more I dug into it, the less likely that seemed. No, the more I dug, the more mysterious it became. If I kept digging, eventually, I'd reach the point where I'd learn something I really shouldn't know. To either be none the wiser, or to seek an answer I may regret. Which one would I be happier with? Maybe the one that, like, that stops you from getting murdered. That's where I'm at, right? I'd rather have the answer, because then we can, like, stop them from killing us. But that's just me. Maybe it'll be me next time. My execution could only be delayed for 1 year. Like, thank you Tomotoke-sama for, like, getting murdered. Because otherwise, I was on the chopping block. That was when I remembered. Rena. Rena said she may be the next victim of the curse.
竜宮レナさんがですか？去年転校されてきた前原さんのクラスメートですよね。女の子には刺激の強い事件ばかりです。
Yo, she is part of the problem.
怖がるのも 無理ないんじゃないでしょうかね。
Oshi, I don't even know who you are. It wasn't that. She said it might be her next. She said it in a way that made me think she had a concrete reason
もっと
behind it.
確信じみたものだったように思います。なんていうのか、その。
She was frightened. Her sudden change in demeanor. That someone who looked like Rena but wasn't Rena. It might be unrelated. All the strange things that I felt from Rena today came back to
そう
me.
ですか。ではこちらでも少し調べてみます。
Yeah, I shot at my boy
前原さ
Tomotake.
んも少し例
My
の
buff
さんの様
hero.
子に注意してあげてください。
それはレナを見張れってことですか？
そんな意味ではありませんよ、前原さん。
Yo, I'm starting to not even trust Oshi, bro. I'm so paranoid, I don't even trust the cop. What if the cop is in on it, and he's, like, tricking me, and this is all a big test, and they're gonna murder me for being a snitch or something? Like, I don't trust anyone right now! No, I trust the cop. We have to trust somebody, or we're gonna go crazy. We trust the cop, we trust our parents. That's all we got. And we trust the cop as a cop because they're not from around here. Because we have to trust somebody, or we're just dead. At that moment, just as my mouth was agape because I was so impressed with his mature, clever way with words. Stop glazing! Knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door sent my heart racing. In an instant, I had pointlessly covered up the end of the receiver. On the other side of the door, I heard my father's oddly upbeat voice. What could it be? It's so
すみ
late.
ません、親父が来ました。今夜はこれくらいでいいですか？
Yo, why am I talking to a police detective like I'm hiding my girl that goes to a different school? Like, you're not my sweetums, Oshi. You're not my sweetums.
何かわかりましたら教えてください。こちらも進展がありましたらご報告しますよ。
I don't trust the ad on screen right now. I don't trust Raid Shadow Legends. Yo, father, I'm working on it. Daddy's got his hands full. What are you doing with mom right now in the other room? And like, never mind. Lock in. What is dad doing? I'd stayed in the same position while on the phone the whole time, so my joints were aching. When I opened the door, I saw my father was standing there with a tray. On that tray, cookies and 2 cups of black tea. A fairly fancy spread for our household. There was even sugar and lemon slices on the side, everything you could ask for. That was quite the show of hospitality. Y'all already had a romantic car ride.
何？父さん。
That's funny.
それ何のつもりだよ。
Oshi whisking me away from school.
もうはぐらかすなよ、ケイイチ。入るぞ。
Father, what are you doing? Dad was in high spirits and had a smirk on his face. But for my entire life, I'd never seen him act this hospitable. What had gotten into him?
何の話をしてたんだ？
No, it's not a girl from the bookstore. I jumped. It's not something I had to keep from my father. But how could I explain it to him that I was talking to a detective, I'm assuming he was, this late at night?
別に何も。友達だよ。
電話の話じゃなくて来てたんだろう今。
Who?
レナちゃんが。
Yo, this piano track is not it. Like, you're not clever, hitting me with the spooky piano. Question mark. Any question markers?
来てないよ。
もう。
Why was she... Is she stalking me?
さっきレナちゃんが遊びに来たじゃないか。
When?
何
Now?
話し込んでるみたいだったからお茶でもって思ったらすれ違いだったんだよ。
What are you talking about? I had no idea what Dad was talking about, but a cold sweat dripped down my back.
どのくらい話し込んでたかな。
レナちゃんが2階に上がったのが半くらいだったから小1時間くらいかな。
She heard everything. She actually heard everything. It's actually over. We lost our only point. We lost everything we had. She literally just was on the other side of the door with her ear up to it for a full hour during the entire conversation. She knows everything. That means Mion knows everything. That means literally everybody in the town knows everything, and they're all gonna kill me.
2階に上がったの、父さん見たの？
ああ見たよ。ケイイチの部屋は階段を上がって奥の扉だよって声もかけた。
Rena came to my house about an hour ago. Dad met her at the door and called out to me on the second floor. I probably didn't hear him because I was so focused on my conversation with Oshi. I do not trust Rika. I don't trust any of the townspeople. I didn't reply, but he knew I was in my room, so he had her come inside. Then told her my room was on the second floor. She thanked my dad and went upstairs. Then about an hour passed. She passed by my dad just as he was bringing up tea and left. She came upstairs and about an hour passed. Then passed by my dad and returned home. Then, after she came upstairs and until she left, where was Rena? There's only a short hallway between my room and the stairs, meaning Rena had, for about an hour, in the hall. No, she couldn't have been sitting in front of my door all that time. The door to my room wasn't particularly thick. You could easily hear everything being said inside. All of the unsettling and unguarded things I spoke to Oshi-san about began rushing through my head. Do you trust me, Pink? No! I don't trust you! I don't trust any of you! Mom yelled up at Dad from downstairs. Dad left the tray with me and went downstairs with a disappointed chortle. I followed my dad out of the room with my eyes. I looked down at the floor around the doorway where Rena might have stood all that time. Do we see, like, footprints from where her, like, sweaty feet would be? Lock in. Okay, I'm sorry. That one was a bit much. But, there might be a clue. But there might be a clue, chat. There might be, like, the dust is disturbed or something, right? Like, there might be a clue. Or, like, is there, like, a strand of her hair there that's, like, proof that she was right at our door? I want, like, evidence. Just now, as I was talking to Oshi-san with my back turned, Rena was standing a mere 6 feet away the whole time. Is that the first time I've seen myself this clearly? That was the first- look at me. Actually, that's me. I'm wearing a tank top. All that time in this dimly lit doorway. What did she see? What did she hear? For what reason? As the steam from the 2 teacups ominously wafted and twisted, the aroma of black tea filled my room. Pink bro, look behind you. Chat, it's just Myrrh. It's just Myrrh. I trust Myrrh. Well, I don't know if I should, but... Sniff her out to be safe. Unironically, he actually should do a sniff test. Because if she has a specific, like, perfume or something, we would probably smell it by the doorway if she was there for an hour. We need a Myrrh emote is true. July 1st, 1982. Also, yeah, thank you, Sif and the mods for, like, keeping spoilers on lock. If people want to talk freely about the game, we do have the Discord, where I know they have there's a Discord channel that people are, like, I think talking spoiler territory. Zips up shorts. Okay, and we're done. Do you get any choices in this? Not yet. And I've been playing for 9 hours and 20 minutes, so I assume no. And that's what I'm saying. If they gave me choices, I would be destroying this game. July 1st, 1982. To Departments 1 through 12. Prefectural Police Headquarters. Director General. To the Chief Constable and all facility managers. Regarding cases situated in the Hanamizawa Village. As cases in Shishibone City, Hinamizawa Village have been reported by certain sections of mass media. It has drawn global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for the local residents. This has become a very serious situation. To protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents, the following notice has been issued. Designate the following criminal investigations as classified. Okinomiya Station, 1982, case number X. Hinamizawa Village housewife murder. 1982, case station X. Hinamizawa Village student disappearance. I think that's Satoshi. Yeah. Non-disclosure of information. Okinawa Station, 1979, case number X. Hinamizawa Village site, 4-man murder. Shira Station, 1980, case number X. Shirikawa Natural Park following incident. Okinawa Station, 1981, case number X. Hinamizawa Village Shinto priest wife disappearance. All in June. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of sensitive information. Please see attached reference materials 1, 2, and 3. Management, Prefecture, Police Headquarters, Internal Line, Police Affairs Department. Okay, that was like the least useful thing I've ever read in my entire life. I already knew all that. They're just saying like, well, okay. One point to keep in mind is that the police car, when it went in with dimmed headlights and no radio chatter. So there is a chance the police are in on it. I'm not even gonna lie. Should do a GTA mod where Pink can destroy Hidemazawa by his own hands. I would kill Rena. I would kill her. Not yet, but like I'm ready, okay? Like Colonel Sanders. I helped you dig Colonel Sanders out of that thing, okay? I'll use the hatchet on you if I need to. You think I'm scared? The answer is yes, I'm terrified. But yeah, like, I don't necessarily trust the police, because why would they want to keep it, like, low chatter? Like, they might be trying to keep it low so that the news doesn't get it, because that's what the village would want. New track. Weariness and a headache. Not a very nice way to start the day.
どうしたの？ケイチ、今朝は顔色悪いわよ。
I don't want to go to
ゆ
school
うべは
today.
何時に寝たの？
Please don't make me go to school. It seemed that my mom had noticed my sullen state. Is there a Higurashi fighting game? That'd be insane. Yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. Chat, you can read this one for me. I don't think I want to read this one. I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly that it was my imagination and forced myself to try and sleep. We don't have locks, no? Except not being able to stand it, I gathered up my courage and opened the door. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I think I did this 3 times throughout the night. Or maybe I just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get to the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease.
風邪かもしれない。なんだか食欲ないんだ。
あら、ちょっと熱あるんじゃない？どうする？学校行ける？
Technically, I did go to a school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? It could have been that I hadn't been feeling well for the last few days because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Yeah. Hi, Rena. Hi, Rena. You know what I mean? Like, ding dong. Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually met up with Rena. It was Rena.
レナちゃん迎えに来ちゃったけど、どうする？お休みする？
Rena was a good girl. Cope! She might be somewhat quirky, but she was certainly cute. Well, that's true. The lunches she made were delicious and she always looked out for me. Why should I be so scared of something like that? It wasn't Rena's fault. This protagonist is... I'm gonna lose it. It was probably mine. It had to have been my cold. It just had to be.
ごめん。
じゃあ、母さんが断ってきてあげるわね。
Mom headed off to the door. I would have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have the nerve to meet with Rena, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep-deprived I quickly fell into a deep slumber. I'd only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. Me today. I called out to my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found lunch prepared and a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off to somewhere far away. It likely had to do with Dad's work. So we're home alone? What if they come and get us? This happened every so often, so it wasn't that unusual. They were to be back for dinner, but might be a bit late. Let's lock the doors now. On the note it said, the insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital. There was also a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. It's a cold! I had a light lunch, although it really was just leftovers from the morning, and just in case went to the hospital. Our insurance is crazy, by the way. Normally I'd never be here in the middle of a weekday. Just walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mom's map, I took a road I usually never used. After walking for a bit, the hospital sign came into view. Japanese culture stuff? I guess fair enough, yeah. You think my booty is doing anything like the hospital? I am wrapping myself up and snoozing. Irie Clinic was written rather stylishly on the sign. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of the Hidemazawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. They must be making a mint. So dumb he can't make Kevin McAllister-style traps. We need to be making... Bro! Okay, I think Satoko's fine. Satoko, come over. Don't worry about being home alone with me. You're gonna help me make traps to defend against Rena, okay? I need you, Satoko. Let's work together. I spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room until it was my turn to be seen. Oh, let me see this nurse, please. Give me a visual, please. We can home alone this girl. After half-heartedly answering all of the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the old, "It's probably a cold." They gave me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. I thought it was a little overboard, but if it would clear away the gloomy feeling I'd been having lately, then it was worth it. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping. If it just wasn't for that word. I knew they were going to say that word, bro. She? Oh, the woman? Oh, the dead guy? Okay, all the villagers don't know about this. That's interesting. I mean, that's fair, but that's good to know. Were they talking about Tomatake-san? I can feel my ears perking up. Yeah, that's kind of true. Oh, yeah, she was a nurse. True. She actually was a nurse. And then she likes Tomatake because of bird photos. That's a really good point. Wait, her name's Mio Takano. I know her name. I guess the main protagonist doesn't, but I know her name's Mio. Yeah, I already knew that. He settled the hospital bill. Yeah, it's Japan, guys. It's Japan. I actually don't know about how like healthcare is in Japan, but I assume it's not nearly as like insane as America. So her name was Takano-san, that one with Tomatake-san, and she worked at this clinic. Yashiro-sama's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing, and it didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic. I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape Oyashiro-sama's shadow. But of course, swole mitake, but it's not enough. Muscles won't protect you, bro. That's crazy. But of course, Oyashiro-sama was the guardian deity of this place, of Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape. I miss swole mitake, bro. Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite had suddenly returned. I might as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned into a familiar street. Are we gonna see the girls? Who is this? Okay, this might be Oshi. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Was I really walking so far into the middle of the road where I'd be in the car's way? It's okay. Also, about the fingernails thing. How long were his fingernails that he could actually claw out his throat? You know? Because, like, women usually have longer fingernails and men usually have shorter fingernails. But I guess if you had, like, I don't know, I bite my fingernails. I couldn't claw out my own throat if I really wanted to. Like, I could be, like, going full manic, like, full intention. I just don't have any, like, sharpness. It's all blunt, you know? And so, like, I guess if he had, like, really nice nails, maybe he could, like, get some clawing going. But, like, man. Was I really walking so far into the middle of the road where I'd be in a car's way? I moved farther off to the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, peeved. You just can't let me go, huh? You're not my lover. It was Oshi-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me. We're not that close. Not trying a hard enough smile. Chat! Okay, chat. I'm gonna tear out my own throat live on stream just to prove to myself that Tomatake didn't tear out his own throat. Alright? Lock in. Oh, lunch date. I'm not feeling up to it. I was just going to lie down after going home anyway. And I didn't really have a cold.
地元の食堂だと嫌でしょう。町まで行きましょう。
Exactly, Sif.
ちょっと走りますがよろしいですかな。
This is interesting because this is us leaving the village, so we're escaping the shadow of Oyashitsuma, whatever her name, of the guardian deity. So in a sense, us leaving town would be us escaping that shadow, which is what that last scene was about, and it also puts us like fully on the outside for a moment.
私
So that would be a really interesting like environmental decision. Maybe the muscles were a factor, maybe. I finally began to understand Oshi-san's roundabout way of saying things. He probably wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in Hinamizawa. Yeah, exactly. Well said. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. I went with Oshi-san riding in his frigid car. Okay, the problem is who saw me get in the car just now? You know? We're in the village. There's a good chance somebody just saw me get in the car. It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie.
昨べは遅くまですみませんでしたね。ご家族に怒られませんでしたか。
いえ。
I recalled Rena, who had been listening to the phone conversation all that time, separated from me by just the door. Even now, in the brightness of the sunlight, the thoughts still creep me out. With the big bump that jolted the car, the road connecting to the city changed from dirt to pavement. We're officially out of the town. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This was where Tomotage-san died. Oh, okay, wait. So he dies right at the edge of the village. Okay, two thoughts. One, Mion. Mion literally was like, you're an honorary citizen. Was she literally just saying that to troll him? Because she kept saying like, oh, go ahead and become a big shot for me, man. Like, go get famous, dude. And she was saying that in a mean way. Was her calling him an honorary citizen her way of being a dickhead, knowing he was gonna die? And being like, haha, you're one of us. You know? That's a potential problem. And then the other thing is, it's interesting he died right outside the bounds of the city, or the town. Because then he would, like, go back to being an outsider, and then he dies. Like, you know? That's, like, maybe an idea. Though he did... Yeah. Oshi-san spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye. Do hallucinogens not show up in toxicology?
こういう症状、それも急激に引き起こす薬物はなかなかないらしいんです。
Are there any gardeners in the town that we could accuse?
検視解剖もそれを念頭に置いて十分に行ったのですが、手がかりはやはりありませんでした。
漫画なんかによくあるじゃないですか。
Keiichi, who are you? What are you yapping about?
分解したりして証拠が何も残らない。
80s toxicology? That's true. That's true.
ありますよ。
Okay, and Oshi is saying that there is something that could do that, yeah.
まあ、結構あります。
What do you mean it's common?
でもですね、富武さんのような症状を引き起こす薬物にはそういうものはないそうなんですよ。
じゃあ、警察は富武さんはたたりで死んだってそう言うんですか?
Yo, calm down a little bit. I couldn't help but feel that the police were worthless. Agreed. I just wanted the idea of a curse to be disassociated from Tomitake-san's mysterious death.
悔しいですが、今のところは。ですが、死因はともかく、死ぬ前に何人かの人間に囲まれて暴行を受けたことだけは間違いありません。たたりでなく、人間が事件に関わっているのは疑いようがありませんよ。
It made me a bit relieved. Knowing that he was beaten to death by humans would make me relieved too. We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busier than Hinamizawa, train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Oshi-san into the shop. It was pretty crowded, but there were only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't be children in here in the middle of a weekday.
2名です。タバコは、我慢します。
こちらへどうぞ。
Thank you, waitress.
ご注文がお決まりになりましたらお呼びください。
Are you on the menu, baby girl? We were led by a peculiarly dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Oshi-san in the booth.
どうです?
It is like we're on a date. You read my
このお
mind.
店のウェイトレスさんの格 構可
IHOP?
愛いと思います。
Wait, are we at IHOP? I love IHOP.
Eh?
IHOP's the
ま
goat.
あその
Shout out
どう
IHOP.
でしょうね。
このお店ね、いっつも大人気なんですよ。お料理よりもウェイトレスさんがね。
ああ大石さん目がやらしいですよ。
Yo, bro, you're on a date with me and you're looking at the girlies?
そうですか？
Yo, keep it in your pants. IHOP or Waffle House? IHOP. Like even at like 3 a.m. Even at 3 a.m. IHOP. Waffle House I think is slightly more cost efficient sometimes. Nah, that's kind of a myth, low-key. Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. This is not food, this is all dessert. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Oshi-san's after-meal cup of coffee arrived at the
昨
table.
日、ひなみ沢の昔話が出ましたよね。
ええ人食い鬼の里だって言われてたって話でしたっけ？
私もあんまり詳しい方じゃないので。
Yo, I wanna go talk to the girls. I don't wanna talk to Oshi, bro. Oshi, I don't care! Okay, Oshi took out the notepad that was stuffed to his breast pocket.
何でもですね。
I already know this! Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. This is good for the protagonist. He doesn't know this.
鬼ヶ淵すごい名前ですね。
今でもその名前残ってるんですよ。神主の妻が受水自殺した沼の名前は
The demon's mouth, the demon's abyss, something like that.
沼の底の底は鬼たちの住む国とつながっていると
Way too
言われて
obsessed
た
with
んだそうです。
children. Sorry that I'm not trying to go on the date with the 50-year-old police officer. Of course, nobody had told me anything about such an
でで
ominous
すね
swamp.
鬼ヶ淵は恐れられていたと同時に崇められてもいたんだそう
The
です。
demons? Respect born of fear. I guess you could say it was a kind of deification. A village of inhuman
鬼たち
creatures.
はある種の仙人でもあったらしいんですよ。例えば不治の病にかかった村人を
Listen, I don't want to talk to the girls, but the girls are gonna be
治
giving
し
me
ても
like.
らったりとかしたんだそうです。
This is actually kind of important. Listen, I just need to know how they act. They're gonna be the most useful because they're the ones I don't trust. So we need to see how they are. Then we'll be able to put it together. Even if we were calling them demons, Tengu, long-nosed goblins, or Senin would be a more apt
鬼っ
description.
て言ってもそんなに悪い人たちじゃないみたいですね。
I don't want to go on a date with the children, chat.
でも
Chat,
そこ
lock
はやっ
in.
ぱり人食い鬼らしいんです。ばあ様に聞いた昔話ではですね、息子を治療してもらった代償として、連れてきた母親を食わせろとこうなるらしいんですよ。
Demons in the village known to heal and eat people. Okay.
息子を治療してもらった対価が自分ですか？
Okay, and that's how. Okay, solved. So demoning somebody away, we've inverted this. Okay, so previously you would heal somebody, and the cost of healing somebody would be like you dying or whatever. Now it's I'm going to kill a problem, but the consequence of killing a problem is that I die. So it's offering sacrifice. So like previously the sacrifice was for healing. What if nowadays the sacrifice is for killing? So you sacrifice yourself to kill an outsider, basically. So in like the Shinto priest, the wife sacrificed herself to kill the priest, you know? In the last thing, the woman sacrificed herself to kill Tomitake. What if it was kind of like that? And that's what how the demoning away connects.
それは怖いな。
もちろん母親は息子を連れて逃げます。これをですね、鬼ヶ淵に住む村人、鬼たちがですね、
Oh, she wasn't willing to be sacrificed. She said no thanks. The entire village, apparently. It's quite a frightening thing to imagine.
結局、母親も息子も捕まって食べられちゃったんだ。
She wasn't willing to sacrifice herself for her son, and as a result, they both died. GG.
その話矛盾がありますよ。当事者の2人が食べられちゃったんですから。
Bruh.
その話が残るはず
It's a story, dude.
ありゃ。
Actually, this fable doesn't make sense because the protagonist wouldn't be able to tell us this. What are you yapping about? Of course somebody wrote it. Okay, in contrast to the ghastly tale, Oshi-san laughed heartily while sipping his coffee. Shut up, Keiichi.
他の昔話も結構あるらしいんです。
Keiichi, you're killing me, man. Lock
で
in.
獲物を捕まえに来るというの。
Onigafuchi band. Yeah. Okay. I recall that Mion said all the villagers united and fought against the dam construction. Yeah, they called themselves... What did they call themselves? They called themselves the something. Onigafuchi Guardians Committee. Which is the Demon's Abyss Guardians Committee. Yeah, that's normal. I saw similarities with how that part of unification, unification
鬼たちの獲物は
overlapped.
常に一人で、しかも前もって決められているらしいんです。
That caught my attention. Oshi-san also appeared to be pondering what it
ばあ
meant.
様が言うにはですね、鬼の狩りの時には絶対に邪魔をしてはいけない。家に閉じこもって布団をかぶってろって言うんです。
つまりどういうことですか？
獲物の人を助けたり、かくまったりしてはいけないんだそうです。鬼の狩りを邪魔しない限り、村人には危害を加えない。
Don't help the prey.
そういうルールなんです。
Okay. That's why they're not telling me shit, because I could be prey. Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you didn't see the atrocities. In
ル
other
ールを破
words.
ったらどうなるんです？
さあ、何しろ人食い鬼ですからね。
Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he told me overlapped with his theory that the entire village was in on the crime. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die when there's a group that was on their hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak
じ
it.
ゃあ大石さんはやっぱり村
See,
人
okay, you know what's problematic, chat? I'll tell you what's problematic right now. The problem is that all the theories that I'm coming up with, they end up saying out loud, which makes me doubt the theories because now it's too obvious. It's like, I'll be like, oh, what if the whole village is in on it? And then I'll, like, 20 minutes later, they'll be like, I think the whole village might be in on it. It's like, okay, well, if you tell me that information, now I don't trust myself anymore. Now I feel like there's got to be a different twist. So I'm trying to always go, like, 10 layers deeper. But I don't know what to do anymore. They're like, telling me too much.
前原さんはどう思います
It's got me messed up.
ああ、すみません。コーヒーのおかわりいいですか
That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say that last part. He waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking.
去年、サトシ君が失踪した頃から私は不審に感じていたんです。
Ushi-san muttered as he watched the milk swirl around in his
それ
coffee.
で、サトシ
Can you imagine that the four girls are literally like collabing against us right now? Dude, they're literally talking bad about behind our back right now.
本当にちょっぴりだけですよ。調べさせてもらったんです。
We background checked the girls. Mochi-san had said this to me before. I would have gone angry at him for calling my friends into question. But as I was now, I
とて
couldn't.
もつまらない話になります。
Okay.
前原さんがつまらないと感じたら、いつでも
Oshi, you're driving me crazy. Just tell me.
終わりにしますので。
Just tell me. Stop yapping. Oshi-san was wearing the most serious expression that I'd ever seen from him. Okay, wait. Maybe I'll look in. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were quite a few things I regretted hearing from Oshi-san, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Keiichi. This was probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run from the
お願い
truth.
します。
That was all I could utter. Oshi-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he
1
began.
年目の事件の被害者は現場の監督さんだったんですが、事件の数週間前にその
The overseer had an altercation with Mion. I knew! Mion was like, there was no violence at the protests. Your ass is lying.
何度か
Oshi-san had said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got worked up.
2年目の事件で誘致派の夫婦が事故に遭いましたよね。
Yeah? Was Mion attached to that?
現場にはお嬢さんも一緒にいたんです。それが北条
Her name is Satoko? Wait, what? Wait! Satoko's parents are dead? In the second year, the married couple who supported the project died. Their daughter was with them at the time. Her name is Satoko. Satoko, in my notes, blonde booby trapper. Her parents were the victims of the second year? Wait. Huh?
サトコってサトコ
Parents were the victims of the second year. Dead parents. Oh my goodness, Satoko got hoed. Poor Satoko. Oshi-san's look told me that my voice was too loud. I realized it as well and quickly quieted
3
down.
年目には神主夫婦
Okay.
が亡くなられますよね。
Rika? Oh, it's gonna be Rika. Oh my goodness, it's Rika. This is gonna be Rika.
そのお嬢さんが
Yeah. Because Rika's a... Oh my goodness. Oh, this is so messed up. I'm killing Mion. Mion, you're dead. You're dead. Also dead parents. From the Shinto priest. What is this, like, your, is this your, like, your form of, like, reparations? That's like, oh, I'm gonna be friends with their dead daughters. It's almost like, it's fine. Mion needs to die. I don't even care. Rena and Mion are on the chopping block. Rika and Satoshi, or not Satoshi, Rika and Satoko, you're with me. Let's get out of this crazy village. This is insane.
4年目に亡くなった主婦はもうわかりますね。
Who? Rena? Wait, fourth year? Was Rena here? Just tell
王
me.
女さとこさんの義理のおばです。
Huh? What do you mean, and you know already? The step aunt of Satoko? Oh, dude, Satoko's life sucks. Step aunt. What? Dude, Satoko's life sucks. Her step aunt was the fourth victim. What? That is so funny, actually. That's actually ridiculous. Step aunt was fourth victim. Listen, but I don't need to figure things out because they'll just tell me stuff. That's kind of how this has worked up to this point, low-key. Oh, I did the wrong thing.
当時はさとこさんはご両親を事故で失っていましたので、
Step
預けられてい
aunt
たのです。
was fourth victim. She can't. Her guardians just keep dying.
被害者宅に
I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I had thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one that I could easily distance myself from. But, clicking and clacking, it snuck all the way to my feet.
ちなみに4年目に失踪した北条聡さんはさとこさんの
So Satoko's cursed. So Satoko's cursed. And then, okay, so Satoko, okay. But this is starting to get unfair. This is actually starting to be like comedic to me. What do you mean? The one who disappeared, like, brother also disappeared fourth year. Like, what are we doing at this point? Her notes up before this scene were blonde booby trapper. Now it's parents were the victims of the second year. Dead parents. Step aunt was fourth victim. Her guardians just keep dying. Brother also disappeared fourth year.
その
This is just ridiculous.
待ってください
It took everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Keiichi. But Oshi-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, he started speaking again. The last of the things I shouldn't have heard.
被害者たちはなぜかあなたのお友達グループに全てつながるのです。
偶然に決まってるじゃないですか
前原さん、静かに、静かに。
I don't even, like... And we literally wrote on the dude's shirt that got killed. So... What? Yo, Rika got the... I can't believe Rika has dead parents, and that's not even close to as bad as it gets. I don't even know what to do with this. This is just too much.
みんな見てますよ。
Mion, Satoko, Rika. So what if they're connected? You're telling me all of my friends? Well, Rena's not... Rena's weird, but Rena's not part of this list. It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Oh, Rena's different, isn't she? Rena isn't connected with the victims at all. It's funny. It literally, as soon as I say that, he starts bringing it up. Okay. He said it in a roundabout way. I'm good. This detective, stop smiling. Is he saying that she's also connected? Was suspended? Was suspended from last school? For what? For breaking all the windows. That same spacey Rena had. I couldn't even imagine. That's why she's so good at punching, because she's a monster. You cannot fix her. She needs to be killed, I think. I think they all do. Not the two girls, just the older ones. What the heck is that? Dysautonomia? I'm gonna look that up. Dysautonomia. A dysfunction of the nerves that regulate non-voluntary bodily functions such as heart rate, blood pressure, and sweating. Anxiety, fatigue, sweating, swallowing, headaches. Okay. It's just a debuff? I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I'd heard that it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those match Rena's easygoing personality. Typical girl things, honestly. Oh man. So true. It shows up. What, her dark passenger? I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret. A demon resides in that girl. We can just stop playing. We can just give up. Because clearly we already lost the game. Like, I haven't got a single choice, and we've already lost the game. Like, what do you mean? Turn your smile off. I don't... Wait, no. The therapist said, the counselor. The counselor was like, yeah, a spirit appears in her. Where's your degree from? Where's your degree from? Tell me where your degree's from. I don't get it. Look behind you on your shoulder, Pink. It's just Myrrh, guys. It's just Myrrh. It's, okay. Counselor said, Oyashiro appears in her sometimes, I guess? Like, what do we do? It felt like someone's hand was caressing my back. Why? Why had Brenda spoken of Oyashiro-sama before she even came to Hinamizawa? My Among Us plushie just moved? By the gods. Oyashiro-sama! Appears in her sometimes, I guess. Appeared before she moved, like a ghost. Okay, so she's getting possessed? My mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told. She moved here because she was called here by the guardian spirit that, like, possessed her. Okay. So we lose the game for free? Okay, sure, why not? Yeah, I guess she's not an outsider at all. Frick it. There and back again. My mind went completely blank. It was similar to the static you'd see on a Blink TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension. Okay, so Oshi, we can talk, you and me. Like, let's talk man to man for like 5 seconds. You're telling me You know all about this little group of, like, girls being attached to a yearly murder spree and a yearly disappearance trend, and you've done what to stop it? You don't have anybody, like, I don't know, tailing the girls during the festival to make sure they don't murder somebody? Because, like, or is that what Tokyo Mono was supposed to do with his camera? Because what I'm seeing is that y'all have a consistent pattern of behavior and y'all don't care. With these cops, dude. I'm blaming the cops. That's stalking. If it means that I save girls, or if I save people from dying, I will stalk little girls. Okay, take it back, run it back. Those words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here.
レナのことは分かりました。じゃあその最後の被害者の富武さんはどうなん
You
ですか
think your mind is going blank?
誰と接点があるんですか
Oh my, I'm like actually getting a headache. Irritated, let out one final reprisal.
全員ですよ。お忘れですか、前
Yeah,
原さん。
the writings. You were involved with that
みん
too,
なで楽しくお
dumbass.
祭りの晩を過ごしたじゃないですか。何人もの警官が皆さんの楽しそうな様子を見て。
Yeah, why didn't the officers keep watching? Did they? Maybe they did. Now there was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush.
そろそろ出ましょう。
Oshi, I hate you, I think. I don't like the way he talks. I don't like the way he's speaking to me. Yeah, your friends are insane murderers connected with a recent plan, like consistent deaths, consistent disappearances, and you might be next. Hey, what do you think I should get off the fucking dessert menu? No, Oshi! That's not where we're at! Like, you can't just pretend things are fine with your goofy smile.
前原さん、お昼の薬は飲みました。
Did you take your heart meds? Yeah, I better. I sure hope I did. I completely forgot about the medicine I got today until Oshi-san said that. Why do you know I have medicine? Wait, what? Are you supposed to know that I got medicine? Did I tell you I went to the hospital? I don't trust anybody. I chugged down the medicine. Something. We got in the car and returned to Hinamizawa via the rough road. I never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. But the big jolt was from the difference in elevation when it changed from cement to dirt. We're now in the town again. It was certain that I heard Tomotaki-san's scream. I sensed silence, just letting myself be shaken by that
お家の前
car.
まで送りましょう。今日は病気でお休みだったんですよね。
Correct?
長々とお話ししてしまって申し訳ありませんでした。
Okay, I must have told him, I guess.
なんで俺に話すんですか
I blurted out the question. Really just blurted it out. I didn't expect an answer.
私、一応確認しましたよね。
Yeah, I'm a child, I can't consent.
お話やめましょう
I'm
か。
a child, I can't consent.
じゃなくてどうして俺に接触してきたんですか
I understood quite well that Oshi-san was investigating the string of suspicious incidents. But why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing and I couldn't help. Everything Oshi-san spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, possibly know? By chance, if there was a reason for Oshi-san to reach out to me, then it would have to be that I was part of Mion's circle of friends who looked suspicious to Oshi. Yup, agreed.
私ね、今年で定年なんです。
I don't think I care, but okay.
定年したらばあ様の意向で引っ越しちゃう予定なんですよ。だからこそ在職中にこの事件だけは
He's
は
desperate
っ
to
きりさ
finish
せて
it.
おきたか
Okay.
ったんです。
で大石さんは疑ってるんですよねみんなを
Oshi-san didn't really give a response. It felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings.
この道
You love doing that, Keiichi. You love doing that. Oh, he must, like, not be giving me a response because he cares about how I feel. That's just not giving me... That's not how that works, okay? Oh, they're not telling me about the ritual of the village because they're considerate about my feelings. That's not what's happening. They just don't care about you. Like, stop being so good faith. You're killing me.
前原さん、危ないのはあなたなんですよ。
I know I am. I wanted to reply with that's absurd, but in my downtrodden state, I couldn't bring myself to say
私は
it.
今年で定年ですから来年の綿流しの日にはもういません。だから今年中に決着をつけたいのです。
In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Higurashi, I might be the
所
victim.
長からも注意を受けています。一連の事件は個々に解決しているから蒸し返すな。
The chief's in on it. The chief's in on it. Chief's in on it. I don't care. Chief's in on it.
一種の圧力
Each
です。
incident has been solved. There's currently like 3 still missing people. That's not solved, dumb ass. That's not solved. If people are still missing, missing people cases are inherently not solved. That's like the entire point of a missing persons case, is that they're still missing. That's not like we gave up. That's just like, oh, I guess they're gone forever. Like, that means it's unsolved. Until we find that it's a cold case, you can call it a cold case, but you can't just say it's solved. I'm writing down that I hate the police chief. I don't even know him, but I hate him. Where? Chief is in on it or stupid and brain dead. It's in the notes. See if I give a frick.
圧力って何のですか？
ひなみ沢の誰かですよ。着きました。この辺でいいですか？
After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The AC to outside the car heat transition, I talked about that last time. The chirping of the Higurashi hurt my ears.
今日の話は
The very environment
全て
turns
忘れて
against
くだ
me.
さっても結
I
構
won't mind if you just forgot everything I told you today. You might be a fool for even saying this line.
ですが、私は捜査を続けますよ。お社様のたたりは今年で終わらせます。
Guys, how long until Oshi dies? Like, it's gonna be, what, 10 minutes? I don't know.
何かあったら
He's cooked.
連
Him
絡して
saying,
くれ
like,
ることですか？
this is the year I solve it, then I retire. You're not gonna solve it, and you're gonna be a corpse. Enjoy.
いいんです
Sorry,
よ。
bud.
前原さんがどうしても連絡したくなって
You're dead.
だけ
You're
で
a walking dead person. I wasn't collected enough to understand Oshi-san's roundabout way of
ゆっ
saying it.
くり休んでください。病気で
I'm not
お休
gonna
み
warn you, by the way.
よくない話ばかり
I'm not
申し訳
gonna
あり
warn
ませ
you.
んでしたね。
Answer him and you're banned. True. Yeah, chat, it's rhetorical. It's rhetorical.
私は
I really didn't give any
いつ
sort
で
of
も
response.
あなたの味方です。それだけは信じといてくださいよ。それじゃあ失礼。
The trees crunched over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked up dust. Felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. That was the first time I thought Oshi-san was being unfair, telling me I was going to be the next victim, then just saying to contact him if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing. Now it's just the bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator? Or was it really just Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole.
畜生俺死にたくないよ。
For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car. They're gonna be trying so hard to give us another slice of life scene, and I'm just not gonna be here for it. Don't you dare give me tips right now. Thank you. I wonder how much time had passed since I laid down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. Mom was quite the worry ward. Maybe she had called many times, but I just didn't notice it. Is it really going to be the mom?
もしもし前原ですけど。
お、生きてた。もしもーし。ミオンだけど。具合はどう？
圭一のお友達ですか？
Are you pretending to be the dad?
圭一は休んでますけど。
I'm gonna go crazy. If I had the option to do whatever I want right now, what would I do? $1 billion! $1 bajillion, please! He's pretending to be the dad, and this is obviously not gonna work because this is stupid.
変わりましょうか。
お父様で？
Is he trolling?
すみません。
It worked? Oh, you mean in-game. In-game? Hey, Mom and Dad, people are going missing and dying every year. This village is freaking me out, and my friends are threatening me. Can we leave? Done. We leave. The cops I don't trust because the chief's a problem. Anyone in the town is already cooked. We just gotta go. And if our parents, the thing is, like, if either of our parents we can't trust, then we lose the game for free. Yeah. Okay, he's trolling. The thing is, we do have a year. We do have a full year that we without us being like threatened, so we could take some time to try to like dig more. Keiichi, you're way friendly right now. I'm surprised. I'm surprised he's this friendly. After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me. Satoko was happy and said you got what you deserved. Hey, Neon, what happened to Satoko's parents? And her step-aunt? And her step-uncle? Or her uncle, I think it's just normal uncle? What happened to them? Is that why you take such good care of the girls? Because you feel guilty for being part of their deaths of the parents? Like... Rika is even turning against us, dude. If Keiichi had that, there'd be no plot. Alright.
10秒人ってわけじゃないんだから。
うちのバッチャが山ほどおはぎを作ってさ、お裾分けに持ってけって言ってんだよ。だから持ってくね。
You're using this as an excuse to get closer to me because you don't trust me right now because of what Rena told you. Oh, Rena's coming too? That's not what I agreed to just now. What? She hung up cheerfully. Rena's coming too? Yeah, she hid that. Why would she hide that from me? That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Rena, but I guess if she was with me on... Like, she's hiding that Rena's coming until I've already, like, been like, oh, haha. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. Are they 10 minutes away? Were they already on the way? I think most worrying is the fact that she has a gun! Okay.
元気そうでよかった。心配してたんだよ。
悪かったな。明日にはもう大丈夫だよ。
Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering, and Rena looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. Didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions.
ちょっとお邪魔しようかと思ったけど、まだ本調子じゃないみたいだね。
そうか?
It seemed my face appeared a bit sullen.
じゃあこれ、ケイチくん、みーちゃんのおばあちゃんが作ってくれたおはぎだよ。
Rena held out the package wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in here. It was quite hefty.
Thank you な。ミオンのばあちゃんによろしく伝えといてくれよ。
See, you know the crazy thing? I don't think I would trust these two even in the house at this point. Like, Rena actively and I had like an active moment where like we took the masks off and we straight up like accused each other. And then I just got a bunch of information about people going missing and murder. And then it's like, oh yeah, both of you who are connected to the string of murders and disappearances, come over to my house while I'm alone. I'm gonna get abducted! Like, I'm too paranoid. I'm locking the door and saying, I'm sick, I don't want you to get my cold, don't come over. Like, I can't come. And then I'm not going to school and I'm out of town. Like, it's too dangerous.
その中にね、レナが作ったのも混じってるんだよ。
Get me out of Dodge.
ケイチくんに見つけられるかな。
Yeah, I can taste your love in it.
これ、今日の部活を欠席したケイちゃんへの宿題ね。おはぎにアルファベットがついてるから。
There are letters on each Mochi. Mochi?
お見舞いなのか部活なのかどっちかにしろ。
Yeah, and she has a Glock.
元気元気。これなら明日は大丈夫そうだね。
この騒ぎで熱がぶり返したらどうしてくれんだよ、まったく。
みーちゃん、あんまり騒いじゃ悪いよ。もう行こう。お家の人にも怒られるよ。
Both of them thought my parents were home. Oh my goodness, thank the Lord. Like, we would be dead if no. This is huge. It was because the entranceway was a mess.
そうだね。もう行こっかね。あ、そうそう、ケイちゃん。
Thank goodness.
なんだよ。
I'm scared.
お昼、何食べた？
So they saw me get in the car. Like, we're just doomed. We are actually just doomed. We're actually cooked. Like, I thank goodness they think our parents are home. The sudden question startled me, and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I had never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why is she asking me about what I ate for lunch? What she said was so inane, it was almost meaningless. The way she said it was almost like she didn't even care at all about what I ate. Yeah, she doesn't. She knows.
表で食べたよ。
She must have suspected I was with Oshi-san. Anyway, I felt that if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, then they would read too deep into it, so I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to the efforts I had made, there was a pause before they replied.
ケイチ君、お昼は外食だったんだね。
The glimmer from Rena's eyes had changed at some point as well. It was now sharp, as if to make me feel the faint ignorance behind her words even more. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me.
美味しかった？
なんでそんなことを聞くんだよ。
Good attempt to pivot onto offense. Mion was speaking in an unusually low tone, almost as if she knew that I had eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There's no way they could have known where I was. Bum, 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 ba-da-da. I thought they were gonna switch back to the happy music. That is not happy music. That is a direct line of questioning that's gonna cook us. Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale.
へえ、ケイチ君、それ誰？ひょっとしてこの間の人かな？
Can we please go back to...
かな？
You could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything.
なんでそんなことを。
He just admitted it's true, which is, at this point, like, kind of fine. Because, like, I mean, we're cooked, right? He's already dropped the package, blood drained from face, it's over. Took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking. Okay, that's not terrifying. Thank you. Appreciate that. Mion sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever.
ケイちゃん、何のお話をしてたの？随分と熱くなってたみたいだけど。
It seems like you got pretty worked up over it? What?
みんなの話はしてないよ。
And he admits that like, he's so dumb. Keiichi, it's the second time. I get it if you mess up once with this, but you can't do that same... Oh my goodness, it's the most obvious thing. We weren't talking about you guys. I can't take it. I can't take it. I can't take it.
ミオンともレナとも関係ない。
Keiichi!
聞いてもないのにレナたちの名前が出るなんて。
If you could do anything right now, what would you do? I would not be in this situation. I would be like, okay, you know what? This is the move. You go, okay, so obviously we both know what's going on here. I'm gonna be real with y'all. What is going on? I just want to be like part of the village, and I think you guys are really cool. You just say frick it. You get rid of, because they're gonna beat you in the manipulation shit because you're stupid, right? At this point, he's already lost. He's already got, yeah, he's already lost the game. You have to immediately cut through all of the nonsense and go full, like, honestly, almost full honesty, and it's not full honesty, though. You have to hide what the important information behind the genuine stuff, right? So what you do is you're like, I'm gonna be honest, I've been hearing some really scary things about people going missing, and this guy keeps saying that I'm gonna go missing, and it's freaking me out. I don't know really who he is. He's just some guy, some outsider from out of town that is like trying to work with me and like talk with me and stuff. I don't get it, man. And I'm really scared, and I've tried to talk to you guys about it, and I'm gonna be honest, y'all were kind of weird about it, and so I didn't know what to do. But, like, I really like you guys. I want to be part of the village. I really like this place. Like, what can I, you know, what can I do to, like, make things work, you know? So, you completely flip, like, you tell them what they already know, because they already know this shit. So just tell them a little bit of what they already know, so they're not getting in any new information, and then you're like, and you throw it into their court and be like, what should I do? And so now they're gonna be like, oh shit, he wants to work with us, you know? And then that gets them off your back for a moment. And then as soon as they leave the house, Mom, I want to leave. Like, and then you just get out of Dodge. One day, you just run. You just get out of there. You get your parents and you run. Rena's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much, it felt like it was going to explode. Yeah, so, like, this is so true. This is so true. Them knowing that we went out to lunch is a massive problem. So you just... I couldn't even shake my head. But you can't admit certain things. You know? You have to hide what, you know? I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly. Y'all are just gonna leave? As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out. They both giggled at each other and started making out. I didn't move the muscle since I dropped the package of Mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. What can't you admit? I don't think you can admit that... Like, well, it's... You want to hide as much as you can, right? Because I think what would help them trust you more is if it looked like you didn't know very much and you were just kind of lost, right? And so, if you told them, like, I know that, like, Satoko's parents and blah 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 are all dead. I know that Rika's parents are dead. I know about Satoshi. I know a blank blank. I know about blank. I know that y'all are connected to everything, right? If you say all that, then it's kind of like, it's going to be really hard for them to ever trust you. But if you just say, like, I know that people are dying and I'm scared. Yeah, no, it's like fake honesty, right? It's, you gotta give, like, you gotta hide deceit with a little bit of truth, you know? So you tell them some things, you never say anything not true, you just selectively say what is true, and then you say, I'm at a loss, you know, we're friends, I really want to, I don't know what to do about this, I want to, like, you know, and then you pivot it into, like, an emotional thing of, like, I just want to be part of the town. Yeah, and, like, he came to me and started yapping about a bunch of nonsense, I don't know what to do, I'm just, you know, yeah, like, don't even bring up Tomitake, for example, right? Because maybe they don't know that, like, they don't know what you've been told, they just know that you've been yapping. Except, Rena does know a lot of what you were told because of the phone thing. So you'd probably admit all of that. Yeah. You would want to admit the things that Rena already knows, so it looks like you're being truthful, and then pretend that you don't know that she, like, was at your door. So, like, you just want to look as truthful as you can while keeping ammunition in your pocket, as opposed to lying abruptly about everything and just immediately losing the game. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was just about closed, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak, sending my heart racing once again. Mion, what are you doing? The scene I came in was the girl calling you out on pretending to be honest and double calling your bluff. No, this guy's really bad at talking. If I was talking, I would talk good. That's the main difference here. Keiichi is really bad at lying. He is such a yapper. And so, yeah, I do not trust him to say things. I don't even know what Mion's doing. Like, what? Am I gonna be, like, pulling my pants down as soon as you guys walk out the door? I don't know what you're looking for. Is it just a I'm always watching thing? Dude, Mion, go away! A single eye peered in through the narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again. Come to school tomorrow. She really just said, like, you have to come to school tomorrow. Thud. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle even after their low laughter died off into the distance and silence once more enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. Good! Thank you. At least that's a move. Lock all the windows. That's not even enough. Call your parents. Get them home now. They knew about Oshi-san and I talked about. Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard from the beginning when Oshi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then, what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked to Oshi-san about one thing. They were warning me that that was unnecessary. What was it that Oshi-san talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro-sama's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but were connected as a whole, as well as the fact that there may have been multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa. No, more precisely, that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they were warning me against?
何バカなこと考えてんだよ俺
Would you go to school tomorrow or nah? Nah, bro. Well, no, it depends. I would talk to my parents tonight, and then if they let us leave, then no. But if they are compromised, then yeah. But no, you gotta get out of Dodge. You gotta get away from this nonsense. They're gonna, you probably have a year, but still. I hit my own face hard enough that it let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me from this nightmare, but for some reason it felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. He's weak, bro. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down, calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Oshi-san was probably because somebody from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at the time. They must have told Mion that I was there. That made the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They were just curious since I was together with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they had any ulterior motives. That's it. That has to be it. Is he really coping himself into making the girls look acceptable right now? Hi, parents. Please sell your huge mansion you just bought. My friends are scary. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I don't care. Yes! They're gonna kill me! Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Rena. I was just being strangely ambiguous when I met Oshi-san, and Rena was just correcting me on that. Okay, he's coping. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual mild-mannered Rena, and was just startled by it. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. Felt like my mind was mixed up like a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara. Yo, okay, get rid of the spaghetti metaphor, brother. It's not working. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head. Thinking that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think that they're a good bunch of people. Okay, you know what? I'll flip it. Chat, up to this point, I've been saying get out of Dodge. The only world where you don't get out of, you just leave, by the way, the only world is if you have protective instincts for the two girls, Satoko and Rika. There is a world where you're like, Satoko and Rika are getting hoed. I need to get to the bottom of this to make sure people don't die anymore. Like, there is a world that you try to prioritize the well-being of the town, the well-being of the girls, and ending the curse. And so it's like, I need to, like, go into, like, the belly of the beast to get the information to cause this to stop happening and stop the people from killing other people. That's the only reason you should stay. This coping isn't the move, but if it's like, I need to, like, get to the bottom of this to, like, save people, then yeah, that would be valid. It would be insane and risky, but valid. When I just moved here and couldn't make heads or tails of everything, they were really kind to me. Rena was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really pretty cute. Mion is also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender, and she was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her. And talking of not getting bored, Rambunctious Satoko was a good person for that too. She was pretty bratty, but that was just the way she interacted with others. I'm gonna kill this character. Rika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends! But after hearing of the better untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Oshi-san and Tomotaki-san, when I was told about Oyashiro-sama's curse, things started going crazy. Then hearing from Oshi-san that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. Okay, no, you're wrong. Satoko and Rika are not suspicious, they're victims. Right? The people around them are getting hurt. That doesn't mean they're the problems. They were like 8 years old. I'm going crazy. I'm going insane. Like, Satoko and Rika are not, they're unique. They're completely different than Rena and Mion. After that, everyone changed. That's right. They all started getting weird after Oshi-san told me all that strange stuff. The time I really should have just not listened to those weird stories. I shouldn't have even asked Tomotaki-san about the past incidents on the night of the Watanga Nagashi. If I just hadn't gone that strange sense of curiosity, if I just hadn't. That's right. So that's why they fucked Tomotage-san? Did they censor killed? Did they censor? Wait, they fucked him? I don't get it anymore, chat. I can't take it. Okay, you know what? I'm leaving this on screen. I'm taking a bite of the burrito. It's a burrito pivot. I'm lightheaded. I'm actually lightheaded. I'm actually getting lightheaded, chat. Yo, chat, can I just lay down on my bed for a few minutes? Look, I'm sure I can, can you still see me? Look, I'm just gonna, lay here for a minute, chat. Okay. They censored killed? I guess it's kind of like a... He didn't want to, It's open to interpretation. Okay, so he didn't want to, think the word killed because he's still coping. Yeah. Keiichi's censoring it in his mind. Agreed. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Dude, Keiichi, what are you doing? Keiichi? Wait, that's his name, right? I'm forgetting names. My mind's actually, turning to mush. I don't even want this burrito. That impudent outsider speaking to the likes of me after everybody went out of their way to keep it a secret from me. They'll probably fuck Oshi-san as well? For trying to unearth what everybody was warning me was better left buried. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course, a guy like that is going to be fucked. But Tomotaki-san and Oshi-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't... Okay, new pivot. I'm getting corrupted. Keiichi, is Keiichi, getting, affected by the town? Does the town make people go crazy? Because this is insane mental dialogue. This mental dialogue is insanity. Those guys should just fall to Oyashiro-sama's curse and just fuck? It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. 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 Ding dong! Oh, wait, no. I fell into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling like I had just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I'd completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them, after all. Oh yeah, this Mochi is not going to be full of laxatives because they just want to watch me shit everywhere. Okay, lock in. Okay. Low key, what if Keiichi is getting mind warped? In parentheses, or he's really this cooked. Or he is really this cooked. Mind warped by the town.
どれがレナの手作りか当てないといけないんだよな。
I remember the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club did delivery? That was something else. I picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed into the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh, this was quite a delectable situation I was in. I don't want to hear about your mochi. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it. It's going to be full of aphrodisiacs. That's why they want him to come to school tomorrow. That's why they keep saying fuck. I get it now. Opening up the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside. There were letters written from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, C, D, and E. Now then. They said Rena made one of these. I wonder which one. There wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Rena's had to be different from hers. Oh, yeah, then Mochi, you're supposed to put your ding-dong in it. That's right. Okay, so let's lock in for a few seconds. Just a few seconds, okay? Red bean paste, 5. Red bean paste. Blood, red bean paste. 5 things, 6 pieces. Person cut into 6 pieces. 5 have been found. I don't know. You have the censored version, right? It wasn't she would kind of... Okay. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Rena's had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi that was made very neatly. So all that, just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out.
この一個がレナのか否かが勝負の分かれ目みたいだな。
Calm down and think even harder. Mion had said her grandma made a ton of them and was told to give some out, if I remembered correctly. So that meant 4 of these were from that large batch. Then what about Rena? She probably only made 1. So she probably spent quite a bit of time on it. Meaning the one Rena had made was this one, E. For a moment I thought it may have been a trap Mion laid as she knew I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she said Rena made it, it probably wasn't a trap.
お茶も準備 OK。
Don't eat this. What would you eat? Not this.
まずはディフェンディングチャンピオンのミオンのばあちゃんからだ。どれ？
Not bad. The smooth bean paste and soft chewy texture left little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, how about Rena's? The creation was so delicate, one would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion. But well, first a bite. Feed it to our raccoon to test if it's dangerous. We're so cooked. If we're feeding our friends desserts that they made for us to raccoons to test if they're poisoned, then we have to take a look at our life objectively. This was quite a different one to judge, actually. Difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was little difference in flavor. What was different was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. So the deciding factor would be presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Rena the challenger, with a size you just couldn't get enough of. Are we talking about the bean paste or like boobies? If only I had one bite of Rena's. I'd probably have to wait until after I was done eating to make my decision. Maybe there was something hidden inside that could cause an upset. Oh, a razor blade. It seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. It didn't feel like something edible, so I reached in with my fingers and grabbed it. Yeah, or if you're gonna eat it, open it up. That's a good idea. Open it up before. That's a great idea. What? What was this? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then, after sticking for a moment, it slid down to the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Rena had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a vile act. Then I remembered what I had taken out of my mouth. First, I thought it was a hair. Even though it was shorter than Neon's, Rena's hair was still quite long. And it wasn't this short. It's not a... Okay, I was about to say, what, pubic hair? Like that's insane. Okay, get out of the gutter. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. There was a bit of a metallic sheen on one end of it. Yes, there was a hole for where the thread goes through. Like it was a sewing needle. Yes, that's right. It looked very much like a sewing needle. Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well, quite sharply. It really did look just like a sewing needle. Huh? What did I mean by it looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer. Keiichi, if you ever, in the rest of your life, have internal dialogue that they're not that bad, I'm killing you. Keiichi, I'm killing you. Because you, like it looked like is like, oh, they would never put a sewing needle in my food, so it only looks like one. It's just coping. I can't take it. But a voice inside me already knew and let me know by chattering my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly, I swallowed one. I tasted something metallic and felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck my finger in the back of my mouth and felt around to see if I was bleeding. Suddenly I felt the urge to vomit. The sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth and, after writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time my heart was throbbing intensely. Then it finally registered. Exactly what was mixed in with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Splat. Plop. Splort. I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. It's full of needles? It's full of needles and you didn't taste it? You didn't taste it. The geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly invoked a terrible omen in my mind. After looking away, I dashed out to the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed under my covers until morning. Yeah, have fun explaining that to your parents, by the way. I clutched... Yeah, why are there mochi on the wall that have needles in it? I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. This wasn't a threat or warning or reminder, nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Hinamizawa? What is happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Rena and Mion and others, they consider me an enemy. And they thought I should just die. I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless swamp. The demon's abyss, you mean? I swear, if they get Satoko and Rika, which they will, to hurt us, which they will, then it's over. Also, this is evidence. Like maybe, by the way, if you have the bean paste on the wall and a needle mixed in with it, your parents can come home. You say, my friends put a needle in this mochi and gave it to me to eat. That's enough evidence for them to be like, yeah, your friends are trying to hurt you. And then you add in the other stuff about the town. Like, the cops are talking to me. We need to leave. If your parents don't let you leave, then your parents want you dead. I'm gonna be honest at this point. Threat. What's a drug that makes you commit suicide? I hate Oshi, by the way. There's nobody... Satoko and Rika are literally the only two characters that are on our side. And the only reason I say that is because they're victims, and they're children, so even if they weren't on our side, I wouldn't blame them because they're too young to, like, for me to blame. I'm going crazy. No, we can't trust the teacher. We're not trusting the teacher, Steve. No, she's hot. I get it. I would do a lot of things to be with her. I would prostrate myself. I would try to, like, break her up with her husband. I would do anything. I'd be a homewrecker. I'd be a menace. I would do anything. But I wouldn't die. All right? I wouldn't let the person that got Satoko's family killed to get away with it, okay? Because Satoko's my girl, and Rika's my girl, and they're victims, and we need to fix this. The reason they're angry is because we haven't tasted the old man yet. I'm never reading chat again. We need to taste Oishi. I just read chat again. I can't even... okay. Lock in.
例えば一般的な心理学見地から言えばじゃが、心理面が内向状態から外向状態に転じるときに最も自殺が多いと言われちょる。
Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar disorder is characterized by a passive depressed state accompanied by a very active manic state.
内向状態の時は自信を喪失し、
And that gets in the way of them.
悲観的だ。
Yeah, it's because the hype energy. You get manic and you're like, I can do anything, which means I can finally kill
自殺
myself.
をする気力すらないからだ。
You know, in game.
逆の状態もまた自殺をせん。今度は逆に非常に自信過剰で行動的なので、自らを順風満帆と思う。だから自殺はせん
Oishi tastes like rotten cheese is not what I was expecting to be reading right today.
なるほどね。どっちの状態でも自殺をしないのに、状態が入れ替わるときに自殺するんですか？
内向状態には自殺願望はあるが、自殺という大仕事を遂げる気力すらもない。
What might make someone depressed?
外向状態
Okay,
が始まる。
forensic investigator, stop yapping. It's my turn. It's my turn. It's my turn. It's my turn. I need you to be quiet. Okay, thank you. What might cause somebody to go from a state of depression into a state of mania, right? Maybe it would be like, I don't know, the girls that you were hanging out with at the festival surround you and start beating you up and are telling you that you're cringe and they want you to die. Now you're in a state of depression. And then the girl you're with gives you sudden sloppy toppy while giving you a bunch of drugs. Now you're manic. I think I would start ripping out my own throat too. Alright, that didn't make any sense. Anyways.
なるほど。
Lock in.
つまり自殺する気力が回復するわけですね。
そういうことじゃのう。だからこの時期に 変な気を起こさんように処方箋を施すわけじゃな。
では富武氏はこの心理状態だったんですかね。
一般的に自殺はちゃんとした文化的な手法で行われる。道具を使用してな。自虐行動とは全く違うぞい。
富武氏の自殺は文化的じゃないですよね。ではやっぱり何かの中毒と考えるのが自然ですか。最初に言った自殺したくなる精神状態。
Yeah, why are we going on this tangent about bipolar disorder, bro? Give me the
通訳の一
facts.
部には心理を内向から
There we go.
外向に
Thank you.
過剰転換
I
させ
think
る
he
効
solved
果
it,
がある
chat.
と報告されとる。
This guy's a
それから
genius.
催眠作用を持つ薬を異常摂取した場合にも
But
異常
but
行動
those
が
weren't in the
報告されと
toxicology,
るが
right? I need to
一般
know
的ではないの。
this information is not helpful unless we can declare like, and barbiturates don't show up in toxicology, or and meth doesn't show up in toxicology, right? Otherwise, we know it's not those
その
things,
2つは検視の報告だと
which is
違う
what
みたいで
Oshi's
す
saying right
ね。
now.
他の可能性は
Thank
あ
you, Oshi.
とは病気しか考えられん。甲状腺異常を引き起こす病気にしばしばそれに似た症状が報告されとる。だがそれらは概して特徴
Wait,
的
why
な
is
症
this
状が
important?
多い。
Wait. Graves' disease. Why do I feel like I know what this is? Why do I feel like this is relevant? Wait. What is the thyroid? Lock in. Does somebody have? I feel like somebody might have this or something. This feels so familiar. I don't know though. I don't think I have this in my notes anywhere. Maybe I'm just tripping.
仏は違うの。
もっと突発的に発生するものはありませんかね。
Graves' disease.
今回のケースと合うような突発性で自殺したくなるようなやつです。
他にはそうじゃな。脳障害によって精神に異常を発生する状態じゃな。
They hit him in the head hard enough.
これは
He
薬
like
物中毒でも起こるが、脳の外傷
that
や
would be kind of
一部の
insane.
病気なんかでも起こる。
つまり薬によらなくても異常な精神状態に陥る可能性
Yeah,
が
I
あ
mean,
る。
if they beat your head in and then chant it around you, like claw out your own
仏
throat,
は
like
犯
I
人
don't
に
know.
囲まれて命に危険が迫っとったんじゃろ。極度の緊張が続いて、それに分泌異常が重なって、
Yeah,
さらに
I
打ちど
guess.
ころが悪くて脳に障害が起こり自虐行動に走った。
もうちょっと省略して言ってくれませんかね。
つまり乱闘中に豆腐の角に頭ぶつけてそれで異常が発生したと言っとるんだ。
Ah, the cops. I don't like these cops. These cops drive me crazy.
じゃあ星には殺意はなかったってことですかね。ちょいと小銭を巻き上げようと思ったらたまたま殴りどころが悪かったと。
Troll, haha, funny. The two plump men laughed
なん
hoarsely.
てわけはありませんね。
Of course they're
い
plump.
かにも薬物の常用にせよ精神的なものにせよ仏の身元が鍵を握っとるぞい。そっちはどうなっとるんじゃ。
あら、こんな時間。そろそろ戻らないとクマちゃん怒っちゃいますね。
Kuma. I'm just writing down names. Names are like the most important thing in this thing. Kuma. Where's Oshi in my notes? Okay. Kuma is wife or something. So if he ever says, my dear Kuma-chan, then we'll know what's up.
おお、頑張れよ。いいお年をの。
いいお年を。
Threat. Get off my screen.
今の皆さんは確か
議員バッジが2人いたっすね。
Kumagai. My notes for Kumagai are just another cop.
じゃあ 剣技と試技の園崎だ。
Sonozaki is, I think, Mion. Yeah, it's Mion's people.
面白いっすね。親戚同士で剣技と試技やってんすか。
これがずるいんですよ。お互いの名前で事前運動バンバン。
I feel like I gotta write down the roles. Parents are prefectural assembly member and city councilor. And then I think they also had to do with the like guardians thing.
片方の選挙中にはもう片方が別に講演会を開いて二重に選挙運動やってんですよ。堂々と。
よくわかんないんすけど、それって公選法違反じゃないんすか？
事前運動にならない限り政治活動は無制限ですからね。クーマちゃん、そんなんじゃ選対本部好きになった時大変ですよ。公選法くらいは勉強してください。
俺、知能犯科は無理っす。バカですから。
Worst self-deprecating humor joke I've ever heard. Keiichi the goat, by the way. Yo, chat. I don't know if I can take it anymore. I don't know if I can. Keiichi's driving me crazy! There was a prefectural assembly member Sonozaki and the city councilor Sonozaki. Also the mayor of Hinamizawa. So they're all influenced by the Sonozaki family. What crap.
お見送りしてんのは副所長とうちの課長っすね。
No one is locked in. It came to me. Who's me in this situation? That night when the tournament chief invited me along to get some Odin, I thought that was it. Am I Oshi? Is this from Oshi's perspective? I'm not writing this guy's name down. I don't think I give a frick. I probably should. I'm gonna write it down. Tamasugi. Takasugi. Takasugi. Are you delusional? That's so funny. Right now he's going crazy. Maybe we'll have a redemption arc for this guy, but oh my goodness, has he dug himself into a deep hole. Prefectural Assembly Member Sozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't handle being yelled at by them. They're like Yakuza. Oh, is Takasugi... Wait, who's Takasugi here? Is this the chief? Department chief. I think this is department chief. Okay. Department chief. Takasugi. No, Takasugi I don't think I have in my notes yet. Yeah. There was a period of silence. While we were silent, we made headway on our food and drink. So, yeah, because I think this guy's in on it. That's right, that's right. Maybe in on it with the town stuff, because he doesn't like that the old cases are being brought up again. That's right. Because, yeah, I hate this guy. That's true. Yeah, and I was saying that because previously he was saying that the cases weren't connected and that the missing person cases were completed, which is not true because that's just not how missing case, like, that's just insane. So yeah, Takasugi sucks. Tell me a good horse again?
大井さんと同じ馬を買うから。
Oh, horse racing. Okay. Like a gambling
最近は
metaphor.
ダメです。
Oh, they're actually gambling. Okay, not a metaphor.
馬の声がさっぱりですから。タクシー
I'm going by train. The department chief is taking a taxi. I have my own car, but it'd be rash to drive it home. Can't blow it right before retirement with a DUI. Even though he could still rattle off, it looked like his legs were already jelly. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver the department chief's address.
ではではまた明日。良いお年を。
大井さん。
I have seen Squid Game Season 1. Or
Aye, aye.
Episode 1.
過去の事件は全部個別に終わってる。縦に並べるのはやめるんだよ。
See, this chief is
俺らの連
corrupt.
中は半ば本気でタタリを信じてるんだ。
Or if he's not corrupt, he's a fool.
私だってたたりなん
And
か
at,
信じて
there
い
comes
ま
a
せん
point that I don't care the difference.
大石さんは来年で退職じゃないですか。退職金でローン返してお母さんと北海道
Now he's like, come on, man, you're really gonna stir that up? But he took it down because he's a coward. I took it down because it was incomplete because copyright was so annoying with it. Oh my goodness, it was annoying. And the videos were bad because it was old.
ばあ様がどうしても生まれの北海道に帰りたいって泣くんですよ。最後のご奉公なんです。退職金は、はあ、すすきので楽しむことにします。な、
所長は退職時特別昇給を見直すかもってさ。
What? Public servant severance payment is calculated based on their monthly salary when they retire. So a special promotion of 2 pay grades is given before retirement. This tops up the employee's severance payment. That tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, it's not exactly a commendable custom. Incidentally, the difference the 2 pay grades makes to the payout is quite
さ
significant.
すがインテリの若所長は言い出すことが模範的です。でもまあ、私たちの給料が血税で支払われてることを思えば、まあ、時代の流れですかね。
It certainly wasn't a laughing matter, but I'll laugh through it anyway. Okay, so this is 100% Oshi's inner thoughts.
でもまあ、大石さんはそれだけの退職金をもらってもおかしくない活躍をしてきたからさ。僕としてはぜひもらってほしいんだよ。
もらえるもんならそりゃ欲しいですけどね。
もらえるよ。
A second Dr. Pepper has hit the
大
stream.
人なら。
Lock in.
運転手さん、引き止めてすみませんね。お願いします。
Closed the door roughly, interrupting the department chief's conversation a bit rudely. It looked like he still had something to say, but he just smiled wryly and waved. I waved in return. The cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared among the sea of lights.
参ったな。ローン返済できるかな。
So true, Sith. I don't know. Because I hate Oshi! The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence, as if whomever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. Of all the things I should have been doing, I continued on with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please, just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If they came into my room right now, then... Parents, please? I sprang to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door. Good move. That's something. At least he had something of, like, throw a blinding thing and then maybe fly past him. Jeez.
どうしたの？
あ、ごめん、寝ぼけてた。
I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m., but the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have fallen asleep right after that. Then I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up and my sense of balance felt off. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well.
どうケイチ？体の調子はどう？
Remember when you were threatened, though, about going to school? I felt far from well enough. No, I wasn't mentally fit to go. I was still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? Or what if it had pierced my tongue? It was undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were other, more certain ways to do it. They weren't trying to kill you, it was just like being a dickhead. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from Rena and Mion. Aren't you glad he didn't die? But next time we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending him a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this. So if Keiichi doesn't tell his parents about this, he deserves what's coming to him? Maybe? I don't know. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill. Mom, my friends tried to kill me. I'd heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance. But it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone. Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping it second day. I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mom didn't question me any further about it. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. I can't take it! I can't take it! You have to tell your mom! Like, why aren't you telling your mom? When Mion said as she left yesterday, I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow, came back and dwelled in the back of my head. What did she mean by that? I didn't even have to really think about it. She was saying, don't be absent. Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should just go about living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. If I acted differently, someone like Oshi-san, for example, might end up noticing that something is up. Meaning, if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from the norm, in effect, it would end up communicating something to those who were undesirable. And it seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So, if I just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it was going to be? All that misery I experienced up until yesterday would almost creepily just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep on living like normal. Yeah, guys, yeah, it'll all go back to normal. Yeah. I swallowed hard. I once again deliberated on the idea that I had just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. Man, I really care about my friends. And so I put a razor blade in their lollipop. She was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rule of theirs, a chance. Yeah. Because she could have put a bomb in my lollipop. It was only a razor blade. I had a chance to live. Wow, what a nice soul. What was what I did really something so unforgivable? But Mion had given me another chance. She was saying if I just forgot everything and kept living on like I had been, I'd be forgiven. I swear, like Keiichi is brain dead, which is okay. Like, is he getting cursed? Is his brain being melted by the village's influence? Or is he really just dumb? Because you gotta tell your parents. You just gotta. Like coping, because the thing is, it's not like she's actually, like, he's coming to conclusions that are insane, you know? Because if they explicitly said to him, like, but everything's normal, right? We can just all be friends and then nothing will go wrong. Like, if they were being creepy, but were, like, being normal about it, then, like, I could see him, like if they gave him the idea of, like, yeah, like, if you were acting normal, we would be normal, then at least he could latch onto that, right? The problem is that they're not even giving him that idea. They're putting needles into food and being insane and creepy and like stalking him, and he's still giving them the benefit of the doubt. That's the insane part. So Keiichi, pull the curse out of your head that, if it exists, and lock in. I'm coming. I crammed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. Like, the copium's insane. I picked up my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed like I didn't have much time. It was already past when I usually met up with Rena. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. I need to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that happened the past 2 days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I'll have to be where I normally meet up with Rena. Day of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. Ding dong. I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled that Rena had arrived. Mom heard me along. Would you give me the benefit of the doubt if I was insane and creepy and stalked you? Well, obviously I would to you, but not to these fools. Come on, chat. You and me are close, chat. I would always give you the benefit of the doubt. My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Does Kaiichi have the communication skill to justify explaining it to his parents? It's his parents, bro. You gotta. You just gotta. You just gotta. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Rena, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. The Rena on the other side, was it the Rena I knew? Couldn't keep her waiting. I need to do things as usual.
Ohayo.
I'm gonna kill you. An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway.
Keiichi-kun, 遅かったから来てみたけど、今日はどうかな？かな？
And the manner in which Rena was concerned was, without a doubt, the Rena I knew. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their death, and the terminal illness and suicide, the fatal beatings, and the disappearances. Forget it. Forget all of it. Forget the guy that died. Forget Toki Tame, or whatever his name. Forget your friend. Forget the camera guy. Forget everything. Tomitake. Forget it. Who cares? Forget that Rena and Mion were scary. Of course. Forget it all. Forget about all of it. Forget about the Mochi, too. Forget, forget, forget. Rena, once again, has to make sure.
行けそう？
あ、大丈夫だよ。
よかった。じゃあ行こう。みーちゃん待ってるよ。
We should claw her throat out. We can test the theory of clawing throats out. We don't even have to use our own throat, I just realized. We can use her throat. We can use her throat? Rena showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. Don't do it! Okay, I thought she was about to scare me.
なのにさとこちゃんね、絶対にできるって意地になっちゃって。
As we were walking, Rena talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual.
それで？
さとこちゃん不吉祥だから何度やってもできないの。はかいかったんだよ。
Everything Rena talked about was just silly nonsense, so I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. We passed by one of our neighbors and they called out to us.
ケイチちゃんにレナちゃん、今日はちょっと遅いんじゃないの？ミオンちゃん、先に行くって言ってたわよ。
ああ、みーちゃん怒ってるかな？怒ってるかな？早く行こう、ケイチ君。
After greeting our neighbor with a smile, Rena turned back to me and poked her tongue out. Okay, I can't handle this. Like, okay. Personally, whenever there's like social nonsense in my life, I like acting like everything's fine up to a point, right? It's like, I'm really good at faking it and being like sociable even when there's problems up to a point. But as soon as it hits like, as soon as it crosses a point of no return, and, like, it becomes known, and it goes from being under the table to over, I'm not pretending anymore. Like, there's no point. So this is crazy. After greeting our neighbor with a smile, Rena turned back to me and poked her tongue out. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile.
ケイチ君笑った？
なんだよ。
Is that the first time we've smiled? Rena stopped and stared at me.
ケイチ君、今朝もなんか元気なかったから、まだ風邪が治らないのかなって思ってたけど、大丈夫みたいだね。だね。
With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Kichi Meibara. How can you still doubt Rena after she shows you a smile like that? Maybe I just had a high fever up until today, and I imagined everything that I thought happened because I was bedridden and delirious. Yeah, I imagined everything. And remember when I imagined that I threw the bean paste at the wall and then my parents afterwards asked me about it? I imagined it, and so did them. I can't take it. I really can't take it. He's insane. I really hope this was the case. If God would grant me just one wish, there's only one thing that I'd wish for. I'd want what had happened in the past few days, more specifically from the night of the Wataga Nagashi up until last night, when all that to have never happened. I wonder how many times I'd wished for these past few days. As long as Rena kept on smiling like this, I think it might just become reality. So I wanted Rena to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling. And she's about to scare us. Right now. Music and... Yep. Like... Yeah, go, yeah. Oh, oh! I did! It was delicious! The vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Rena's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual. Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? Of course, she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Rena was asking, did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that. Yeah, like he's literally girl bossing himself. I was reluctant to give an answer. Rena stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Don't hesitate, Keiichi Maebara. Rena was acting the same as always, wasn't she? You need to respond in my usual way. Naturally, of course. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry, and my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. Rena playfully mimicked what I said when I finally squeaked something out. Rena's reaction was still normal. It seems that there wasn't as long of a pause as I had thought. Somehow, I finally squeaked out the rest. However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Rena's expression. For a moment, I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. I feel like her eyes just did a weird thing for like a split second. But after a few moments, Rena broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well. Don't say some nonsense. That's nonsense. Like, you can tell that they're about to say nonsense because the cicadas go away. And then right before it, you can always feel that she's about to say some nonsense. My timid smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I would say, like, yeah, and yours was E. And it was especially delicious. And I hope you never make me that kind of mochi again. You know, like, you gotta tell her that. I don't know why he's doing this. I don't get this. I was scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it. Misplay. Because now it sounds like you didn't get the message. Like, dude! I'm taking a piss break. I don't even give a frick. This guy's... I can't handle him. I gotta, like, piss him out of my system real quick. Honestly. Like, he's misplaying. He's like, it's like she's making it easy for you, dude. She's explicitly referencing the event that happened, and she's trying to... You literally, in the log, say... In other words, Rena was asking, did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that. Agreed. That's absolutely what Rena is asking. She is saying, did you get the message? The message was the needle, right? There's no other way we can think about it. And so he says, it was delicious. I didn't eat all of them. There's still some left. Which is basically him saying, I didn't get the message. Why would you tell her that? Huh? Yeah, great question. Yeah, let's see how you respond to this. Why? I don't know why. You're just gonna pretend it didn't happen? You literally correctly clock that she wants to know if you ate the needle or know about the needle. And you pretend that it didn't happen? Is this just giga denial? Like, you gotta play the game they're giving you. You gotta be like, yes, I got the message, I understand. That, you know, because now it just looks like they need to give you another message. See, there's probably a penalty game. They're gonna hit you with another punishment. We both laughed at each other again. To a casual observer, it was just a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then I'd think that it was just the usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Rena. I recalled that unexpected piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Rena's mouth. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular moment that something evil had possessed Rena? Yeah, let's just believe in possession. No, that was wrong. That was still Rena. Oshi-san told me, didn't he? Agreed. Correct. We were talking about bipolar, you know? The windows. Good point. Keiichi is driving me crazy. Like if he's pretending to be normal in the worst way. If you want to pretend to be normal, you have to agree with what they're saying. Rena had a disorder that normal people didn't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, the fact would not change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. It was if it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. But she broke all of the windows all throughout her school. Just imagine going through your own school and breaking the windows with a bat. Art? We're getting a lot of her legs. Swinging full first at each pane of glass, one after another, paying no need to the flying shards. Your classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with the Rena smiling at me now. But I just had to imagine it. Impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. I'm glad. I'm glad you finally recognize how naive and idiotic your thinking has been. It's okay. It's okay. We're making progress. The unpleasant piercing sound of shattered glass. The crunching noise as Rena treads across the burned shards, walking towards me. Oh, now she's gonna hit me with the bat. Rena's classmates going pale as they forgot to even breathe. I wonder what they did as Rena came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room to call for the teachers? Probably none of those. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Rena busting window after window, undoubtedly all they could do was silently clear a path for her. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Rena to continue. It'd be cruel to blame anyone for looking the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Rena's new target. This is very reminiscent of the whole, like, the demons have a target, don't protect the victims. It's very much the same thing. What would Rena have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Meaning I would be the next window. Rena staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Then Rena struck me with the bat over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched down on the floor, desperately protecting my head. Rena didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Zealously, she hit me again and again. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? Chat, she's a 10 out of 10, but she hits you with a bat. Still a 10 out of 10? It reminds me of that one image that's like I have this like fantasy where Misato comes home drunk and beats me black and blue and then starts crying and cradles me and apologizes. Am I cooked? It's very much one of those. How often? Often and like at least once every like month or two. So like consistent enough that like it's a thing, but uncommon enough that you can never have it scheduled. So you never know when it's about to happen. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Smile. No? She just doesn't give a frick? Her expression was so indifferent it was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, it didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Rena wanted didn't come out. Our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me. Turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out? Bro, I hope you realize the hypocrisy of, and if I keep turning a blind eye when they're killing people, then I'm just as bad. But of course, everyone in class scrambled to attain the highest standardized test scores. They'd gain nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me. Sif, what? I could see myself going Stockholm Syndrome / toxic relationship with her? Sif, you deserve better than to get beaten by your girlfriend. Like, let's be honest with ourselves. Eventually there would be a faint sound, similar to when you crack open a walnut and some sort of reddish-black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Rena momentarily lost herself in her anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Oshi-san told me.
そのカウンセリングをした医師のカルテにレナさんの会話内容が記載されているんですがね、その中に出てくる結構
This is so brain dead.
何がです？
出てくるんですよ。親代様って単語が。
I guess she wasn't the counselor, but she was Rena. Following that, Rena was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then, as Rena was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama. You already told me this! Okay. Lock in. That was only a piece of the conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture, but it was by no means a happy little conversation. Then what Rena did, was she saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. The problem is, who gives a frick? It's not just Rena, it's also the others. It's also Mion. You know? You can't just... Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Oshi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not some of a curse. Except if it was people perpetuating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have to believe that those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in the incidents. Why? How? For what reason? Was Rena? Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting it was just Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Rena had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So that's how it was. There wasn't a second side to Rena. She did that. Because she was possessed by something strange, like Oyashiro-sama. Cope! It wasn't Rena's fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame. I knew. This was all backwards. Refusing to believe there was a curse. I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse to blame. Good self-awareness! Which was the better choice, accepting that Oyashiro-sama's curse exists, or that Ren and the rest of them were deeply involved in the string of mysterious deaths. The better answer is the truth, because the truth will set you free. I didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I wanted to believe that, but that was no longer possible. I received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning to my own convenience. Regardless of whether my opponent were a human or a curse, I wouldn't let it kill me. As if I would just bend over and give in. Chat, would you ever just bend over and give in? For no good reason at all? Keiichi's psychology / inner monologue is so interesting to me. It drives me insane. I'm gonna be honest. It drives me insane and it makes me want to kill him. Keiichi is losing his mind. It's so cope. It's just the cope circles are like driving me crazy. At least he's catching it, you know? At least he's catching what he's doing.
さっきから変な顔してる。
And let them fuck you. Exactly.
なんでだろう。だろう。
Inhaling sharply upon hearing Rena's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exorcised all those terrifying thoughts. Exorcise is fun word choice because possession. No matter how you looked at it, there's no way Rena could have done such terrible things. Copium? It was like I was trying to placate myself. Awareness of copium? Low-key realistic, though? If you are a beta-brained fool, then sure. Like, dude! Maybe it's just because my mind is a gigafortress of power and awareness, you know? And so maybe it's just like it's driving me crazy to see somebody else's inner monologue that's a mess. Because my inner monologue is the GOAT. Maybe that's the situation. As I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. Sotoko, my GOAT. The chalk dust went in my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony.
ずる休みの圭一さんにはお似合いですことよ。圭一もレナもおはようございますです。おはよう、さとこちゃんにリカちゃん。
Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't really react to Sotoko's trap. Suko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently.
何なんですの？張り合いがありませんわ。圭一、まだ本調子じゃないみたいです。
What did y'all say about me when I was gone?
うん。だから今日は加減してあげてね。
Don't. Implied bro is like 13 to 15. Good night, Zoe. Dude. Me at 13? Okay. You have to tell your parents. That one's inexcusable. You have to tell your parents. You have to tell your parents. Like, that's the end all be all. And Rena! You at 13 was going in a van? Me at 13 is not. Me at 13 is the GOAT. Me at 13 is locked the frick in. I was a locked in child. Suddenly there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit. Mion, watch yourself. That hurt. She's doing it painful enough to hurt to send a message. Stop being a dickhead. It was Mion. My mind was full with the stuff about Rena, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember Keiichi? That hawkish gaze from yesterday.
Ohayo.
Yeah, take it easy on me. Let me acclimate again. Who is the Oshi in your life? Are you trying to ask me who's the middle-aged man that I tasted? Okay. Yo, why am I playing this shit? What is this? What, like... You at 13 is murdering everyone with Mion's gun and going to jail for life. Me at 13 had depression. I mean, I still do, but whatever. I was pretty depressed in my teenage years too, but I think was it 13? Actually, no, that was about the start of my depression maxing, actually, yeah. I was, like, really depressed from, like, 13 to, like 18, 19. Like, my entire... And honestly, till, like, 20, you know. But I've kind of turned around since. But, no, yeah, it was definitely... But the thing is, when I was depressed, I was even more goated. I'm gonna be honest. Being depressed made me, like, actually, like... Because I was, like, apathy maxing. Which means, like, I was just resistant to everything. Including happiness. But it also meant, like, you know... That also meant resistant to the Glock. Bah, bah, bah! I would have been ready. I would have been locked in. Okay, lock in, chat. Stop talking about me when I was 13 and start talking about this guy when he's 13, which is now. I literally had no idea some of my good friends were bullying my other good friends. Jeez, man. Yeah, dude, kids are messed up, bro. Some of my friends were kind of light bullies. Not really bullies, but like... You know. Yeah, it's complicated. In the past. I'm like this because I ate them. Those words were itching to be blurted out. I just don't get what he's doing here. I just don't get what he's doing here. It's such a bad
い
play.
くつかは食べたけどだいぶ
It's such an awful play, Keiji!
あれじゃあ宿題はどれがレナの手作りか
Why are you doing this? I don't get it!
ケイチくん宿題忘れなんだってありゃじゃあ仕方ないね
What's the penalty? Oh no, don't pull my pants down. Like, it's not fun anymore. It's gonna be like stabbing me to death. Flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchanges that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that, regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Maebara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. Please show me her. Oh my goodness. Finally. Can I just hug you and, like, give you a kiss, please? It would make me feel so much better. Respectfully, with consent. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. Yo, the teacher's in on it too. Like, I can't trust anybody. That's the real problem. I swear, if you hit me with tips, I'm gonna throw a fit. This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. True, FBI. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I'd fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oshi-san multiple times, I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. See, the problem is now he's not going to feel like he can... Burrito envy. I'm so sorry. The problem is now he's going to feel like he can't reach out to Oshi anymore, which is going to, like, alienate him from the people that are actually, like, trying to help him. So it's almost like a Stockholm type thing. The warning yesterday with the Mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understanding things. They probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time, until they had a method of completely erasing me. They were just biding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation on my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using this seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Keiichi and Mion are 14, Rena is 13, Sotoko and Rika are 9 through 11. 14. Damn. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. You also have to think, though, that, like, in comparison to the other, like, Rena and Mion are, like, smart and, like, observant and scary. And so, in comparison, Keiichi looks, like, really mentally weak, you know, because they're so threatening, and they're the same age as him, so it makes him look, like, bad. Because they're all the same age, you know? But were they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected them, I felt I had to cover for them. Even having witnessed all their suspicious behavior, a morning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I want to believe. Doubting my friends, covering for them. My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. But really, Rena and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. Are you an idiot, Keiichi Maebara? The answer should be obvious, but maybe that sewing needle might have just been an accident, right? How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. He's literally, like, fighting with himself right now. Both Rena and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious, it was outright ludicrous, right? Rena just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked about what I had for lunch. Rena was standing outside my door eavesdropping for a solid hour? She was probably just waiting for my phone call to end. For a whole hour outside your room? And is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You heard from Oshi-san, didn't you? About what Rena did at her former school? at the hospital. She said it was Oyashiro-sama's fault. You said that out loud? It's perhaps the worst play of all time. Like, I'm aghast. I'm aghast. I'm disappointed. I'm upset. I'm angry. I'm sad. I'm unresolved with how many emotions I'm feeling. He's perhaps throwing the match more than anyone in any story I've consumed. I inadvertently blurted those words out loud. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone else had heard it. My little soliloquy cut a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Rena and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. This late in the game, such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student, a man living his normal, ordinary life. A boy living his normal, ordinary life. Do you think I could suddenly believe that my friends, who I had been happily laughing together up until last Sunday, now intended to kill me? Right? I've seen more cope IRL in the Discord. True. Yeah, I mean, people cope a lot. But I will not defend this. I will not allow... Oh, he's just a boy. Then become better. You're gonna die. This time I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. There was one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely... You have to be hard. Make yourself as hard as you can be right now, and then while you're hard, go talk to Rena and Mion. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Rena and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Oshi-san when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. He's soft when he's talking to Oshi-san. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try to kill me. I needed to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the end of the class. So soon. The day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I would have probably happily jumped into that circle. Satoko, can we just chat one-on-one and you can make me feel better by just being normal? Because you're normal. I trust Satoko and Rika to a degree. I trust them more than the other two, obviously, because they're victims. The way Satoko spoke was so typical and familiar. It's almost physically hurt. They could flip and be evil too, but even if they were, it's... Seeing Rena's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey, Keiichi, maybe Oshi-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others by lying to me. The cognitive dissonance. It sucks because he's trying to play a cognitively dissonant position, but he doesn't know how, right? Because he's trying to play a position where he's, like, acting normal, but then he has all the knowledge. And he doesn't have the giga brain capability to separate it. And so he's struggling to act normal without also, like, forgetting all the knowledge. If he's the GOAT, then he can act normal while internal... Like, he doesn't know how to put up appearances. He doesn't know how to lie. He doesn't know how to have a facade. He doesn't know how to wear a mask. And so he has to... he's genuinely struggling because he's trying to make it genuine. Slap. Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face. Yeah, was Rena really trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me if it was a hoax. I didn't care if it was actually one or not. I just wanted someone to say it was. God, yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive? Goated split personality. Maybe they're trying to turn him into a split personality, bipolar, new vessel of... Okay, frick it. He's the new vessel of frickin' the thing. The god. He's gonna be the new vessel of Oyashiro. Rena's the vessel right now. They want to cure her, and so they're putting him into a cognitively dissonant position to make him bipolar in order for him to be a proper vessel for Oyashiro to cure Rena. It's a complete random throw-it-at-the-wall theory. Frick it! Apparently that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Rena.
Yeah, いい。ごめん。一人で帰れる。部活はみんなでやってくれよ。
He's throwing the match so hard. Oh, I didn't eat the mochi. Oh, I'm gonna leave now. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily.
ケイちゃんがリベンジ熱望してたってんで、今日はせっかくこの間の推理ゲームにしたってのにな。ケイチさんにはリターンマッチに臨む熱いハートはありませんですの？情けないですわね。
Wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head.
ケイチ、具合悪そうです。かわいそうですよ。
It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. It felt so nice, which made things even harder. Which made what even harder? My thoughts were incoherent as Helen genuinely recognized some of myself in him. It's like, yeah, I mean, my problem with, like, trying to give him the age defense is, like, you just have to go to your parents, you know? You have to talk to a trusted adult. But if he was never taught that, then he's just hoed. Like, I get it, but, like, dude. Oh my goodness, it's killing me. It's killing me! That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind. Took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Forward. Harden that heart, Keiichi Maebara. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. Yeah, he's given up on the play normal thing. But I couldn't hate them, because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivete, while another part I lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. I don't have friends, so this could have never been me. Aw, Puffy. Felt like my personality was being ripped in two along with my body. That's kind of what I was just saying. If this is what Yashiro-sama's curse was like, wow, it's almost like what I just said 2 seconds ago! That it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro-sama, I was wrong for not believing in your curse, but I believed in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist, so seriously, give me a break. I beg you, come on. Tip menu? No. Dinner was unusually bland. Had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got to his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Just my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he had just reached a good point to take a break, or he was in a slump.
作家のモチベーションってものを理解してないんだよ、彼は。
タイアップの話だって口約束なんでしょ？そんなに反りが合わないならきっぱりお断りしたら？
助け合いの世界だからお互い様だとは思うんだけど、これじゃ仕事にな。
I wasn't able to pick up much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought processes I'd going all day long. Friends close to me? No, they used to be friends. But I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. Perhaps I trusted people I could depend on when push came to shove. They were something I just didn't have. Maybe you have two of them in front of you. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the currently hopeless situation I was in. Okay, so he doesn't consider Oshi his ally or his parents? Maybe your parents are a move right here. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my parents everything. Yo, please. Please! What's the excuse? Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinazawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Rena, for example. That neighborly Rena who was so diligent in looking after me came to get me every day and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained, it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. It's almost like you have a cop. It's almost like you have a cop that is a... Like, you could just have the cop talk to your parents if you need evidence. Like, sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No, by informing the innocent... You can move away. Like, man! You can move away! By informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. Okay, I can take that. That's a fine point. Fair. That's fine. Saying that they couldn't do anything is stupid because they can move. Drag you off to a psychiatrist, you have the cop, but, like, okay. Like, I'll trust that it's just the relationship's that bad. For the entire Mayabara family to have an accident or just to vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important was that knowing something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. Which means that this house would be a safe haven as long as my parents were in. I knew that these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of conjecture. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Oshi-san. Him and him alone. He was the only person who would understand the situation I was in. But talking with him makes them more antagonistic against you. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating. Oshi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning, it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then when the fish started gathering around, Oshi-san would pull up the big hole. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought that was the best course of action. So then, what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough to tag out to Oshi-san. No question, it was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oshi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa. So if I phoned him in my moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. So I need to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something, I just have to hide out there until Oshi-san arrives. I was still being chased around in the dark by boogeymen, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah, it would probably be best if I had a concealed weapon for when things got rough. Good move! Thank you, good move! Typically that would call for a switchblade, but that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. I remember there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. Oh yeah, let's have a bat v hatchet fight. Because Homegirl has a hatchet. Hatchets wins. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. The girls are gonna think that's suspicious. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon might be enough, maybe enough to deter them. Also, one more thing, insurance. It could be something like a note or memo. I could write down everything that's happened as a sort of journal. That's a good idea. In case I suddenly vanished, the journal would be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Oshi-san would be able to avenge my death. And yeah, and then you could be like, if you kill me, the police have a journal that implicates all of you. And there's another one hidden that my parents will find, and there's another one hidden that another person will find that I'm not even going to tell you about. You know? Good! That's good! Thank you. I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. Though the parents finding thing would maybe put them in danger, which is why he might not want to do it, but like, who gives a frick at this point? I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. The off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead, so I should only write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Kichi Mayabara, am in fear for my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that would be the type of situation I'd write it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Rena and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof, and that's why I couldn't write anything more. I left Riley at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading this enigmatic passage? I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Was that too much? The department chief is going to throw this out. I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just disillusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just needed to add more as I learned about the truth. I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was the chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if I was in too obscure of a location, Then there was a risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note on the back of it with scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back into its normal position. Yeah. It didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I need to set it up such that, if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from countless different angles until I was satisfied and made my way downstairs. My parents were still talking about work. It didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in.
話中ごめん。ちょっと聞いてもらっていいかな。
If I go missing, check out my clock. And by clock, I mean cock. Sorry, Luckin. I never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned toward me.
どうしたのケイチ？
お願いがあるんだけど、聞いてほしいんだ。もしもだよ。
圭一、急ぎの話じゃなきゃ後にしなさい。お父さんとお母さんはちょっと今、急ぎの話をしてるんだ。
I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I stated my request.
もしもだよ。俺が死んだらさ。
Like, what is this guy doing? I can't even eat a burrito in peace. Both of my parents' eyes went wide as saucers.
死んだらさ。
If I
俺の部
die,
屋にある時計。あれを棺に
I
入れてほしい
really
んだ。
love my clock. Please bury it with me when I die. It's funny because that's literally what he's saying right now. Like, that's actually the request. It's not even a joke. If they did that, then they'd probably find it. My memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't
あ
blame
の
them.
時計、工作の授業で作ったお気に入りなんだ。頼むよ。
どうしたのケイチ？何かあったの？
Mom was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. Of course, this was a normal response for when somebody's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I just want to them to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back up to my room? Yeah, Mom, Dad? We're busy. Is it urgent? Yeah, if I die, can you bury me with my clock? I made it in shop class and I really like it. What are you talking about? Is everything okay? Leaves. Leaves. Please bury it with me. Leaves. My mom's gonna put me in a psych ward. Tells her if I die, bury me with my clock. Leaves. Like, I can't take it!
俺さ、明日は早くに学校に
Okay,
行
at
きたい
least
から
he said something. Oh, jeez.
おやすみ。
Saying only that, I left the living room. Still, though. I need to get to school early tomorrow and secure that bat. Yeah, their relationship sucks if this is how he's... If they... Like, the psychiatric ward comment and then this. Like, dude. I should make today the last day I went to school with Rena. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. Alright, 13-year-old. 14-year-old? I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. Tip menu. Hit me with it. Not feeling so hot. Is this gonna be them talking about me behind my back? Because if so, I'm going crazy.
さて、どうしたんだろうね。恋の病にでもかかってるんじゃないの？
That's funny. He's on his man period.
みーちゃん、それ飛躍しすぎ。どう思う？
さあね。ケイちゃんひょっとしてかな？
Maybe what?
あの日ケイちゃんと車で話してたの中年のデップ
They're
リし
blaming
た
him.
男だったんでしょ
They're blaming him.
間違いない。
Oh, wait. Spoilers are based off Pink's knowledge, not what it has been revealed. If Pink doesn't realize something, telling him is still a spoiler. Ah, shit. I missed something and now it's gonna bite me. No! Check the notes! Check the notes, for God's sake. Oh, good. I can't take it. I can't take it.
大石のやつケイちゃんに何を吹き込んでるのかな。
真剣そうだったよ。ケイチ君は顔面蒼白だった。
あのねレナはよく知らないだろうけど実はあいつお社様の使いなんだよ。
何の話？
I don't even. Blue, her eyes are blue. I don't even know!
あいつが現れるとね必ず鬼隠しが起こるの。
Okay.
本当だよ。
I mean, I'm writing this down. Mion says he's... Oh, how do I spell it? Oya Shiro's messenger because people get demoned away when he shows up. Cool.
あれ？そうなの？
一昨年リカちゃんのお母さんが受水したでしょ。その直前に大石が尋問してたんだよ。
No?
そういえばサトシ君が転校する前にもいたね。
Oh, man. Rika's mom. Satoshi. Oh, my bad.
転校レナはいいやつだよな。
Tell her how it is, Mion.
で、今度はケイチ君の前に現れたんだ。
My theory is that everything is gonna work
じ
out.
ゃ
I
あ
like that
ケイ
theory.
チ君も鬼隠しになっちゃう？
An empty silence hung in the air. And then it was suddenly interrupted. By loud laughter. We're unbelievably cooked. We're like the most cooked. It's just over. Like, it's actually over. I don't know. What just happened? This is the first time I'd ever woken with such clarity. It's 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. That's always goated. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I'd made preparation for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with insakoka. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber.
今日は早いのね。学校の行事か何か？
別に。
Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat.
もう行くの？お弁当は？もうちょっと待ってくれないとできないわよ。
If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chance of me running into Rena and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school alone. Yeah, we're gonna keep up appearances, right, guys? I'm gonna go to school alone and be moody the entire time.
じゃあお昼はどうするの？
抜け出して商店で菓子パンでも買うよ。
そう。じゃあこれお昼代ね。 ちゃんとレシート持ってくるのよ。
I took the 1,000 yen bill from mom and slipped into
こ
my
んなに
pocket.
早いけど、レナちゃんたちもこんなに早いの？
いや、俺だけ。
レナちゃんには早く出るって伝えてあるの？
I have no reason to tell her every little detail, now do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face.
レナが来たら、ケイチは先に行ったって伝えてよ。
ちょっとケイチ、待ちなさい。
Yeah, let's get more distant from our parents. It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. Because, yeah, you don't want to get them in danger. I get it. Independence maxing. They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. Okay, I have to, like, make sure that Rena's face is not, like, peering through these bushes, you know? Jeez. It was safer that way. Rena's not in the background? I'm not getting stalked, am I? Check the roofs, the windows. Okay. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day. So I always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Rena wasn't in the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone in that spot where we would have met up with me on. The length of the tree's shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. So his plan... Okay, let's just get on this guy's mind. His plan is pretend he didn't do the homework for no reason. His plan is get a bat. That's his plan. Get a bat. Like, check the mountain trees for Rena. Yo, bro, we're cooked. Like, just be bait and get the guy to show up at the right time, right before they kill him. That's his plan. This is a terrible plan. It's like act normal at least, so that they like give you longer to live. The length of the tree's shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before it had enough time to prepare all of the props needed to deceive me.
あら、ケイチ君。今朝は早いわね。みんなで早朝から待ち合わせ？
The person who called out to me was someone who we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Their name was, I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed each
今朝は
other.
早くに目が覚めちゃったので、気分転換なんです。あまり気にしないでください。
I threw out a random
レ
excuse.
ナちゃんやミオンちゃんはどうしたんだい？今日は一人なの？
ええ、まあ。
I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking, so I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone, but maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? He doesn't know how to be soft and hard at the same time. Like, man, that is such a technique that you've got to unlock at this age. You need to both be soft and hard so that you have the flexibility and the firmness. Beep, 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 beep. The car horn blared from out of nowhere. I swear, if Oshi shows up, I'm throwing a fit. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, the horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'm getting run over? I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. Otherwise known as trying to hit me. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. That large mass was hurtling right at me. So, attempted murder. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. Like, I don't know, maybe if we were like, yeah, I got the message, I'll play nice, then this wouldn't have happened. In that moment, the scene before me, no time itself had frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van, so close that I had no way to dodge it, in my body, the upper half twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There's no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would have paused and I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Bend my upper body over towards the paddy by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. Whose car is this? The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top, locked in my contorted position. Kisplash! Spent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. But the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. That means that either one of the girls is doing this, or they've communicated too much. Rising out from the paddy, I had just enough in me to glare over the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off speedily. I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace of being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slogged through the muddy paddy and made my way back onto the road. Shit, I'll track you down and sue you. If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other side when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud rolling up within me. This wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right, as soon as I parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious to turn around sooner. But I was lost in thought and now was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. Dude, and this was like us early in the morning. How are they this good at communicating with each other, dude? If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. Okay, let's talk about something real quick. Keiichi, look at this. Look at this. Right here, all the way to down here is how long it takes him to be like, yeah, they were trying to run me over. Like, it takes him so long to admit that people are trying to hurt him. It takes him like an eon to admit it. He's just like, a hit and run. I can't believe they accidentally tried to hit me. And then he has to like convince himself and hit himself with like 20 pieces of evidence. And like an hour of internal monologue to get anywhere. A cold viscous sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Like, I can't. Like how? I can't take him. He's gone back and forth on the same thing 5 times in like a full 3 minutes of conversation. It was trying to run me over, wasn't it? They've been, trying to get me. I would have died. They were trying to hit me. There was a possibility that this was really just an accident. Like, I can't stand him. I'm starting to lose him. I'm starting to lose it. Calm down, Keiichi. But also don't be so naive. Thank you. Being that lax will get you killed next time. Agreed. You need to always be on your toes. Yes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, the next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, getting covered in mud was the price I had paid for my own naivete. Covered in mud but without injury. Not even a sprain. The coping is just insane. I guess this was what you would call the silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I suspected only Rena and the others up until now. No, it was because I suspected then that I believed there were no other enemies. Oshi-san had said so, didn't he? There was a possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply in this situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it just be safest just to hold myself up in my house? But the moment I had abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. The moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was horrifying. So, let me get this straight. Let's hear your argument here. If I abandon my regular routine, that would be a horrifying. Simple, right? It's routine, everyone else would, that'd be horrifying. So, abandoning his routine would be a horrifying thing to do. Keiichi, explain to me why you've already done this. Why you've already stopped going with Rena. Why you've, That's pretty much enough. I don't even have to keep going. Like, he's saying that abandoning his regular routine is a bad idea, and he just did. So, like, okay. I recall the tales Oshi-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onigafuchi. Wait, what? Okay. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, starting them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemies were numerous, the whole village. The villagers with their unwavering faith in the curse would do nothing to help me. He didn't know the whole town was going to kill him till just now. For that, he was a fool. I think his logic is if I can start abandoning the routine, if I get a weapon, bat. Also dumb. What are you going to use the bat against a car? The strong sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. Or against Mion's Glock? I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's court. I'm losing it. And when I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No, what I really truly want to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? By talking with the cop. Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. Like, okay, brother. I thought, okay. The girls have gone upset to you about meeting with the dude, so of course that's the bullseye. Getting a weapon is important enough to risk breaking routine. I mean, yeah. But, like, he could do that during school, too. You know? I don't know, like... I mean, he's getting punished for that thought right now because there's a padlock. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. And, like, it's a school property bat. What, are you going to take it home with you? I circled around the school grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing I could bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. He's trying to locate weapons. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early, nobody else was here yet. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat, but it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivete whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. But such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought, but I believe that not... Like, okay, like another dude, okay. Imagine this. Rena comes to your house. She has a knife hidden on her person. She says, "Oh, hi parents, can I come in? I wanted to go hang out with Son." Son's asleep. She goes to room, stabs Son to death. Period. It's done. It's over. Like, if the parents don't know any better, then they are going to be tools that Rena and Mion can use to easily kill you. And easily get to you. It's already happened with her breaking in your house. Like, you're in... This is one of the worst positions I've ever seen. If this was like chess, we're like 17 material down. We have no queen, no rooks, no bishops. We have 3 pawns, and they have their full thing. We're just cooked. But I believe that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. As long as I live, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. At least he has a will to survive. Bat her, agreed. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to be a tracksuit in my locker. It's just... Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. True. But first I needed a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it'd be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. See, it's just like the desperation, right? The desperation is crazy. He's starting to loot other people's lockers for weapons. Can we just, like, actually take a moment to, like, think about this? He's looting his classmates' lockers for weapons. It's like, even if you find a weapon, they're gonna be like, oh, my blank is missing, and then you're gonna have the blank. And so if they figure out it's you, then you look crazy, and you're even more on the out. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella. If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. It was, without a doubt, a metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there also hung a baseball uniform. Is this reeks of mold? Makes me think it's old, which makes me think that this is Satoshi's, maybe? And if it's Satoshi's, then we actually could loot it, because he's gone. It was probably the locker of a student in a Pee-wee league or something like that. If that was the case, then he'd probably ask for it back. That time I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway. Amongst them I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. Did you take the bat? He took the bat? Do you feel like the only sane being for the last few hours? Yes. Put on a bikini for max defense stat. Put on the cattail. Somebody was saying that earlier. Yeah, you had no time to set up your traps, right? I nonchalantly hid the bat I was holding behind my back. I can't take it anymore. I genuinely cannot take it. Like, he looted another person's locker, took the bat, everybody arrives, he's just holding it behind him. He did it nonchalantly, my fault, chat. And he didn't change yet!
まあちょっと会ってな。すぐ着替えるから勘弁しろ。
I swear, if these two girls are also go evil mode, I'm losing my mind. I need to have at least somebody that's, like, not evil. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush just as I expected her to. Stop stripping in front of the kids! Stop peeking! Why is she peeking? She's peeking. Rika's full on staring.
着替えをじーっと見てるレディもしつけがなってないと思うぞ。男子は更衣室がないんだから諦めろ。
Like, if somebody walks in and he's just standing there with his, like, his pants and shirt off, underwear, in front of two, like, 9-year-olds. Hey, where's my bat? Suspiciously bat-shaped Keiichi. I don't know. That's what I'm saying! And, okay, this, by the way, okay, we're doing a test. We're doing a test, chat. We're doing a test. This is the bat. This is the bat. I'm holding it behind my back. Quick question, chat. How do I change my clothes while still hiding the bat? I one-armed rip this off? I shimmy my poles with my arm behind my back? Like, you can't just hide the bat while you're changing. That doesn't even make sense. I don't know anymore. Put it in your ass. Keiichi, if you could fit the whole bat up your ass, I wasn't familiar with your game, I bet Oshi would really appreciate that. As Satoko feigned disgust, she went out into the hall still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. Oh, preparing. He hasn't changed yet? Okay, his clothes are not off yet. Rika, stop trying to watch me change! She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes.
Yeah,
Rika, get out of here! I don't wanna... That's inappropriate. Come on. Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. Don't do something creepy, please. Yeah, guys, Keiichi's a good, like, a really clever guy, right? It's not like he's just doing shit with no plan. It's not like he just started looting lockers because he couldn't wait a few minutes to try to get to the gym, like during the gym time. Because he could have just during break time talked to the teacher, be like, hey, I wanted to practice my swing. Can I like, get the bat? What? like, dude. Seems like Rika-chan had noticed the bat.
ああ、ちょっとさ。体がなまってさ。ちょっと素振りでも始めようかなってな。
健康に気を使うのはとても良い
Thanks,
こ
Rika.
とだと思います
Thanks.
です。
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. She's talking like an old lady, despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once
そ
more.
のバットなくさないでください
Why?
ね。
Do you recognize it? Whose bat is this? Whose bat is this? What? Seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There's no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I'd be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just till the gym storage shed was opened. Like, what are you gonna put it by your desk? Ah. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. I started plenty of time before class began because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I need to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. That's fair. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. But, like, that's why looting it from the locker makes no sense. Because if you want everybody to know about it, then why are you looting? Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. Should at least start out with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary, which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I need to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least that's what I hoped. Chat. Mion, just put it in! Just put it in! I'm beat, you got me, put it in! Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped. It was Rena and Mion.
先に行ったって言われて驚いたけど、ケイちゃん、あんた何やってるわけ？
見てわからないかよ。素振りだよ。甲子園だよ。
Okay, good response. He, for once, played normal. Oh my goodness. He's literally, like... Good response. Super normal response.
ダイエットってケイちゃん、そんなに太ってたっけ？
Nice and friendly, nice and lighthearted.
ああ、知らなかったろ。実は三段腹なんだ。
Good jokes, good quips.
もちもちでタプタプなんだぞ。
Rena likes that. She likes that which plump and jiggles.
レナ、変な想像しなくていいぞ。
Rena, if you don't kill me, then you can touch my jiggly plump belly. Thoughts? To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily.
じゃあまあ、頑張って県大会を目指して。
Good, very normal, very normal.
おじさん応援してるわ。野球部の強い高校教えようか。そこにいる左腕の亀田くんがすごいピッチャーなんだけどさ。
What are you talking about? Kameda? Is this somebody?
頑張ってね。
What? Seems they already taken me for a baseball nut, but oh well. Okay, I don't know what that is. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past that ball I just threw, and change over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. What are you talking about? I don't get it anymore. What? Huh? Huh? Why are you imagining this? What does this have to do with anything, Keiichi? I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. This kid's going crazy. I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. If they smile at me like that, I'm about to blow! Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that, if they make me smile like that, He is a baseball player. Are you not paying attention? I just do it. Okay. Okay. I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. But I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Rena confessed to the doctor? Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist? And was it possessing everyone to try to kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along and everything was all just Oyashiro-sama's fault. But who cares? That's the thing. It doesn't matter who it doesn't matter if it's a curse or not. You're still gonna die. Like, I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised the bat violently into the air. I get what it means to him, because it's like his friends are not his friends. You know? As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash, forget. Smash, don't be soft. Smash, know your enemy. He's repeating mantras. Smash, like hell I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing. I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. Okay, so you're telling me that when we are bludgeoning one of their skulls into fragments, that the lines forget, don't be soft, and know your enemy are going to be echoing. Understood. I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. Get a grip, Pink, on it. Gripped. I'm gripped. I'm gripped. Lock in. I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drained from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but it didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me. Are you gonna play normal or are you gonna play crazy? The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses. Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right, it was happy fun club time, but I had no intention of taking part. Has no allies. Like, have you ever heard of, like, keep your friends close and your enemies closer? Like, I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now. They're just gonna hate you more. They're just gonna want to kill you faster. Mion sounded quite disappointed. The tone of the words that spoke from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. I felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Poor Satoko, bro. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. Rena was the one who cut through the heavy mood. Expert move from Rena. Expert move. You gotta respect it. She's out here making moves. She said it in such a melancholic tone, it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. Beautiful move. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in place. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. Yeah, she, like, accused him of being sexist and, like, played at the heartstrings a little bit. Good move. Good to disorient him. Good to keep up appearances. Because these girls know how to make it happen. These girls know how to figure this out. These girls are locked the frick in. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Yo, Keiichi is playing checkers, and he's playing checkers, like, horribly. Like, Keiichi. I don't know. He was talking about how bad of an idea it'd be to, like, break the pattern. And, you know, like, okay, remember when he was talking about, like, it would be such a bad idea if I broke routine, because then other people would break routine, and then I would get hurt. You know, then things would fall apart. That'd be horrible, I think is what he said. And then he breaks routine here. Like, I... And I get it, because, like, why would it, like, he's a, you know, he's on his Giga Chad, I have a bat arc, okay? This bat, if I'm with them, then my heart will be soft, and they'll lure me in, and they'll get me, and they'll kill me. This is my way of staying safe. But it's like, bro, you're just inviting, I feel like the move is to play along, you know? But he can't play along because he doesn't have the brain for it, man. He doesn't have the, he can't be fake like that. He can't have a fake friendship. He doesn't know how to do that. He doesn't have that social skill. So he's just giga cooked. Even while walking, my ears pricked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. And now he's gonna get jumped. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person, but I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning until we were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path crowded with trees responded with silence, as if there was nobody there to begin with. Oh, and now he's giga paranoid, which is fair. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me, and just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Meaning, the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time. With all of my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. He's going insane. I love how Pink is losing his mind on Keiichi's incompetence, as Pink in his rationality tries to scrutinize and wrestle with Keiichi's decisions, which is the opposite of a self-secured protagonist. Yeah, he is a mess. He is a absolute mess, and it's like Keiichi, dude. It's like watching a car crash in slow motion, dude. It's straight car crash in slow motion behavior. And it's just like depressing to watch somebody just like fall apart, you know? Or it's like he's digging his own grave, and it's just like, Keiichi, you gotta break out. You gotta break out. In this situation, I'd probably be a mess too. It's a tough situation, don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong. And maybe it's my toxic trait. Maybe my toxic trait is thinking that I would survive Higurashi better than Keiichi. Maybe that's my toxic trait, guys. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. Because I'm giga paranoid. I'm a pretty paranoid person when it comes to social stuff. That's just how I am. I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. Is there even anybody here? I don't even trust you. With all due diligence, I approached step by step. Stepping in the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure there. What? That figure was curled up like a small animal?
Rena.
What are you doing? When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but she wasn't going to speak a word. You're threatening her with a bat, which is going to be hard because she's going to play all nice. Why were you following me, though? I wouldn't accept that silence and scream the question at her. Rena was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes. But it was obvious that she had been following me. Yeah, this is weird. This is so weird. Pink would play 2D chess instead of 1D? Abso-frickin-lutely. You'd probably just die differently. I'd get my parents and leave. And if they didn't want to leave, I'm running away. You could not catch me in this village. Rena didn't want to go to the club without us. It's crazy because I'm holding a bat like this up to her right now. You're gonna make her cry. But it's like she's evil. But like, Thinking about how I'd been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could be perceived as strange. So Rena was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if it was really the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like try to tail me. Agreed. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. That's super weird. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then, after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried to hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt she was tailing me. Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I'd walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more. Is this the direction of her house? That'd be really funny. She's got plausible deniability. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward. The thing is, he's chosen the path of, like, violence, which means now we have to shut down everything. We have to shut down literally everything she wants to do, you know? Because if you play along, you could play, there's 3 routes. You can play along completely, you can play along with a weapon up your sleeve, or you can go complete aggressive mode. He's going complete aggressive mode. I like the middle option. Play along with like a knife in your holster, you know? So that you always have like a way to flip the script. Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeezed out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. I swear, am I gonna like lose? Is he gonna lose his mind and swing on her? Imagine. If you want to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Because then that would make me look like a villain. Then I would look crazy. If I let the paranoia get to me too much. Now you're just blurting out random lies. It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Rena had understood what I was feeling inside. I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her. Bro, Mion could be behind us right now. Like, if Rena leaves to follow me, then that means who knows what Mion's doing. I'm going crazy. There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly so as to not set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. Is she jumping me? We're cooked. We're dead. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Rena didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. Are we surrounded? He's so paranoid. But, like, he should be, so it's like, this is so bad. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Rena and I were locked in this space. Rena didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Rena was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into that other person who looks like Rena. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice. Yo, someone's behind us or something. Are you trying to stall for time? Or are you trying to ask a crazy question and then jump with your new stance? To try to even turn around, Rena squeezed her voice out desperately. Okay, at least she's facing forward. As she trembled.
なんだよ。
あのねどうしてバットなんか持ってるのかな
The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected.
俺が何を持ってたっていいだろ。
Just like this Glock. Pa pa pa!
でも昨日まで持ってなかったしどうして突然
別に突然でもいいだろ。俺がバットを持ってるとおかしいかよ。
だって圭一君野球とかしない人だったでしょ
You're not the kind of person to play baseball. It's weird.
I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her.
野球がしたくなったんだ。
Like, guys, remember the baseball story. It's not like everything's obvious what's happening. It's not like it's obvious or anything that I'm swinging a bat around and I'm scared for my life and I'm still gonna pretend it's for baseball. Like it's so non-committal. The pretend is so non-committal.
それじゃおかしいか。
おかしいよ
She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly.
突然野球がしたくなった。素振りがしたくなったからバットを持ち歩いてる。
It's his one prepared lie. It's the only thing he's
それの
got.
どこが変なんだよ。
変おかしい絶対なんで圭一君まで
You too?
ぶつくさとうるせえやつだな。
You too? Just like what happened with Satoshi.
俺がスポーツに目覚めるのがそんなに変かよ。
I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Till my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions.
ごめんねそんなに怒らないで
Rena still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next.
最後に一個だけ
What nuke is she about to drop on my sanity?
一個だけ教えて
Hit me.
これ以上話す気も教える気もねえよ。早く行けよ。
The cicadas are... Okay, cicadas are about to go quiet. She's about to drop a crazy bar. I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked her final question.
なんでバットまで
Okay.
同じなの
The same as... Who? Satoshi? Someone? Someone? Who as who? What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about.
お前何言ってんだ。
Oh, but if she said that, she'd be contradicting that she never knew him.
だからなんでバットまで同じなのかなって
As what?
何を言ってんだか全然わかんねえよ。もっとはっきり言え。
Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed.
だから
Yeah,
どう
okay,
してバッ
bad.
トまで
Okay,
サト
so
シ
lock
と
in.
同じなの
So, you've made a dear mistake, Rena. I thought you didn't know this guy. You said you didn't know Satoshi. So why do you know it's Satoshi's bat? All of a sudden, my notes are coming into play. Interesting situation. Maybe it's because you did know him. And then when he went missing at the festival last year, kind of crazy, no? That's just me, though, personally. That's just me, though, personally. It's Satoshi's bat. That's just me, though. That's just me, though. And why is that weird, though? Why is that weird, Rena?
Satoshi ってえ
Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean that student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Rena had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oshi-sen told me quite clear that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the same night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after that he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see, so this was Satoshi's bat.
ああ、これサトシのバットだったんだな。誰も使ってなかったんでちょっと借りたんだよ。いいだろそれくらい。
そんなことじゃない
What happened with this bat? Did he hit somebody with it? Wait, Rena said that. Maybe made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine or a memento of the deceased. Or a murder weapon. I could only stand there perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued speaking without waiting for a reply.
サトシ君の時とどうしてそんなにまで同じなの
So, Rena, I don't understand you, I don't think. I think we fundamentally do not understand each other, Rena. Like, are you genuinely trying to, like, help me? Because this is kind of crazy. She's kind of being like, I'm losing my friend. Like, you're starting to act weird. And this is what happened right before he went missing. I don't want you to go missing. It's kind of like that energy. Rena was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi.
サトシ君もそうだった。野球チームには入ってたけど、本当は野球なんか好きじゃない人だったのに。
それが俺とどう関係が？
サトシ君もある日突然バットを持ち歩き始めたの。
Yeah, he must have been in exactly the same position.
チームに入ってただけでスポーツなんかしない人だったのに。
It's just weird that Rena is telling us this. I can't tell if this is her with a ulterior motive or if there's some sort of like multiple personality nonsense. What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Rena's trying to tell us something important. Us? 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 He's losing his mind! Why is he referring to himself as a multiple?
ケイイチ君みたいにそしてね、ある日突然素振りの練習を始めたの。ケイイチ君みたいにそしてね、ある日突然バットを持ち歩くようになったの。
She could be just bold-faced lying to try to freak us out, to say that the path you're going on will end in your doom.
ケイイチ君みたいに
Or it could have been what actually happened, and she's worried, or it could be what actually happened, and she doesn't give a frick.
そしてね、ある日突然
But she is telling us the truth, which is weird. Then one day he suddenly what? Rena had swallowed her words. Rena's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until just now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't know anything of what he'd done. You're also losing your mind, to be fair. True. My actions today should have been my own creation after all the planning I had done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's? The Satoshi, no more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same.
Rena, ある日突然
Because this could be like a ritual curse thing, but then we're believing in like the supernatural, or it could just straight up be like we're cooked, you know? Rena knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Rena knew what was going to happen to me.
答えろよ、レナ。サトシはどうしたんだよ。
With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. I really hope she doesn't look really scary. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. And she looks terrifying. It was that person that I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't the Rena Ryugi I'd been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze that pierced like a cold needle, the smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine, my mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Rena brought her face close to mine, so close I could feel her breath. Mwah? Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Mwah? Then her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned.
言ったよね、ケイイチ君。
After a short pause, Rena repeated the same words again.
サトシ君はね、転校しちゃったの。
Transferred, meaning what? What Rena meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. Okay. Okay, Keiichi. Coming close, Keiichi. I need you to be really honest with yourself. Could it mean anything other than disappearing? Could it mean anything that I was previously not aware of? Just please, 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 Keiichi. Please put it together. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Rena saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Rena and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. I wish it was me for real, for real. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweet sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin.
しないよねケイチ君は
Rena finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. I just realized too, like, what, we beat her to death with the bat? Then we are the guy that murdered the girl. Like, without evidence, we can't defend ourselves. Which is why, or else we're gonna look like a murderer. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on. What did she not want me to do?
天候
What do you mean end of scene? What do you mean end of scene? You can't end the scene there. No, come back. Okay. If they hit me with the tips, I'm losing it. Thank goodness. I gotta take a mental reset bite of the burrito. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day. All of your what planned actions? All of your well-planned actions? You mean when you improvised everything, got caught every step of the way, panicked, and then fell to the floor and crumpled under the woman? Those were your well-planned actions? You tried to get the bat from the thing, it was locked, you were covered in mud, you were like, I should change clothes. You stole a bat, got spotted stealing the bat, got spotted with mud on your clothes, forced the kids out of the room so you could change, to make it so now they really know it was a thing, and then acted weird, acted aggressive, and then swung a bat around for a bit, and then she just talked at you enough that you crumpled and, like, she could have killed you if she wanted. All of my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gone along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed, planned to kill him. No reason, by the way. No reason, by the way. Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing, and then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? Yeah, he's going to another school now. Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Yeah, he's definitely alive right now. Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd an occurrence. I reached in my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my fur seal keychain. Remember that? We showed it to her. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Are they already inside? If you go back to the last shot, you can see that they're like, there's like a door, and there's not like anything behind or around the door that you could hide behind. It's like a flush wall, and then a door. So you're telling me he walked up, unlocked it, opened, walked in, and the entire time there was a person behind him? Because he just, like you were so careful. You noticed in the woods you were getting tailed, and then he just, after whatever happened, he just forgot to, like, he just didn't look around. He wasn't checking his corners anymore. Someone had entered right behind me. Like a classmate messing around, standing up right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door. That's what I'm saying. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know they're there even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi Maebara, there's no way you could hear that. My most base instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling as an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine? Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody that... If there was somebody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept... If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'll be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Oh, right. I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. Bro is putting an entire memoir into stepping into his door. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that that wouldn't have solved anything. I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. That time, I was certain I heard it. Okay, so it's... What's her name? So, we're getting stalked by Oyashiro. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. Scream! All the force of my body released from my lungs and through my throat, ceasing all thought processes in my head. Surpassing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Till the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision, they were definitely there. He's losing it. Keiichi is losing it. He's going crazy. He's imagining young girls. Like, how young? Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there, but were they actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That's real. This is a real moment. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remembered reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. He is so mentally bizarre. Okay. He is so mentally perturbed that he's starting to imagine stuff and swing stuff around him. But the thing is, like, I still don't know if the curse is real. I feel like the curse isn't real, and it's more like how, like, it's all more about belief and, like, how crazy he gets, you know, and how, like, paranoia and, like, everybody working against you, you know? But if the curse is real, then maybe he'll hit something. But no, I don't think it's real. I brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. You're gonna damage the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Ow! It would hurt his hand. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Okay. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. He's just destroying his entryway. So we swinging. My screams shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. He's just gonna... Yeah, explain this to your parents, by the way. Yeah, you're normal. You're normal. Nothing's going on. Hey, Mom and Dad, in case I die, bury me with my clock. They show up tomorrow, the next day, and the entryway is just in ruins. Okay. Hydrate. I'm gonna use Dr. Pepper. Oh my goodness. Oh, more of that, please. You know what's really unfortunate about this? Yeah, it's pretty much what was it. Don't send me to the psychiatrist, please. I had to do it to kill the invisible enemy. This makes him look crazy. Which he is. But, like... if you ever, in your entire... Like, if the girls... Like, okay. If Rena talks to his parents and, like, I'm really worried about him. He's starting to act weird at school. Then they're gonna side with her instead of him. Because he's acting insane. You don't get it, Mom. There was an invisible young girl following me. And you wanted to kill the young girl? Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy, there but not there, dispersed. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way, had I only feigned retreat and was now inside my house? Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presents, but it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body and allowed a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. He's gonna, like, sob. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest. Exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? Okay. Is there ever a world that he's actually just the insane person? Like, maybe he's actually just crazy, and the cop isn't real, and it's unreliable narrator. I'm just gonna throw that out as a possibility. But the thing is, if I hit the point that I can't even trust the main character, then I'm cooked. I can do anything. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state. But I really... The one time that he's like, that he's actually crazy is the one time that he's like, you know what? I think this was real. Every other time, it's like, wow, maybe Rena actually just wanted to give me more iron supplements in my, like, bean paste. That would be cool. Like, he runs with his good faith shit. The one time that he's actually questioning something that he should question, he's like, nah, that'd be crazy. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon. Without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. The One Piece! When I asked, who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetuated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it, but it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wondered what would happen. Oishi-san very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetuators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san that this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? Now we've lost our only potential ally. Like now we can't even trust him. Like now we're actually fully isolated. Okay, understood. I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it'd go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit to doing that. I better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. The facts, by the way. It'd be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed, and I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? We've, like, flipped it. Dude, previously it was, I hope it's Oyashiro-sama's curse, because then it wouldn't be that the girls wanted to kill me, it's just the curse. Now it's, I really hope that it's not Oyashiro-sama's curse. Previously he wanted it to be curse, now he doesn't want it to be the curse, because it would mean he's crazy. And it's literally all what he was saying previously about, like, I'm just choosing the route that feels the best to my brain. Dude. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rena and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Rena and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing Oyashiro-sama's curse. But denying both of those, I'd be admitting that I myself was losing it. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I strained myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what was actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist, and I would still be the bestest buddies with Rena and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. He wants the curse to be real. He doesn't want the curse to be real. He wants to be crazy. He doesn't want to be crazy. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. I swear, if it's Oshi, I'm hanging up.
Mochi, Maebara desu.
Oh, it's Mommy. Mommy! Mom! I got really scared and I ruined the doorway and the shoe cabinet's broken and I put a hole in the wall and I just want to leave. I want to go back to the city. I don't like this town. My friends are being mean to me and they're bullying me and they put a pin in my mochi, man. I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative.
別に俺夕食はインスタントでもいいよ。まだいっぱいあったでしょ。
The other day, we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds, actually, but they refused since individual packs were expensive. So instead, I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger-flavored ones I liked. The invisible young girl, Mommy! The invisible young girl! But my parents don't like strong flavors, didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them. He's literally doing that thing that people in interrogations do, where he starts going on a rant about something else in order to make his mind feel better. He's like desperate to think about anything other than what's going on. So he's going on this entire rant about like the pork and bone ginger flavored ones. He's throwing out like details that is so unnecessary because he doesn't want to think about him going crazy. So you see, there really isn't a need to go shopping, right?
買い物のお願いじゃないの。お父さんとお母さんね、お仕事の関係で急遽東京に行かなくちゃならなくなったの。
We're cooked.
え？今から？
This was really abrupt.
もう
Yeah, what?
お昼には出発してた。
Why didn't you tell me? It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer.
ケイチもお父さんとお母さんの話を聞いてたからわかるかもしれないけど。
Oh, okay.
お父さんのお仕事の契約。
Hey, you could have maybe like given your boy a heads up.
今ちょっとうまくいってないの。
Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all the time about how his job prospects weren't looking so
お
good.
父さんはそういうのに繊細な人だから、このままだとお仕事にも影響が出ちゃうの。
Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions changed as easily as the fall sky. You could also just say he couldn't take criticism.
そんなの電話でやり取りすればいいじゃないか。
ケイチ、お父さんのお仕事なんだから、もうちょっと応援してあげて。ね、とにかく電話よりも直接会って話した方が早いの。誤解もないし。
As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work.
だから帰るのは明日の晩になっちゃうの。ケイチ、一人で大丈夫よね。
Smile maxing mode engaged. Yeah, Mom. I'll be fine.
別に死にゃしないよ。
You're not Spider-Man. Calm it with the quips.
ケイチ、死んじゃうなんて軽々しく言っちゃダメよ。心配事があったら相談してね。母さん、きっ と相談に乗れると思うから。
Mommy, please. Mommy, please help me. Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I supposed they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it.
死なないよ。俺はあがいてでも生き延びる。
そう。じゃあね。明日の朝、ちゃんと起きるのよ。朝ごはんは食べてね。お風呂と歯磨きも忘れないのよ。
へいへい。そんじゃ。
The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Anyway, I only need to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone. Missing. Vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone and this was their chance. First I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, then turned the TV on to a... Keiichi. It's over. I'm just gonna be honest, Keiichi. It's over. He's home aloneing. He's home aloneing, and the entire village wants him dead. And he's home aloneing. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw because the villagers would know if your parents left. They would know. They would have already been sticking out the place. Keiichi's fucked. He's done. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I need to take it down. I snatched on the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. Ah, the garage. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okayama Station. The garage was empty, wide open and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out the back to close the normally opened garage door. Should be fine now. Ah, I needed to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. He's doing, like, chores. Wait. Wait. Okay, tell me. Did you open the door and run out to the garage? And then do stuff at the garage? And then go back to the door? And then got the paper and then went back to the door? Meaning, did you leave the door unlocked and unattended for more than, I don't know, 20 seconds? Because that means someone's in the house. That means they're already inside. My premonition was correct. I put out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure this time, it should be fine. I come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that for my little freakout was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell, and the bag I was holding smashed into it. Genius. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remember that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again. And the call is coming from inside the house?
Mochi, Maebara desu.
So the invisible young girl went in. Keiichi, your parents aren't home, are they? Like...
今ちょっとなんですけど。
Keiichi! I don't get it. I can't do it. He's so bad. He goes through all the trouble and immediately folds. Just say that she's sick. Just say that she already, like, that she wasn't feeling well, that she's home, and she's lying down. You idiot, Keiichi Maebara. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it. That wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again, or to tell her to call them when she comes back.
失礼しますわね。
The scenario I fear didn't pay out, eliciting a sigh of relief. They already got what they wanted. The call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now. Yeah, no, you dealt with that. But I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I need to make a good story to explain that my parents were home, but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They're making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. That's what I said. It's kind of actually a little mid, because then they're kind of like out of commission a little bit. Was that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on my way back to my room and the phone rang once again. I think it's the best I got right now. Or you could say like they're having kind of a heated discussion. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They'd suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver.
Mochi.
Stopped announcing this was the Maybar residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. Who's it gonna be? Rena? I missed you. Like, what are you about to say? Goofy and lighthearted. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Shut up. I don't want you in here. I want... We're not lovers.
私、沖宮消防の大石と申しますが。
大石さんですか。
前原さんですか。こんばんは。お元気そうで何よりです。
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
I grabbed the portable headset and rushed up to my room with it. It was a safe no matter where I was since there was no one else home, but I went to me a spot that just felt a bit safer and speaking on the phone with Oshi-san. Yeah, there's nobody like in my closet or under my bed right now, by the way. That would be crazy, wouldn't it? Check the room. Are the pants the same? Is that belt the same? Is everything the same? The clock's the same? I don't see any like shadows under the door.
いかがですか。その後お変わりは。
Since then, when was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with Oshi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oshi-san on the way back from the hospital. We headed into town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Rena and Neon came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oshi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well. He's a loser, man. The invisible girl Oshi, arrest her. Oshi, you gotta believe me. Curses are real, and the invisible young girl, she's like 5 years old. She's after me.
その、なんて言いました？
その後、何か変わったことはありません。お返事がないんで焦りましたよ。
特に。
You're not gonna tell him about the pin? You could try to get protection. The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened, all of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all.
その大石さん、やっぱり俺、命を狙われているみたいです。
本当ですか？
偶然の可能性もあるんですが、先日俺が病気で休んだ日、夕方にあの二人がお見舞いに来たんです。
あの二人？
レナとミオンです。そしてそこで大石さんと一緒に昼飯を食ったことを正されました。
それで
お見舞いってことでおはぎを置いて
You're not surprised? Okay, you gotta ask. What? How did they know we had lunch? Needle, nice. Mentioned it.
偶然飲み込まずに済みましたが、これってやっぱり脅迫でしょうか？
その針は？
よく見かけるような
About the needle ...
糸を通す穴が開いていて。
違いますよ、前原さん。針です。
Oshi, I don't trust you now. I don't know what this is weird. Why are you talking like this? Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, thank goodness. I'm losing my mind. Thank you. Agreed.
その針はありますか?
That's right. That's it. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I'd overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see, I threw the mochi and needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I friendly searched by running my palm around the carpet, but nothing turned up. Ow, you're gonna get pinned by it. I tried moving around the sofa and desk, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. He's tearing the house apart, but I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. Root through the garbage. He's literally pouring the garbage. Okay. Smash the shoe cupboard, smash the entryway, tear up all the carpet, pour trash everywhere. Sane, by the way. I rushed into the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents. But even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. Hilarious. I know, I'll try running my hand through it. Wonderful. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'd be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oshi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? Like what? Like, I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? With a red pen. He's gonna go missing and look insane. I then dashed back up the stairs, so I'd been keeping Oshi-san waiting for far too long.
もしもし、どうでしたか？
見つかりません。あの時はつい気が動転していて。
そうですか。見つかればでいいんです。保管しておいてくださいね。
That's right, the needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run.
あと大石さん、それだけじゃないんです。実は今朝。
There might be a bruise. The van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at the time. I don't think he did. He should have, but I don't think he did. Damn. At the time, I just flipped out yelling at him, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was.
すみません。白いワゴン車ってこと以外はわかりません。
仕方ないことですよ、前原さん。惹かれかければ気も動転します。
やっぱりこれだって偶然じゃないですよね。
Oshi-san started to hem and haw over on the other end. I can imagine him folding his arms.
レナの様子も。
This is y'all's goat? That's what I've been saying.
それはどんな感じですか?
Rena said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say it with confidence. That Rena knew what was happening to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than him just simply disappearing. I don't know if I did that hydrate 11 minutes ago, but I'm gonna do it right now. She knew that there was more to it than him just simply disappearing.
知っています。去年の鬼隠しにあったサトシのことを何か知っています。
それは具体的にどういうことですか？
レナが言うには、俺はサトシ
You
と
did, but thanks,
そっ
smile.
くりらしいんです。
I'm officially going crazy.
このまま行くと、
I'm officially
俺も
losing
サトシ
it.
と同じ運命をたどると、そんな感じのことを言うんです。
運命ですか？具体的にどんな運命をたどるか言及しましたか？
Transferred.
天候と。
天候？
レナはサトシは転校したって言ってるんです。で、俺もこのままだと転校しちゃうぞって。
Oshi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly.
前原さん、それはおそらく何かの脅迫、もしくは警告ですね。
俺もそう思ってます。
At that point, I started to think, would it be prudent to sum up everything that happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with Oyashiro Sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oshi-san, except Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it's Oyashiro Sama's curse being real, or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all the villagers, Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with a prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oshi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. He's probably just downplaying it when he said a little. Meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rena was someone I should suspect. No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in this huge house. Yeah, he's alone in the huge house, guys. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residences close to the Maybara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I had never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. That scared the absolute shit out of me. Like, okay. I wonder if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. So I had to ask right now. What? You're gonna ignore the ding dong? Someone's at the door! Because I had no idea when the next chance would come. They're binging it twice! Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, that was the most reliable he had ever felt. Oh my goodness, he didn't hear the door! I wanted to ask about Rena, about what happened at her previous school. I don't like that dash! I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Thank you, finally! Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door. He's cooked. He's so cooked. We didn't get our question out, and now we're dead. That would be a problem. Okay, that's something. Okay, Loki, in case she dies here, will come in as a new student next year. The next episode will be with new students, and we'll try to figure out what happened to Keiichi, because he freaking died. That's where we're at. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I need to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oshi-san did, in which case it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. Look through the peephole first. Oh, except be careful. Don't look at the peephole like too obviously, because then a needle's gonna come through and jab you, okay? I'll just say mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. He's so dead, he's so dead. There is a peephole. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you ring the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. Without removing the chain, a chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends. Yeah, okay, I'm glad that he realizes. You have your bat, right? Like that thing that you were obsessed with? Like, let's make sure you have that if you're opening the door. Which one is it? Okay. At least she's being cordial.
Rena.
There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Oshi-san about Rena. Did she tap the phone? Like, I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence, but those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me.
Rena 一人?
Seems that Mion wasn't with her, but that didn't change the situation at all. Mion might be in the house already. Like,
何しに来たんだよ?
ねえ、ケイチ君、ちゃんとドアを開けて
open the door for me. Open the door for me, please.
レナは玄関に入っちゃダメなのかな?
It was true that speaking through a chain door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate, but...
うち、夜は必ずチェーンかけてるんだよ。
Good move, good move.
気にすんなよ。
なら、仕方ないかな。
Rena looked at the ground sadly. But she kept smiling at least, and her efforts to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger, surely. But I really feared more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain, and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Yeah, she hasn't betrayed you yet, by the way. Like, not at all, by the way. Since it didn't seem like I'd remove the chain from her sudden urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway.
Why are you asking me about food?
No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all that time talking. I was going to have a cup noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to.
いや、まだだよ。それがどうしたよ。
じゃあよかった。
Then good?
これ見て。
What is
お
it?
惣菜とか持ってきてあげたの。
Rena had a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth.
お台所とか貸してくれれば、お味噌汁を温めてくれ
No,
るよ。
I'm sorry. You keep it. I'm not hungry. I already made some cup ramen. I'm sorry. No, I appreciate it. We can eat it tomorrow at school. In public, because there's needles in it. Because I know you.
いいよ、そこまでしてくれなくても。
でも、お豆腐もお野菜もたっぷりなの。ケイチ君、そういうの嫌いかな
There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. He's like, damn it, she got me. I love white radish, carrots, burdock root and potatoes, dense and fibrous root vegetables. Ugh. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible, man. She got me.
ご飯も持ってきてあげたから、レンジで温めればすぐ食べられるし。
Not a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh, it's so big. How wonderful it is to be born Japanese.
それからね、またお漬物。
And she made pickles.
今度は山菜のお漬物なの。
Before I moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sansai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. It's funny that we're going back to pickles, because my first note for her was Pickle Girl. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. Ah, no matter what kind of pickles they were, they'd go so well with that fluffy white rice.
それからね。
But wait, there's more. A Glock! So delicious, it just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self, who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in a good spirit since she was offering such a delicious-sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. When I did see she was alone, it shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. Thank you! At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Rena, speaking of this charming dinner, was dependent on one premise. That premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house. Meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. Oh my goodness! He finally had a good idea! Thank you! A wonderful point! A wonderful point! Good job, man! I'm proud. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom weren't here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. Oh, and you confirmed by not eating dinner yet. There was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There are plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It's hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to that fact as long as I could. You could say like, yeah, oh, that sounds so good, but my mom's making dinner. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Right. Thank you. Fine. Acceptable. Acceptable response.
そうなの？
せっかくで申し訳ないんだけどさ、 その
Unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trade off
で
weakly.
もちょっとはおかずになると思うな。
悪いけど間に合ってるよ。うちのお袋ってさ、結構おかずをいっぱい作るんだよ。だから。
おかず
You already have side dishes? You're cheating on me! With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well.
ケイチ君もおかずとか作れるんだね。
Ooh, she's saying it.
何を作ったのかな。
Because that's accusing that it's not the mom.
いや、その別に俺が。
Rena had assumed out of nowhere that I made the dishes. No, not so much that I'd made them, but rather that my mom hadn't.
本当に作ったの？
No.
おかず。
Oh.
ケイチ君が？
Don't do it.
だから
Just please
俺が作ったんじゃないよ。
Just
お袋が作った。あ、いや、作ってるんだよ。今。
He's so
だか
bad
ら
at
さ、
lying.
悪いけどレナの持ってきてくれたのは食べられないんだよ。
Rena fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes.
ケイチ君のお夕飯当ててみようか？
If she says the ginger and pork cup noodle, my head is going through the window behind me.
なんだっていいじゃないか。
ね。
The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. Felt like I was being interrogated.
そのお夕飯お湯だけで作れるんじゃないかな。
No, she's playing with us.
おいおい、侮るなよ。
She's playing
う
with
ちのお
us.
袋のスペシャルなディナーを見くびるなってんだ。そりゃもう満館全席
Tickets sold out.
すごいのなんの。
Good attempt to quip. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grip my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that
ケイチ君
silliness.
本当にお母さんご飯作ってってくれたの？
Leave you?
いやだからくれたんじゃなくて今作ってるん
Good
だ
catch.
よ。もうすぐ晩飯に。
Rena had taken that assertion of mine that my mother was home and making dinner right now and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became.
ねえケイチ君
At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the
お
doorway.
母さんお家にいるのかな？かな。
I couldn't keep up the charade anymore. Rena, she knew full well that my parents weren't home, but I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here and would be having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted. So I answered. I told her she was here.
いるよ。もちろん。
I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their gelid glare.
どうして？
Why are you lying to me?
何のことかな。
I tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth.
どうしてさっきから嘘をつくのかな？かな。
Are you just mad that I'm lying? Is that the problem? I'll stop lying. I can stop lying. I can be honest. Rena, they're not home. You're scaring me. I just want to be part of the village. I don't know what's going on. Please don't make me disappear. Win the game for free.
嘘なんか。
嘘だよね。
嘘なんかじゃ。
嘘だよ。
Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Rena and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could
ケイチ
save
君
me.
のお夕飯当てるよ。
Don't you dare put disrespect on my cup noodles. I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight, but it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she'd be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. She's been in your house. She's looked through your cupboards. Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was
カップラーメン
cup noodles?
当たりでしょ？
Okay, the flavor though, she might not know the flavor that I was going to eat. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Yeah, that's too obvious a guess. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing.
ラーメンだけじゃ きっとお腹すくと
Okay, we might be
思うな
fine.
ご飯とかも一緒の方が
Chat, we might be okay. She only thinks we're eating cup noodles. Surely we've got a win. This is the closest thing to a win we've gotten in 5.5 hours. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. This was just a coincidence. Rena was just reading certain tells of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that, they couldn't possibly exist.
好きなの？
ラーメンがかよ。
豚骨生姜味。
Huh? Don't block it out. Rena indicated that the point of my answer was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken.
ごめん、レナ。
Yeah, can you repeat that again?
今、なんて？
え？
Huh?
何が？
今さ、何が好きって聞いたんだよ。
It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it.
豚骨生姜味。
She knows. She knows. She knows. She knows the flavor. We didn't get the win at all. She did. That was the one thing we had. The one thing we had was pork bone and ginger flavor, and she got it. And she got it. What do you want the log for? It's over, man. It's just over. She's been in our house and knows my shopping. I have nothing. Oh, wait, I have a bat. It's not over. We're so Barack. As cooked as the noodles that my mom is still making, by the way. Wondered how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance. Dude, I wonder if... Is Rena multiple personalities, or is she actually just giga good at being a liar? Because she might be like, I'm so worried about him going missing, and then switch to her other personality, makes the guy go missing, switches back, and is like, oh no, what happened? And then she's like the demon that the town's supposed to like not get in the way of. But then that's me believing in the curse, you know? As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance. And I don't really believe in the curse. I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that.
まとめて買った。俺が箱買いした。それがどうしてわかるんだ。
なんでかな。不思議だね。だね。
How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and door suddenly were no longer protecting me.
どうしてわかる？なぜ知ってる？答えろ。
買ったのはセブンスマート。
Okay.
だよね。
Okay. A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade.
なんでわかるんだよ。
ケイイチ君の後ろ、ずっとくっついてたから。
Lose the game, lose the game. We have lost the game for free. Lose the game, lose the game. Like there's no chance. She's been doing the walk technique the entire time. Okay. It's not even that like the villagers like told her. It's that she was following us. I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time.
だからレナがケイイチ君の後ろにずっとくっついてたの。
Well, now I'm getting glimpses of the invisible girl. Like that the invisible girl. Like that night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oshi-san. I didn't even sense her being there. Standing behind the door behind me. Standing there just like that.
ケイイチ君がいろんなラーメン選んでるとこ後ろからずっと
Rena,
見てた。
why?
いろんな種類を選んでたんだよね。それでお母さんに怒られたの。高いラーメンばっかり選ぶから一種類にしなさいって。それでケイイチ君大好きな大きいカップの豚骨生姜
Yes,
味
and
の
they're
ラーメンだよね。
delicious.
レナも好
And
き
they're
だよ。
delicious.
豚骨ラーメン。
They're pretty good, yeah.
でも大きいカップは全部
Call me
食べき
on.
れ
You
な
know
いんだよ
what?
ね。
Rena, Unlatch the door. Come on in. Let's eat some. Alright. Frick the noise. Pork a bone, ginger flavor. We can make 2 bowls. Whatever you don't eat, I'll eat. It's fine. We can even share 1 bowl. We can only make 1 if you don't think you can eat a whole thing. It's fine. At this point, we've lost the game, so just let her do what she wants to you. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then, I could understand what Rena was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Rena advanced.
だからケイチ君、ここを開けて。
No.
レナと一緒にご飯食べる？
That has nothing to do with you getting my thing right.
きっと美味しいから。ね。
Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door, one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. I swear, if you ripped the door open, if she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart, trying again and again, clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light. Oh my goodness, he tried to powder keg pivot, but the cooldown takes too long. And I'm gonna be honest, the powder keg's not enough to kill her. Like, this is not an obsidian powder keg, okay? Like, if it was, maybe we could talk. But, like, it's just, this is clearly, it's not. It's like a fiery powder keg, but like, we just don't have any setup for it.
開けて。ケイチ君。
帰ってくれ。
The begging tech. The begging tech. Putting an egg in it is good. That's actually true with instant ramen.
頼むから。
I usually put 2 in.
帰ってくれ。
I beg you, please go away.
どうしてそんな意地悪を言うのかな。
No, you just say like, I'm scared. I'm so scared of you.
帰ってくれ。帰れよ。帰れ。
The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. Shut the door. Thank goodness. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. And the source of that was Rena's fingers! Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack of the doorway. Ow! It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Ow! Ow! Her fingers! Ow! I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out. And that was why the door wasn't closing. He's just like crushing her fingers, dude. I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. It didn't change anything. Whew, sane protagonist. Sane. Rena couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. Keiichi, you gotta put it together for a few seconds. Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it! I put on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. All of them, right? Okay, ow! The moment that happened, the door closed suddenly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena. Is there ever a world she's actually a victim of a thing? Because then I would feel bad for her, but like... Nope, she's insane. Nope, kill her. It's fine. Put your fingers back in. I'll open it this time. Gang, gang, gang. Like... Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those pitiful words, they would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all, but that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I just felt a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before, Mion had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should just pretend to be out and not even open the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. One step, two steps, with each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. Get the bat, get the bat, get the bat, get the bat, get the bat. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. Get the bat. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. A bat or a person? There was something in my bed. Mion? When you were out with the garage and the newspaper? It was the receiver. I'm trolling. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oshi-san. Agreed. I just can't take it. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Rena for so long, how did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again.
Oishi-san, お待たせしてすみませんでした。
いえいえ、大してお待ちしていませんよ。
Did it happen quickly, or are we tripping? It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oshi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Oshi-san really was.
今、レナが来ました。
遊びに来たんですか?
I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain this situation to Oshi-san, but I didn't need to right now. Right now, I need to know about Rena. That's right, I was planning to ask Oshi-san more about Rena, but Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oshi-san about her. Up until now, I regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But, looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't. Okay, once you know things, are you then gonna die? Like... I understood that Oshi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend.
その簡単な全てを知りたいんです。
あなたが聞いて面白いような話はありません。
Yo, Oshi, just spit.
Oshi-san.
I spoke as calmly as possible to Oshi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said it.
竜宮レナは怪しいと思っています。
Good.
過去の事件がたとえお社様のたたりによるものだったにせよ。
Okay,
竜
liked
宮レ
it.
ナは関
Love
わっ
it.
ています。
Good job, Keiichi. Good move.
レナさんが怪しいと思える具体的な証拠があるのですか?
The manner in which Oshi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective.
状況証拠だけです。
そうですか。
You could tell even over the phone how disappointed Oshi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt up by it only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed.
目に見える証拠がなければ動けないんですか?
What does that mean? What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Oshi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine.
大丈夫ですよ、前原さん。あなたは私が守ります。
That was not the least bit reassuring. Oshi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That's all. That was all I was to him.
Oshi-sanの捜査は俺の生死と無関係でしょうが、俺は死ねば終わりなんです。
Oshi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relate to Oshi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position.
話してください。レナのこと。サトシは転校しました。多分、俺もそれほど遠くない将来、レナの言う転校をするでしょう。ですが、大石さんには、俺の死体を見つけることもできないでしょうね。
Jeez.
現にサトシの死体だって、まだ見つけられてない。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oshi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust to the police. In the police? Oh, in the police. Yeah? Yeah, okay. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Ironic. Then I at least wanted to know about what happened before Rena transferred schools.
つまらない話になるのは覚悟の上ですね。
Oshi, just say it. Oshi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally
今の俺にとっ
caved.
てつまらない話は
Thank
何
you,
一つあり
agreed.
ません。お願いします。
まずいくつかお断りします
Just tell me.
はい。
他言無用でお願いし
Sure. Sure.
ますまた内容には一部
Sure.
憶測も含まれているかもし
Fine.
れません
Acceptable.
全てが真実ではない
I
か
don't
もしれ
care.
ないということですよろしいですね
Yes.
真実ではないかもしれない。言ってる意味がよくわかりません。
ひなみ沢の連続開始事件は捜査本部がありません毎年の事件はここに扱われています
Yeah, yes, yes. Please, please, Oshi. I was desperate, actually. I was on my hands and knees begging. Please tell me about the politics of the cases and how each one is separate. It's not like I'm asking about a very specific thing or anything.
ですから竜宮レナが捜査線に浮上したこと
That's
は
fine.
つまりですね
レナの調査は警察としてでなく個人として行ったということですか？
ご理解いただけて助かります
Thank you. Thank you, thank you,
話
thank
の
you.
ほとんどは電話もしくは会って聞かせてもらったものばかりです
Oshi is killing me out here,
裏が
dude.
取れていません
Oshi's killing
鵜
me.
呑みにしないでほしい
Sure, sure.
ということなん
Done.
ですよ
Great. Your grain of salt has been
ご理解い
granted.
ただけますね
We have the... I'm literally nodding right now.
聞いた話だけなんですか？
申し訳ないです個人調査ですのでね
あれ以前レナのカルテを見たって言いませんでしたか？確かにそう聞きましたよ。
Oshi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the
そん
line.
なことも言いましたかね気のせいということにしてください
Pretend you didn't hear anything about a chart? I didn't care about Oshi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire
話して
after
くだ
all.
さい。大石さん。
A chart?
わかりました
I'm putting chart question mark. Chart. Oshi mentioned. Oishi mentioned. Okay. Because that's something. Understood. Oshi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. Oshi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. Finally! My taste in middle-aged men will be granted. Seemed that Rena lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rena confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I knew.
私が知る話も前原さんと大きくは変わりません
Okay.
では、どこを詳しく調べたんですか？
I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to Hinamizawa.
レナが起こした事件と、その後の医者での告白ですね。
はい
大石さんは、その内容を知っているからこそ、レナたちを疑っているんですね。
疑っています
Okay.
やはり、レナたちが犯人。
ああいえ疑うとはそういう意味ではないんです
Okay. Chat, I'm gonna leave it on the question mark and I'm gonna go piss. He wants to talk in circles for 10 years? Question mark. Agreed. Alright. Lock in. What are we question marking? Oh yeah, that's not what I meant by suspect them. Let them cook. Oshi, you've really been jerking my chain, haven't you? Come on, jerk it to completion. Oshi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring.
じゃあ何を疑ってるんですか？
お社様ですよ。
Oh, he believes in the curse. Okay.
お社様のたたりって
Is real.
本当に
Thank you, police officer.
なんてまあ
And then he laughs on the phone. Oshi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oshi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances between Satoshi's disappearance. The course of events linked him to delve into Rena's past. Terrifying. I'm gonna be honest, terrifying. Just then, there was thunder in the distance and a heavy rain started pouring in. We cannot hear somebody sneaking up on us now. It came without warning, a downpour fiercely beating the ground. I left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly. This is not a good omen. This is a really bad omen. I got up while still on the phone and grasped the window.
学校側も被害者も告発していないので正式には事件ではないのです。でですね、この辺りがどうも関係者皆さん口が重いんですよ。被害者の一人は片目に後遺症を残すぐらい殴られて
There was a victim with permanent eye damage?
学校側か、もしくは表沙汰
That's more than a window,
何者か
dude.
がいろいろまたカウンセリングを担当した神経科医も職業倫理に厳格な方で。もしもし
Hello? Hello?
前原さん
Are you still on the phone?
聞こえてます
Wait, 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 wait. There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. He must have gone to, like, fix the window, looked out it, and saw this. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In the shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. Alright, I mean, this is in character. This is normal. Honestly, this isn't even perturbing me. In one hand was a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room. Focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be at this time? I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking developments being brought up to light by Oshi-san. If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that. Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating something. What was it? Was she repeating? To me. I'm sorry? The really freaky thing is if she was repeating, oh yeah, her fingers are bloody. True? Would be if she's repeating what was being said. Could you imagine she's just repeating what Oshi-sama was saying on the phone? That'd be GG. That'd be like, okay, we never had a chance, actually. To me. Just, I'm sorry, maybe? What was she saying? And why was I, right up against the window, fixated on her?
前原さん聞こえてますかもしもーし
ごめんなさい
え前原さん
ごめんなさい
That's what she's saying. Okay, she's just saying I'm sorry. Yeah. Chat, you can't fix her. It's confirmed. She's unfixable. It's actually just...
もしもし前原さんどうしましたか
Even this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. It's okay, you're forgiven! The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of outside. He really is doing the split self thing a lot. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apology still reached my ears. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. 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 Damn it. Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive, 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 I won't forgive. Cinematic bars? If they go to tips, I never play the game again. How dare they? How actually dare they? How actually dare they do that? Split personality? I don't care about this! Okay. Run it, run it, run it. Who cares? Run it. In fact, I'm gonna eat the rest of my burrito during this.
複数の人格を持つことによる逃避と考えられています。
Sure, I think Pink is slightly immersed.
多重人格は逃避の一つなのですか？
さようです。そのメカニズムは完全には解明されていませんが、精神を守るために脳が
Are they referencing Rena or are they all referencing Kaichi?
ではないかと考えられています。
You know what I mean? Keiichi, I mean. Rena, Keiichi, both are kind of doing it. Something, something. That's Oyashi Urashima's curse is something to do with this. Blah, blah, blah. That stuff I said earlier.
これも多重人格なわけですか？
I haven't worried about the autoplay. I won't worry about it.
つまり誰にでもあり得る現象なのです。
その現実逃避の見境がなくなると二重人格になるのですか？
ちょっと難しいですね。そう提唱する説もありますし、否定する説もあります。諸説紛々です。では精神医学の世界ではまだ多重人格というのは未知の解明されていない現象なんですか？残念ながらそうなります。今後の研究が期待されます。でも二重人格なんてなんだかかっこいいですよね。どうなれると言いますか、なりやすいと言いますか。最近の研究ではイベント死因が複雑に絡み合い、中でも幼少期の育児体験が大きく作用するのではないかと言われています。
You think the other two girls are getting set up to have this and that's why their parents were killed? Because it's like a cult and we're gonna like, hey guys, let's just make a bunch of like multiple personality kids to embody the spirit of Oyashiro-sama so that she can continue to protect the town and the dam. And so we're gonna just abuse a bunch of people, a bunch of kids until they like embody her and then they will be our defense mechanism against the town. Send it! Okay. Patent it. Send it. Yeah, we're screwed.
そういえばこの A 君も家庭に問題を抱えてるんですよね。気の毒に7つの人格を持つ青年 A。では VTR の続きをどうぞ。
It's me.
ですがその前にコマーシャル。
They did not just hit me with the commercial break. I'm actually pissed. They actually just hit me with the commercial break. Oh, my nose itches. How dare they play this happy-go-lucky music? How dare they? The 7th Mart was a bargain supermarket with food and alcohol. What's this, Keiichi? So many. There's no reason to get all the different kinds, is there? I've lopped all the different colored cup noodle bowls into the cart.
最近のカップ麺は凝ってて種類も多いんだよ。どれも一通りは食ってみたいし。
I thought it was pretty selfish of me, but I thought I'd at least give it a try. Geiichi, buy them in the big case. It's cheaper. Dad faltered. Well, I had a feeling it'd end up like this. Now that Dad had thrown his hat into the ring, I'd have to compromise.
それじゃあ一種類しか食えないよ。飽きちゃうって。
I was resisting as a formality. I'd already given up inside and wasn't sure which case of noodles to get. If you can't pick, then Mommy will pick for you. Oh no, Mommy, don't pick for me. You don't have to rush me. I quickly searched the cases of noodles for what I wanted. Pork and bone and ginger, large cup. Hey, Keiichi, can't you get a more normal one? If I let Mom pick, she'd err on the side of safety and get soy sauce or salt flavored. So when I plonked a large box of pork bone flavor in the shopping cart, Mom looked back at me with an expression as if to say, these ones? To show her this was my last compromise, I began explaining the choice.
うまいんだよ。大盛りだけど大味ってわけじゃないし。
I remembered insisting that the noodles I picked were the right kind. Where is she? In this frozen memory in time, this encapsulated world, I didn't have the power to look around my surroundings. So, I did what I could and reached out with my hearing and vision, sharpening my senses to find the presence I overlooked. No matter how much I searched through my field of vision, I couldn't see Rena. I rewound the situation searching, but of course I couldn't find her. Then, was she spying at me from my blind spot? I go through the sound of presences again, looking. I could sense the other customers. They were all mixed about, moving as they pleased. There was nobody looking over this way and no one trying to get behind me. Not here. Couldn't be here. Probably wasn't here. I would definitely notice if someone was right behind me, even when I wasn't on my guard. I smiled wryly at the thought of using a vague word like probably right before contradicting it with definitely. Then I paused my mental replay as a chill ran down my spine. There was definitely a presence like a shadow behind me. That was a terror unlike any other. If a presence really had manifested behind me, I would definitely have turned around to check for it. But the world had moved on, and there was no way for me to turn around. While carrying that frightening shadow on my back, I was gleefully running around the store, searching for a case of noodles? Running through the instant noodles section, bad-mouthing my mom. But there was that presence constantly at my back, sticking to me like a shadow. No way to see what it was. Realizing it now after the fact was horrifying and repulsive. See, okay, the problem with this is why would Rena... Okay, so if there's like a shadow that follows Homeboy, and Rena has access to that information from the shadow, because like supernatural woogly boogly, why would she like break into the house, or break in? Why would she enter the house and stand outside the door for an hour? You know, like, she had to have actually been here and we're just going crazy. Or the villagers told her, because she works with the villagers. Or, the shadow actually does exist as a thing, and it only developed after we went crazy enough. But I don't know when we bought the noodles. I assume we bought them in the past. So that doesn't even really work. In that moment of time, I was running around gleefully, carrying that cardboard box, tip-tap, but listening to that moment again, I could hear footsteps other than mine going pit-pat with every step. Tip-tap, 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 pit-pat, pit-pat, pit-pat. Tip-tap, tip-tap, pit-pat, pit-pat, tip-tap, tip-tap, pit-pat, pit-pat. While I was running, the sound of those barefoot footsteps going pit-pat were right behind mine, me running around gleefully in that closed-off moment in time. But I didn't hear it. No, I heard it. That's why I remembered it. I didn't think I had heard anything. That's why I didn't turn around. And memory's valuable, you know? That is why I didn't turn around. In that moment, the pit-pat of those footsteps were following me the entire time. I couldn't run faster and escape. I couldn't run any faster than I had run at the time. I couldn't turn around. I hadn't turned around before, not once. Then I returned to my parents and started talking. The shadow-like presence was right at my back. Since I didn't move, the shadow didn't move. That is why it made no sound. That was all. At that time, I hadn't taken a single step while talking with my parents. I was just standing there. And they didn't see it either, you know? This was undeniable. And yet, I heard it. A pit-pat. That shouldn't be. If I took 3 steps, it followed 3 steps. Wasn't that the rule? Why is it pit-patting? There was no sound other than that. At that time, the entire world had gone dark. A sudden darkness. Keiichi's having a mental spiral episode. I don't know, like, what was in that pork and bone ramen, but, like, he's gone. He's reminiscing on this moment, and he's just going crazy. It was the end of my reflective journey. I was tired. I wanted to end it. Someone turn on the light. Except my body couldn't move, as if I was sewn into that moment in time. Pit-pat. My past self's hair stood on end. That's impossible. Now that's just breaking the rules. I haven't moved, so you shouldn't be moving either. I couldn't move, so you shouldn't be able to move either. Follow the rules. Pit-pat. Yet that sound echoed in the darkness once again. The hair on the back of my neck pricked up on end. It was so close that it was hard to tell whether it was touching the hair or not. Why couldn't I move, like how the presence was moving behind me? I quickly realized I could move. It's just that I was scared and didn't want to. But now was the only time I could turn around. It was something unforgivable in this moment in time. But I needed to turn around immediately. As if my entire being was trying to force me to stop, it began to administer a pain like a needle being stuck into my every pore. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared at all. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared at all. A scream I was unable to vocalize. I turned around. At first, I couldn't understand the meaning of it. What is this? Just as a person's mouth might bite into an apple, slurp the juice. Slurp the juices. And finally discovered that it was an apple. My mind began to process the scene before my eyes by eating the apple. Munch, munch, chew, chew. Slurp the juices and discover the apple. What is this apple metaphor? Meaning what was in front of me was... horrifying? An apple! It was an apple. It was an apple, I guess. Okay. The demon? The spirit. I mean, Oyashiro, right? The freaking spirit. I mean, that's like the only option here. Oyashiro. I don't know who else it would be. You fell asleep? Wait. We're cutting to the future now. Okay. I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. I tried to stay awake all night, but there were definitely gaps in my memory. So we have to kill... We're gonna end up killing Rena. The very first thing in the game was bludgeoning a girl to death. We're gonna kill her. With the bat. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in panic all night. I spent all night hugging the metal bat and sat on top of the futon I used to barricade my door. Waiting, watching, just in case someone tried to break in through my window. If I left the spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying and attack me. But if I stopped watching the window, someone would break through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. The thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking that risk, I didn't need it. It was so much better to just stay awake. At some point during that endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, light began to shine outside, but that was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was just the sun simply having risen. I snuck a peek out through the curtains. If she's still there, it's over. Rena was gone. We're so back. I couldn't see her anywhere, no matter how hard I looked. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief that the night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. I still had time. But I need to make my own breakfast. Yeah, guys. Gotta get a balanced breakfast at the beginning of the day. We all got priorities, alright? Let's make some eggs, get some toast, put some butter on it. Who gives a frick? Orange juice? Let's make it happen. I'd better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. With my mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house was incalculable, so staying holed up in here was probably my safest option. But staying here wouldn't solve anything. Oshi-san wouldn't help me without cold, hard evidence. Neither he nor my parents. Your parents would help you is the thing. Like, I mean, he doesn't believe it, but like, surely, dude. Surely at this point, like, I don't know, maybe there's some blood by the door frame of where her fingers were stuck in. And you could say, like, she, like, wouldn't leave me alone and, like was trying to break in and then, like, trapped her fingers and here's the blood. And there was a needle, I think you threw it away, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, he's dead. I mean, he's dead. This is the end. Like, he's cooked. He's either going to die or he's going to kill Rena and then Rena's going to, like, and then he'll die or, you know, or he'll get imprisoned or whatever. Like, it's just over. Unless I found some sort of proof, these relentless nights would never end. I stretched my body, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes, just like I did every morning. I regulated my breathing and regained my senses. Calm down, Keiichi. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set their trap for me. But that didn't mean I was just going to twiddle my thumbs. I need to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates of any car that drives by. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothes and face. I wasn't just protecting myself. I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. Who would win? An entire village or Keiichi with a bat? The tension was similar to when two samurai were both aiming to slay each other with a single motion as they draw their katanas. Except instead of two samurai, it's one samurai versus like an entire village of samurai. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. Alright, let's go to school. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. That's facts. That is, I love that. That's actually, it's such a, like, him being the spiritual successor to Satoshi and him having his bat. It's like, it's all he's got. It's the closest thing to an ally right now, because freaking police officer he needs evidence for, he thinks, you know. Satoshi, please lend me your strength, and entrust your dying regrets to me, since you were probably murdered. I'll make sure I dispel them. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. It was still early. Of course I was going to school by myself today, but I didn't want to run into Rena or Mion. I need to leave now. The shattered fragments of the cupboard were still strewn all over the entryway. Right, I meant to clean it up last night, but never got around to it with the phone call and everything. My parents came back and saw this while I was at school. I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up right now, and considering what would happen if I ran into Rena or Mion, it wouldn't be too late to clean up after I got back home. Making extra certain that the doors were locked, I left the house. Yo, I'm just glad nobody was inside the house during that night. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today I was going to school in a tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit this morning, my mind was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. Yeah, I have that hunch too, big dog. Keep your guard up, Keiichi Maebara. The only one who gets to decide if today is my last is me. Chat, people can't kill you without your permission. We made it to school? We practicing our swing? I spent the morning practicing my swing like it was my natural routine. After a while, Rena arrived at school. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Rena said nothing about last night, as if it never happened, but I could see that those events were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. I just heard her telling Satoko and the others that the bandages were from hurting herself in the kitchen. Though, it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oshi-san shared about Rena's incident before her transfer played vividly in my mind. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Rena as a cute, ideal girl. Yo, he's ready to kill her. Yeah. It was Mion. I'd already sensed her approach, so I wasn't that surprised.
Mionか。わかってるなら放っておいてくれよ。俺は甲子園で忙しいんだ。
I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even larger swing, tactically keeping Mion from getting any closer. You wouldn't want to get hurt, would you? I think Mion got the message, but she still urged me to give it a rest.
ホームルームまであとちょっとだろ。もう一汗かかせてくれよ。
I swung the bat even harder as a sign of my refusal.
最近好きになった。
最近って昨日から？
分かってんなら聞くなよ。
あれまあ、スポーツマンにしては爽やかじゃないお返事だことで。
Please, I have one request. This is like a prisoner last meal type request. Please, can I just see Satoko one more time? Before I die, just let me see her one more time and let her play like a funny prank and then like she like acts all sweet and then that's it. I one more thing. That's all I could need. Okay? That and my life is yours. Take me after that. Just put it in! I ignored Mion and kept swinging. No, not like that, dude. Okay. Normally she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this. But Mion just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility, but we were at school in plain view. I doubt she'd suddenly attack me here. Or was that too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out. Sweat poured from me as I stopped swinging. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. I cursed my lack of exercise. Yeah, he's wearing himself out way too much. At this rate, I might not be able to move as needed when the time came. Exactly. Should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina in addition to the excuse for carrying the bat around with me. But you don't have time to build stamina if this is happening to you right now.
用ってわけでもないけどさ。お疲れのようなら後にするけど。
今でいい。
I'm only dealing with you right now because I judge this situation to be safe. Talking to you alone and away from others, that's out of the question.
さ。
Mion was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words. But unlike Oshi-san, it didn't look like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. Mion was puzzled, trying to find the right thing to say. But then she gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of that mire. Mire, kind of swamp-like. What do you want to talk about? You're gonna ask me out? What are you so blushing about?
なんだよ突然。言いたいことがあるならはっきりと言えよ。
Here it comes. Stop it! Why? She got straight to the point. Her request was so frank I didn't understand it for a moment. I'd already stopped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I?
ちゃんとやめてるだろ。
じゃなくて、今日で終わりにしてほしいの。
But why?
悪いけど。
Took me some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with swinging a bat?
なんでだよ。余計なお世話だよ。別に誰にも迷惑かけてないだろ。
かけてる。
Who? Mion said it flat out. This didn't make any sense, and that was really irritating.
俺がいつ誰に迷惑をかけたよ。
Who, Rena? Mion was at a loss for words, but she finally made up her mind and spoke, though she stuttered as she said it.
だってさ、ケイちゃん、それ人のバットだしさ。
The guy's dead, bro.
無断借用は悪いし。
I mean, that's kind of true. This is why, like, he was kind of crazy that we just took the bat.
転校した生徒の忘れ物だろ。本人が取りに来るまで借りてるだけだよ。
Yeah, he transferred. Mion grew uncharacteristically flustered. That made it all too clear that his transfer was a lie.
変わってるよな。兄貴だけ転校なんだろ。妹は転校しなかったんだろ。
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? That homegirl Satoko just, you know. Who gives a frick? Mion couldn't hide her reaction as my words shook her up. Because that was Satoko's brother, I think, yeah?
ケイちゃん、知ってたの？
北条聡。
Yeah, Hojo. Yeah, confirmed. I need to write Hojo and him just so I can not be confused by that in the future. But yeah, there we go. Because I just had brother also disappeared 4th year, so yeah. Okay.
聡子の兄貴だろ。
Okay.
去年鬼隠しにあって消えた。
Yeah, we are cooking. We are just saying shit now. Frick it. See what she does. Unable to respond to that, Mion fell
レナ
silent.
にも言われた。なんで素振りを始めたのかってな。サトシもやってたんだってな。素振り。それも失踪の直前に。
I'm fine with this, because he's only telling her things that she already knows that he knows because of Rena. Mostly. Except for that the connection to Satoko was new, but like, who gives a frick? Sometimes you gotta throw some things out to get some stuff back. And at this point, we're desperate, dude. We're like giga desperate. Yeah? Mion panicked and looked around.
頼むよ、ケイちゃん。お社様の話はうかつにしないでよ。
Oh, wait, are you on my side, Mion? Do you remember the needle you put in my thing? You knew about that, right? Or am I going crazy? You know what? I'll just let you cook.
私はそんなに信じてないからいいけどさ。
Him? I always thought it was a woman.
すごく信じてる。
Okay, Ayashiro is a him. Okay, that's going in the notes. Shrine's god. Him. Weird. Understood.
レナなんかやばいくらいに。
やばいくらいに？
とにかくみんな怖がってるんだよ。もしもこれが悪ふざけならやめな。サトシの真似は絶対にやめて。
I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank for taking up this bat in the first place? But it was still unsettled me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. It'd be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decisions.
先に言っとく。俺はサトシのことは何も知らない。みんなが隠してたからな。
Satoshi's spirit is inhabiting us because he died, and I don't know. After all, you didn't tell me anything about him.
隠してたってわけじゃ。
Oh, you didn't? You didn't now? Or what about all those other things I asked you
毎
about?
年起こる事件のことを隠してたろ
Thank you. Catch her out on her stuff.
それは
Oh, because you don't want to what? Because you didn't want to what, Mion?
怖がらせたくなかったってのかそれが理由で俺だけのけ者かよ
いやそんなつもりじゃ
ミオンに直にダム現場で事件がなかったか
He's getting her. He's getting her.
ミオンはないって言ったじゃない
He just has to make sure he doesn't talk too much. He has to force her to respond, which means ask really direct questions and then force her to sit with it and then wait for her to answer. You don't want to give her outs by continually moving around.
バラバラ殺人があったのによ嘘つき野郎
ごめん嘘って
Let her finish. Like, let her keep talking.
仲間ってのは隠し事なん
You
か
know,
な
you
しだ
get a
ろ
reason, get a rationale.
そうだろじゃあお前らは仲間じゃない
ケイちゃん
We what?
そんなのって
Mion looked helpless and flustered. Why are you trying to get me on your side right now? Why are you being nice? You were so weird and scary. You were so weird and scary, and you fought that one guy with the dam, and your parents are crazy, probably. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I never could have imagined Mion acting like this.
ああそれに先日の見舞いのおはぎあれうまかったぜ血が出るかと思ったやったのはどっちだ
Is she gonna play dumb on this? Because that might have just been fully Rena.
私
You just tell me? I'm flabbergasted. She admitted it so easily. I couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was.
死ぬかもしれなかったんだぞ仲間にあんな真似をするのかよ
そんなちょっとしたいたずらじゃん
No. No, you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that. It doesn't make sense. It just it like I don't know what she's trying to do anymore. It doesn't make sense. It's like I don't get it. I actually don't get it. It doesn't make sense. I don't know what she's yapping about. It doesn't make sense. It just clearly doesn't make sense. And now she's like, I don't know, what do you mean? Well, it's just a little prank? It's just a prank. No, it's not. It's not. I don't think it is just a prank. And I don't think I'm crazy. I mean, give me a wry smile mixed with confusion, causing me even more anger to well up inside me. I grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. It was a needle, a sewing needle. If I had swallowed that and it lodged in my throat, what did she think would happen? Mion's face froze as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't the Mion Sonozaki I knew anymore.
とにかくお前は仲間じゃない仲間じゃない奴の指図は受ける言われはない俺のことは当分放っておいてもらうぜいいな
Mion wasn't replying
俺を
anymore.
消そうとしても簡単にはいかないからな
It was just a prank is
お前らは最初から警察に疑われてんだ
crazy line.
サトシを消せたように簡単に消せると思うなよ
I said it clearly. This was my declaration of
俺も過
war.
去の事件はお前らが怪しいと思ってる
Wow, he's letting it all send. He's sending it all. He's
ダム
sending
の
it
反
all.
対運動の時からお前が警察の世話になってたこともよく知って隠しきれてると思うなよいいな
どうしてそんな
Why are you playing dumb? You literally knew I've been talking to the cops. You literally knew this. How are you playing stupid right now? Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. That was when I heard the principal ring the bell for school. It was time for morning
行
homework.
こうぜ委員長がいないとまずいだろん
At that moment, for the first time, I realized Mion was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks.
ひどいよ
You put a sewing needle in my mochi!
み
I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel
俺
guilty.
行くぞホームルーム遅れるなよ
I left Mion still shaking as I turned around to head for the entrance. I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. Yeah, it's not that bad. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint mutter as she was speaking to herself.
そっか
え
She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mion talking to herself. But it was a sobbing voice that had kind of a giddy cursing tone. I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her.
ケイちゃんに
全部バラしたの。あの野郎か。
He leaked it to me? You're talking about Oshi? She balled up her fist as tears continued to rain down. She glared at a spot at the ground with a terrifying yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down my spine from that demonic expression. This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from Rena's.
あの時殺しとくんだったな。
She could have killed him?
今年で定年だからって容赦してやった恩も忘れやがって。
Retiring this year. Was she talking about Oshi? Oishi?
ちくしょう。ちくしょう。あのじじい。
So she really... Okay, my problem is she, like... It seems like she actually cared about me. If she's being all like, damn it, it's his fault that he leaked it to Kay. Which means she did care about me. But then why would you put a sewing needle in the food? Just a prank, bro, is like... That's... insanity. That's insane.
絶対に殺してやる。
I felt like the air itself had begun distorting. With Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral, bending, whirling. This was the first time I'd known, no experience, such a visage. Mion, rise. She's acting normal. Mion made up an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Rena nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day.
No!
No! No, man. They got us. They got us. They turned Satako and Rika against us. It's over. It's actually over. Neither Satoko nor Rika tried to look me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The month since I transferred in had been almost too much fun. That was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today it felt oddly refreshing. The bell rung, sounding the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense yet so dull. Since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories if they asked me to join into the club activities, I promptly started preparing to go home without even looking at them. I stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag, wrapped my hand around Satoshi's now familiar bag, began heading towards the entrance. I saw the word assailed and I was like, we're getting jumped right now? We're getting jumped? I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today and the tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow. Yo, shit could still happen today. But deep down inside me, far beneath in the restlessness of my heart, achingly I knew this would be the last day of this cycle. I couldn't tell how the ending would be, whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless, in my current state, there was something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? How did it come to this? He keeps saying, like, I can't die without knowing. I can't die without knowing. Is bro really about to know and then die? Why? For what purpose? The sunlight was relentless. The sun, the heat, even the air. They wouldn't give me my answers. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it doesn't really make sense for him to die at this point either, because we already killed, Tomitake already died. Tomitake died, and the woman went missing. So if those are required every year, it's already been checked. So what are we, like... What are we waiting for? The sun, the heat, even the air, they wouldn't give me my answers. Or could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? Somewhere, mixed in with their shrieks, Tomitake-san and Satoshi were also probably trying to tell me something. I simply haven't been able to realize it yet. When I do realize it, I wonder if it will be amongst the Higurashi fruitlessly crying to the next victim. I wonder if I will be amongst the Higurashi fruitlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down my feet, I saw a Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. There was still so much of the summer left, yet this one was already tripping its last song. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened. But I had to try. I had to try to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me. At that moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased all at once, as if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who'd brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. The sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me by ending their chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In its place was a rush of adrenaline that sharpened all of my senses. I was just barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back for long. But in this moment, when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to retain my composure. I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. Chat, we're good with the sound on the stream? That's the test. I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly amongst the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Okay. Weird. Yeah, maybe just refresh if people are having trouble. I hid myself calmly amongst the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Could I get them to pass by me? No. Since I was able to hear their footsteps, they were probably also able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell that I'd hidden myself and was holding my breath. The person tailing me, was it Rena, just like yesterday? You were muted for 20 minutes. Imagine. If it was Rena, I wouldn't hold back. I could just yell at her and make her go ahead like yesterday. If it wasn't Rena, it would depend on how they acted, I guess. The footsteps ambled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bat. I mean, are we just gonna go crazy and tear out our throat? Like, we seem to be going kind of crazy. But, like, I don't know. I could tell that the fear that I'd been back once was now waiting for another opening to come at me. Who could it be? I peeked out from behind the tree at the person following me. My imagination hadn't led me astray. It was Rena. There was a bit of relief as I realized it was someone I knew, but that feeling left me in an instant. That wasn't the same Rena that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless, but her mouth appeared as if it was carved into a crescent. Yes, it looked like she was grinning slightly. Yo, we're about to have the craziest 1v1 of all time. Yo, the things I would do for it to all of a sudden turn into a fighting game, I have to learn how to fight immediately, and I start going crazy on the keyboards. I'm fine, doing combos and shit. And in her right hand was a hatchet. And we all know from past experience that this hatchet doesn't have a cap. Because I used this to free Colonel Sanders back when the game was fun. I hid myself behind the tree once again and recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? The embodiment of terror laid bare. Baseball, practicing my swing. There were tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat. But for that hatchet, there was no excuse for that. A hatchet just like that? So we're killing her. Okay. Oh! Yeah, we're playing hide and seek! Come on. My heart was pounding. Hard enough that I'm so ready to blast her brains open. I am so ready. The problem is, we have no evidence, so we're gonna look like a murderer. Yeah, I hope it changes into the fighting game so that I can fight her. Hard enough that I had trouble breathing. What little composure I had been able to hold on to was now crushed. In its place, cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good, not good, not good. I wasn't able to hide myself completely. She already knew I was here. Just beat her in the fight. You just have to hit her really hard until she stops moving. And she's a girl, which means she's going to be a little less strong, but she has a better weapon. I'd rather a hatchet than a bat. Well, a really good bat versus a hatchet? I don't even know what I'd prefer. I decide... Because a bat would be longer. Doof! Right? Hit her in the head, GG. If she comes in with a hatchet, though, it's just chest hit, I'm bleeding to death. And the hospital ain't gonna help me. I decided that it would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still space between us, than to allow Rena to come any closer. I adjusted my grip on the bat again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree. If he swings first, he loses in court. The problem, like, unless we get, like, we don't have witnesses, you know? We can claim whatever we want after she's dead. The problem is, I think if we just hit her with the bat, the only evidence that we're defensive is she had a hatchet with her, and then the entire country, the entire town is going to be on her side. The witnesses are going to, like, we're kind of fricked, okay? So if we get wounded by the hatchet, right, if we get cut and then we fend her off, Then we have self-defense. Then we're locked in. I found you. Rena was pleased that she found me, eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Those eyes. They were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Lock in, brother! Ah, not good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of viscous, hot, and cold substance began spreading around. If I allowed it, that substance would slip into my bloodstream and undoubtedly freeze all the organs in my body. Not good, not good. I'll be devoured by Rena at this rate. Strike back! Don't lose! I kind of like this. It's literally the end conflict is literally like, frick everything, she has a hatchet, he has a bat, fight. I blustered, hiding behind my bravado, but Rena didn't flinch one bit. I'm practicing my swing. What are you practicing? He said it. Rena gave a flippant explanation as to why she had such a fearsome weapon. Is that the direction of your house? Because it's the different way, maybe. Rena's life was obviously very strange. I'd seen Rena's transformation many times before, but the one today was completely different. Like her mischievous tone and the shrewd glint in her eyes. It wasn't something that roundabout. I'm not sure what to say, it was just so obvious. Rena didn't stop walking, even as she let out that eerie laugh. Yo, just step off the path, and then if she doesn't keep going forward, and she comes towards you, then you just fucking swing. Whenever Rena got too close to me, I would scurry away and turn back towards her. The cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Rena and was trying to escape. When I met with Rena on this road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands, but today was different. Rena didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? If the way home for Rena and me was the same, that's fine, I'll just change my route. That'd work out, wouldn't it? Decent idea. Turned onto a side street I'd never been down and knew little about. But Rena saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Why? Why? Aren't you going home? Then just go home down the street you normally do. Why? Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? Those thoughts screamed in my head, eventually spilling out of my mouth. Okay, get ready to kill her. The tone of my voice was already tinged with terror. No, I don't. No, no, no. Fun fact, no. Not in the slightest. Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. Rena's scream echoed, starting some nearby birds into flight. Okay. Okay. I cringed in fear. The only other thing I could do was increase my pace. I will beat you until you stop moving. Why was I running down this unfamiliar and deserted street? You don't want to outpace yourself. If you run out of gas, you're gonna lose the fight. Even though I was running, even though Rena was walking, why wasn't I getting any farther away? Lies! I've never met a protagonist that's been as routinely cooked as this guy. My breathing grew heavy and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Rena wasn't even breaking a sweat. I had no idea what she was talking about or what exactly she wanted to do. The thing is, if she answers your question, you might die because that's kind of been like the thing you've been thinking over and over. Huh. What? When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment, but even as I did that, Rena was still advancing. I couldn't afford to stop.
Satoshi-kunも悩んでた。辛そうだった。でもレナは相談に乗ってあげられなかった。とても悲しかった。
Where did the street connect to? All these twists and turns, ups and downs. It was hard to believe that this was even remotely in the direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out the window.
Satoshi-kunが転校しちゃった時ね、本当に後悔したんだよ。
Did you know?
相談に乗ってあげれば。
Okay, then stop approaching with a hatchet and just listen to me. That's fine. We can do that.
すごく後悔した。
Sure. We're in the middle of the forest. Okay. The road led me deeper into the forest. Are we going to the swamp? Freke, go to the swamp? Wasn't I getting farther away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about it. But despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly calm.
叱った。もしもサトシ君みたいに苦しんでる人にもう一度会えたなら、レナが助けてあげよう。
Hope? Hopium? Any hopers? Any hopers? Hit him with a laugh? Damn it! What does transfer even mean? I won't let you transfer me. I won't end up the same as Satoshi. No, my ass is gonna get thrown in the swamp. Get me out of this swamp. I started wheezing out of breath. My lungs were so hot that they felt like they were going to explode, and my heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. I couldn't even afford to scoff at that stupid thought. Oh yeah, we never did. We never did play Clue again, man. Wait, that's kind of messed up. Let's go play Clue right now. Yeah, how much fun that would be. Rena couldn't even imagine how much I had wished I could turn back the clock on these past few days. Oh, and okay. And her fingers are hurt, which means she'll have a worse grip on the axe, which means she'll be able to put less force into it. Lock in. Why not? I mean... Okay. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and faltered. He's running too much. He should have not ran. He should just held his ground and swung. Hot on my heels, Rena's steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Rena. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think of what the end would entail. Just that if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. Didn't matter how... It's fight, flight, or freeze. He almost froze and then flighted instead. It didn't matter how it was going to end. I wouldn't let it end. Not without knowing anything. Not yet. That momentary lapse was all it took. Of all the things that could have happened, my knees buckled underneath me and I crumpled towards the ground. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up, but Rena was already standing right in front of me. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, Rena was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all. Rather, I couldn't even sense if her heart was beating. He's trying his best. Chat, if your best was enough, you would live. I don't care if he's trying his best. His best is fumbled. Her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes, that mask of affection. As she admonished me for trembling, Rena's hands deftly slipped over her head. The blur of arms as they moved made me feel as if I was staring at the godliness of the 1,000-armed Buddha. Are you talking about with the axe? Then, as both her hands met above her head, the hatchet that she held came into focus. Okay, the strat here. Hatchet coming towards her head. You have a bat, block. I stared up at it in disbelief. It was all I could do. This is what happened to him. Rena stayed like that, with the hatchet raised above her head, and solemnly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she was never to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions. If you say he transferred, I'm pissed. Alright.
その転校ってのをやめろよ。鬼隠しってことなんだろ。そうだろ。もう教えてくれたっていいだろ。サトシを消したのは誰だよ。レナかミオンか、それとも村の誰かが。答えろよ。
Like, it's just over. Like, I became frantic the more I screamed, but Rena did nothing but maintain the smile frozen on her face. Dude, at least tell me it on my way out, dude. If you're gonna kill me, at least give me the information. Okay. Please elucidate. Please clarify. Yeah.
お社様のたたりなんて迷信だろう。レナは信じてるってのか。
信じるとか信じないとかじゃない。お社様はいるの。
Rena's gaze grew even more gelid. The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything.
お社様なんているわけが。
ケイチ君は信じないの？お社様。
信じられるはずないだろ。そんなのいるわけがない。
いるよ。お社様。ケイチ君だって身近に感じてるはずだよ。
Oh, the ghostly, the little girl behind me. But okay, little girl, but Oyashiro is supposed to be a dude according to Mion.
そんなもの感じたことないよ。
ケイチ君さ、誰かに謝
Someone
られたことない？
apologized? That was just you, dude.
それもずっと。
All noise from the outside world disappeared. Only Rena's voice resounded loudly and
それ
terribly.
はね、許してもらえるまでずっとついてくるの。学校へも、お家へも、枕元へも。
I couldn't understand what Rena was
レナの
saying.
ところへも来たんだよ、お社様。だからレナは転校してひなみ沢に帰ってきたの。
You left because of Oyashiro-sama and came back. I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean? What was Rena
ケイチ
saying?
君のところにもお社様来てるんじゃない？きっと相談に乗れるのは私だけ。ケイチ君を転校なんかさせないから。
Are you stopping me from transferring out by killing me? Because then, yeah, you got it. I can't transfer out if I'm dead. Who's laughing? Is this me? Rena's demented... Oh, okay, sir. Demented laughter clanged around inside my head. Was Rena saying Oyashiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. Last night I had heard about that when I asked about Rena.
他言無用でお願いします。また内容には
Oh my goodness, don't replay the entire scene. I will lose it, Oishi. Oishi, you have been the least helpful police officer alive. Just retire, bro. Oishi-san began speaking. This guy did not just interrupt the finale to yap. Police haven't intervened in this matter. Yeah, tell me, bro. Sure. Yeah.
被害者って言いましたか。レナはガラスを割っただけじゃないんですか。
No, yeah. 3 boys, okay? I think this is additional information. Because one was like wounded or something, right? Using a metal bat. 2 of them made it out with only bruises, but the other one... So it's always a metal bat, which is interesting. But the other one had been so injured so badly that one of his eyes was permanently damaged.
それって傷害事件じゃないんですか。警察は逮捕とかしないんですか。
どういうわけか被害者が告発しないんですよ。警察に届け出がない。
It's the bat demon. They were beaten with a bat and suffered significant injuries. Normally there would be a criminal investigation, but why didn't they press
被害
charges?
者の男子生徒3人にもそれぞれ話を聞こうとしましたが、全員こう言ってはなんですが、怯えてるんですよ。彼女が転校した今でも。
大石さん、話を最初から整理して話してくれ。
Yeah, tell me it all, Oishi. It's not like there's a hatchet held above my head right now. Rena hit people while she broke the windows? Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? They sounded similar, but the meanings were drastically different.
某月某日、竜宮レナは親しい男子生徒3人と一緒にプール倉庫のあたりで。
Oishi, I'm losing it. Oishi, I am losing it. Shut up, main plot. My middle-aged goat is speaking. I do not want a taste of this middle-aged man.
その3人って何者ですか？
Sure.
個人名は伏せますが、3人とも。
Why not? You've already told me so much to a child. You've told so much nonsense to a child, but you can't reveal names? Okay.
彼女はこう言ってんだったんですな。
Bit of a flip from our group. Okay. So it wasn't that strange that the four of them were together.
それでどうなったんですか？
Four, remember 4 people might have attacked Tomitake?
理由はわかりません。
At least 4.
レナはプール倉庫脇にあった野球部のバットを手に
She starts swinging.
3
She
人
starts
が
swinging.
次々に殴り倒しました。
Let him know. Let him know. There were no witnesses. This was an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day after school, Rena and 3 male students were at a pool storage shed talking together. They weren't seeking help, rather, they usually met up there. It appears it became a heated discussion. At the time, Rena underwent a change. The change was so abrupt that the 3 of them didn't comprehend what was happening. You got 3v1'd? Then, taking the metal bat, she attacked her friends one after the other. They got 3v1'd. Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes on their heads, she made her way towards the school building. And did her thing. Then she broke the glass windows one after the other. A few minutes later, a teacher appeared on scene and subdued her.
レナに起こった変化って何ですか？
Probably the thing that we've been experiencing, you know? Oyashiro-sama has taken her over. Is it superstition or is it multiple personality? Who knows? I also could recall Rena's transformation. I'd seen that change many times before. It was so different from the usual Rena that I couldn't help but believe it was someone else who looked like Rena.
その表変っていうのはたびたびあったことなんですか？
いえ、そういうのは全くなかったそうです。私も調べられる限り、彼女の過去や病歴等を追ってみましたが、
No history of it?
見つけること。
その
Sorry, I
レ
skipped
ナみたい
them.
に
You know what? Actually
突然人
deserved.
が変わる現象って
Unapologize.
結構あるんですか？
もちろんありますよ。精神的なものから性格的なものまでたくさんあります。
では、レナには潜在的に表変する要素があったってことですか？
断言はできません。ですが、竜宮レナをよく知る友人たちからの証言では、とても彼女にそういう要素がある。
Remember the hatchet above our head, chat? Kind, caring, and adorable. Even before she transferred here, she was probably pretty popular in school like she was now. That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat? Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I myself sometimes believe that I was mistaken for thinking that was Rena, even now.
そしてどうなったんですか？
学校の正面が病院でしたので、
Okay,
3人はすぐに
clutch.
病
Hey,
院に
clutch.
走り込まれ、手当てを受けました。
Get ready for the quick time event.
レナは
Yeah, remember that the game's challenging thing at the very start? There's nothing the entire game to lull you into a false sense of security, and then you get one quick time event to block the hatchet, and that determines the ending. It's a trick to you.
警察はどうして警察沙汰にならなかったんですか？
警察は呼ばれなければ関与はできませんからね。
一人は後遺症を残すくらい大怪我したんじゃないんですか？どうして訴えないんです？
私もそこは引っかかりました。何かの圧力。
The spirit of Oyashimo-sama or something. I don't freaking... Who even knows anymore?
それとも
Oishi is killing me
訴えら
right
れな
now.
い理由があったのか。
If I see his little face appear, I'm swinging the bat at him.
もちろん大石さんのことですから調べたんですよね。
ねえ、まあ。ですが、初めに言いましたよね。被害者たちの口がとにかく重いのです。
You did. Thanks for bringing it up
下
again.
がらないというか、関わりたくないという。
That's the same statement twice. Oh my goodness, are we free? Reluctant to talk. Didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to be involved. It resembled the villagers here in Oyashiro-sama's curse.
学校の先生とかからは何も聞けなかったんですか?
No, she didn't really want to do it either.
学校は聖域なんです。
Or talk about this!
隠蔽体質とでも言いますか。
Yeah, the school is hollowed ground. Let's talk about the socioeconomic condition of schools, please.
じゃあ、学校側はノーコメント。
いえ、事件の存在自体を否定しました。ですが某日、間違いなく病院に3人の男子生徒が打撲で担ぎ込まれた。
Yeah, you gotta admit that.
病院にその記録が残ってますので。
被害者は語らず。
Remember the chart thing too? Like what?
何もわからないじゃないですか。
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, thank you, Oishi, for. Oh, so you don't know anything? You could have told me that 10 minutes ago?
その事件があったという事実以上のこと。
Thanks! I knew that 10 minutes ago!
被害者たちもこの事件が公になることを望んでいませんので、私と前原さん、私たち2人が忘れれば。
For a brief period, we sat in silence. At first glance, it looked like a simple assault case, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. The depths were obscured by rolling waves, sinking quietly into the void, as if it never existed to begin with. Yeah, why would they try to make it under wraps and then suspend her? So, like, obviously it's not under wraps if she's getting psychiatric counseling and suspended. Dumb-ass school. It's fine. Okay, okay. That makes sense, at least.
口が硬いんですよ。もうとにかく。
警察手帳を見せてもダメなんですか?
書面で申請しろと言われました。手帳自体に法的拘束力は何もありませんからね。
You're just bad because he has AC in his car and you're jealous. Okay. Okay.
じゃあ、大石さんはどうやって
I would take the AC out of his car and bludgeon him to death with it, I think.
一部を聞いてた看護師さんがいましてね。この方は手帳を見せただけで協力してくださいました。
それでなんと
The nurse is the nurse is probably Mio Takano. And that's probably why she went missing, is because she snitched. No, but I know, but the hospital's too local, right? No, probably not. Probably not. Maybe though. No, because Mio Takano lived it here, and this was in the city. This was somewhere else completely. So it wouldn't make sense. That'd be the same thing. Ah, but that would almost make so much sense. It's so close to making so much sense. Turns out the nurse hadn't heard everything. Apparently, all that she remembered was what she overheard from inside the room.
看護師さんが言うには、その時の竜宮レナはとても淡々としていて。 落ち着いていたそうです。
It was more like she was confessing her sins at church than a counseling session. She spoke with her mother for some of it, but partway through, her mother was asked to leave. So it became a private counseling session between just the doctor and Rena for a while. We've heard like nothing about Rena's parents.
どこで出てきたんですか?
途中です。その名前を突然叫んだのです。だから看護師さんもびっくりして聞き耳を立てたのです。
Rena suddenly shouted that. I had no idea what was said before that, so I had no idea what the meaning behind it could have been. The doctor calmly and collectedly asked Rena to have a seat.
そのお社様というのは何ですか?
Gently, ever so gently, a fundamental part of counseling is to be a good patient listener.
南沢を捨てた人は必ずお社様に追われるんです。そしてとうとう私のところにも来たんです。
Okay.
竜宮さんが今のお家に引っ越される前に
Sure. She's a victim of Oyashiro-sama. Frick it.
私は引っ越したくなかったけど、お母さんとお父さんの都合で
That's why she came back.
引っ越しました。でも、お社様は許してくれなかったんです。
竜宮さんはきっとひなみ沢にもお友達がたくさんいたんでしょうね。今でも懐かしいんじゃないですか?
帰りたい。 南沢に帰りたい。帰りたいんじゃない。帰らなきゃいけない。本当はもっと早くに帰らなきゃいけなかった。でも ダメ。お社様が来てしまった。
お社様というのはそのひなみ沢の神様なんですね。
誰でも知ってるひなみ沢の守り神様なんです。
Dude.
それで
Okay.
ひなみ沢を捨てて出て行
You're
く
not
ん
allowed
です
to leave Hinamizawa.
街を
Frick
開け
it.
るんです。
We'll add it to the notes. Who gives a frick at this point? Shrine's god, him. Hunts you down if you leave the town. Rena is a victim. She claims this. Okay. Understood. Locked in.
竜宮さんが引っ越しをされたのは
Why did it take so long to hit you now? Good question. Good question, Doctor.
では今になってその神様が
Yeah, I thought it was a
やってき
god.
たということ
信じないでしょうけど、お社様はいるん
See,
です。
but if you believe it exists, then you'll act like it believes because you'll drive yourself crazy enough. You know, it's one of those things, right? Where if you... It's kind of the difference of, like, whether you believe it or not. It doesn't really matter if it's still happening because, like, your belief could be causing that, like, psychotic episodes. The nurse was then asked by another nurse to do something and left the room. That was all she remembered. Okay. So you're telling me while there's a hatchet above my head, we flash back to this conversation with Oishi, and then while the conversation with Oishi is happening, we flash into somebody else's entire brain so that we get to hear what the nurse does. Keiichi, what is happening in your brain that this is all happening right now? Alright. I guess that's what happens when adrenaline dumps in your brain because there's a hatchet above you. I guess that makes sense. Well, and guess who left the village? Tomitake. Right when he left the village bounds, that's when he died. But I haven't left the village. Oh, I left the village to get coffee with the cop. I knew very well what those scorned by the village incurred. To hinder the damn construction project, they cursed the construction foreman to his death. Then the following years, Toko's parents, supporters, and leading advocates for the dam were cursed to their death. But this was the first time I've heard of the curse incurred by leaving the village.
村の外敵がたたられるのはわかりますが、どうして出ていく村人まで？普通出ていく者はたたられないものじゃないですか。
Oh, parents left too. Parents left. So maybe I'm getting punished for my parents leaving. I know it's a bit strange to say, but I could see it as a rule that the people who come in are the ones who would be cursed. Far from Jupiter, far from his thunder. Curses weren't something to chase after people that leave, were they? Oishi-san pondered for a bit over on the other end of the receiver, then began speaking again. The pure dread I feel when it says Oishi begins speaking again is beyond description. I recalled hearing that, like the demon stuff, yeah. Long ago, Hinamizawa was feared and respected as the village of demons. Oh, we finally get to see the swamp? The villagers are... I'm so tired of being edged. Please, just bring the hatchet down into my head. Just put it in. Just put it in, Rena. Those who set forth in Unigafuchi, in other words, Hinamizawa, would be cursed. I could understand that.
それはわかります。でも出ていくのまでダメってのは。
鬼たちもまたですね。属性に出ていかないようお社様に厳しく見張られていたんだとか。つまりお社様っていうのは属性と鬼ヶ淵の交流を禁じていたんでしょうな。
I see. I finally understood what sort of thing Oyashiro-sama was.
つまりお社様ってのは守り神ってよりも
Yeah, I like that. I like that way of
監視者
putting
なん
it.
ですね。
This is what they meant by being a servant of Oyashiro. Bro, speaking is more dreadful of pink than anything else. It's so true. I'm so tired of this guy. Like, its voice is grating in my ears. Oishi, shut your mouth. I know you don't know anything, so stop using... Like, if it takes you... It can take you 5 words, so why is it taking you 500? I don't get it. Oh, you bring up your mother. Yeah, how's your mother doing? Did she pass away? How was your childhood? Tell me at all. I could understand it better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinamizawa would be cursed, and those who tried to leave would also be cursed. So because Rena originally lived in Hinamizawa and moved away, she should fulfill the requirements for being cursed.
レナは望まない引っ越しをしたため、お社様のたたりにあったと、そう話しているわけですか。
要約するとそういう意味なんでしょうな。実際この後しばらくして
Wait, you're telling me they moved back to Hinamizawa? Ah!
I know that already! Stop repeating information!
Those who abandoned Himizawa and left were cursed, but then, why only Rena? Shouldn't Rena's parents also have been guilty of the same transgression by moving away and have been cursed? Also, in this day and age in Japan, shouldn't there be a lot of people coming and going? If every single one of them was cursed, then it'd be insane. But in reality, it wasn't that big of a deal at all. At most, there'd be one person dying and one disappearing on the day of the Watanagashi. I don't like saying at most, though. Really? She got possessed and then it started ruining her life. That explains enough. Victims not pressing charges? No frickin' idea. Yeah, that's probably the closest thing. Yeah, that's probably it. Of course I didn't want to believe it. But more importantly, I just realized something else. There was another bizarre connection that Rena made between Oyashiro-sama's curse and metal bats. Satoshi fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse and went missing. I had recently learned that Satoshi had also become infatuated with the metal bat right before he disappeared, just like me. Then Rena as well. She was affected by Oyashiro-sama's curse. She confessed that much to the doctor. It's like transferred is such a big deal for her. And then the weapon which she had used at the time of the horrendous act was, again, a metal bat. And finally, me. I'd encountered various things that were inexplicable, and now I was holding onto a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. It couldn't be. The same thing happened to Rena. Yeah, it's probably the same bat, too. There's also one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case. That being, Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse, but Rena was still here. Great point. Both of them had fallen victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse, yet they were met with different endings. And finally, me. I couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. Rena, Satoshi, and finally me. Could it be that I really was under Oyashiro-sama's curse right now? No. More importantly than that, what should I do now? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanishing without a trace. Rena was fine. Fine? Rena had undergone a change. I could only believe that there was something that wasn't Rena residing within her. And here right now, it was standing before me. I mean, it's like one went missing, one was changed. The other option is like dead, which kind of is bad news. I'm gonna be honest. Oh hey, it's been like 30 minutes, baby girl. Welcome back. Good question, good question, good question. Rena stood imposingly, not answering. You changed. Yeah, what's gonna happen to me? An acceptable question. Not an acceptable answer. Not an acceptable answer. I never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. It had become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of feeling. Save me? With killing me? This isn't saving me. Rena took one step, and it doesn't explain the guy clawing his throat out either. Right? Like, this is kind of a separate, it's a connected but separate. Rena took one step forward, still holding the hatchet high above her head. Alright, quick time event, lock in. One step closer, Rena's face spread out to fill my vision. One step closer. Rena's nose was close enough to touch mine, and was still pushing closer. Okay. Okay. Okay, what do we gotta say? I'm working on it. What do we got? I slumped down, landing squarely on my butt. Perfect posture for her to axe you in the head. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do to get as far away from Rena. I had the gut feeling that I couldn't let her laughter end. Because when that laughing ended, the moment I picked up that feeling, my body moved by instinct. I sprang to my feet so fast I couldn't believe it and pushed Rena away with both hands. Okay, he's making moves! Yes! Doof! Now bludgeon her to death. Rena was as light as a feather. Thrown about by the unbalanced weight of the hatchet, she was sent backwards as if she had been carried off by the wind. I mean, the problem is if we bludgeon her to death, then we're fulfilling Oyashiro-sama's curse, and so now we're like the new, like, bearer of the curse, maybe? Not good. Anyways, start swinging. After confirming that out of the corner of my eye, I dashed off at full speed. That's not killing her, that's running! I was a perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Get away from Rena. Run away. Survive. I couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I remembered I'd been holding onto a bat the entire time. Such a worthless weapon. Cosmetic bat. I couldn't believe I'd forgot about this weapon. We just had a 30-minute flashback about the bat. We just had a 30-minute flashback about the bat. How did you forget about the bat? I spread even farther down the winding path. I didn't even feel myself gasping for breath and my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I could hear the laughter of that simulacrum of Rena coming from behind me. It rang through the trees and in my head and slowly chiseled away at my sanity. Flashbang. Where are we? The grove of trees thinned out, my field of vision suddenly expanding. I swear, if we run to the edge of the town, as soon as we step outside the bounds, we're dead. Where was this? For a moment I was bewildered by the scenery I felt I knew but couldn't quite remember. The dam? I quickly realized it was the dam site. The fact that I dashed madly and ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling, like I was following someone's scripted plot. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for someone on the run, but there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. Muscles in my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. Yo, what if we find the arm, guys? Remember the arm? If I stopped here, then they might not even be able to scream. If I stopped here, then they might not even be able to scream for much longer. Oh, the legs. Even still, I glanced back, looking for an excuse to rest. Rena wasn't there. Instead, I saw two villagers walking around. Breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Rena, but a third party. Please let it be my goats, Satoko and Rika. Please. I'd do anything. Except the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in and of themselves, but it bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes, empty-handed. They definitely gave the impression that they were just out for a walk. But at this time of day, two adults wandering around without a purpose, it was enough to raise questions. But more than anything else, those eyes. They weren't chit-chatting while walking. They were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. Was I at the end of my rope and had finally started imagining things? I should run away. That was probably the best choice. If they weren't involved, I'd lose them easily by running. If they were part of the group after me, then they would come running after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Rena would catch up with me. That's right, I was going to run! Deciding that, the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me as if they knew exactly what I was thinking. And now we're getting chased by two fresh adults. The Sonozaki parents? Somewhere inside me, I jumped to the conclusion that Rena was the only thing I need to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need to fear anything else. But right now, I realize just how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story Oishi told me about the demons all leaving the village to hunt prey floated through the back of my mind. I could tell they were both coming after me without even turning around because of their frantic footsteps. It was frightening being unable to shake Rena off as she slowly closed in on me, but this didn't even compare. Being pursued with such violent ferocity, this straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuer's arms grazed my shoulder. They're already on top of us? Wait, okay. And they're touching us, which means we don't have bat swing range. They've already beaten our bat range. So we're dead. Now, it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the distinct sound of their breathing that I could hear. No, I could practically feel them breathing on me. They're already right behind me. Oh, wait, they're grabbing us from behind, because we're running. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still. No, it felt like time itself had stopped. I turned my head back slightly in that frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. And before, it's like our parents. That'd be so funny. I couldn't win against the legs of an adult. Sonny boy! Mommy and Daddy are here! And then the time it would take to blink twice, when this frozen time began moving again, they'd be right on top of me. On top of me, and then... Don't think about it, that Keiichi. First, realize that you won't be able to shake them off like this. If the fact that you can't get away was a given, then you need to make a decision. Go with the right leg or go with the left. You just need to decide which one. To swing at? Let's go with the left. The moment I decided that, the temporal singularity burst into pieces. Right? Left. I swung the bat in a wide arc with my right arm. Using that inertia, I stopped and suddenly spun. Nice? No. The two of them were clearly startled. Okay, just a random man, I guess. Momentarily losing sight of me, both of their outstretched arms, ready to grab me, instead grasped at empty space. The man on the right, I applaud him being able to figure it out, spun around to the spot I shouldn't have been, and faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. I didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. Nice. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seemed like it had enough power behind it to knock him off his feet. Finally, he's swinging the bat. But just knocking him down wasn't enough to scare him away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance, were ready to face me. 2v1. We're dead. This made me certain they weren't just two people out for a walk. They were clearly after me. It felt much easier than dealing with Rena. Just by not recognizing their faces, by not knowing them, it made things easier. I smiled wryly on the inside. Okay, yeah, get ready to kill. Good. It's fine if it was just a bluff. By barking out at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. There's no way that we're corrupted by Oyishiro-sama and we're attacking two random people, right? I can trust my perception, right? They didn't respond. They spread... No, because they're in a fighting stance. Yeah, they're just attacking us. They spread out to either side of me with unbelievably calm expressions on their faces. One of them would grab onto my back and the other would hold me down. Was that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore in my body. Then I'll just have to settle with the first move. I'd step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right who had already been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. We have to kill him now! There was no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. If they blocked it with their arm, their bone would snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, then it was possible that the blow would travel all the way to their vital organs. It looked like he was aware of this. He pushed farther through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist right into my gut. Not good with this distance, in this position, in this state. There's no way for me to dodge it. Did we at least hit him? And we're dead. The world flipped upside down. I understood that I was being tossed around like a rag doll. I landed on the soft earth without a sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. It didn't hurt at all. But the moment I thought that, I suddenly felt pain coming from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upward, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. I knew very well that I didn't have time to relish this experience. I stood up as quickly as I could, but at the moment the other man was already barreling towards me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I simply couldn't dodge it made it all the more upsetting. After plowing into my stomach full force again, my assailant twisted around behind me and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by his immense strength. We're getting choked out. We're choking out. We're dead. I couldn't even contemplate that I was about to be strangled. That I was being strangled, that I was about to go unconscious. My vision simply darkened and a silent whining noise began playing deep inside my mind. Do you think Rena was like, hey, I got attacked by this guy, go get him? Or are they actually, like, why are they jumping me? It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, but I could feel that he was there. There's nothing I could do now. Unable to shake this arm off me, I couldn't run, I couldn't fight back. Dire straits. I couldn't even come up with a phrase that adequately described my situation. We just got choked out. If they hit me with the tip menu, I quit the game. What tips could there be anymore? Tips! Strangulation. Hi, I'm Oyishiro, the policeman. I'm gonna talk to you about strangulation for 45 minutes straight. Hey, we're not dead, we're in a building. Ooh, a familiar ceiling. The smell of the bed and pillows, I knew them well. Was this my room? Normally there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but their presence made me spring wide awake. When I did that, pain shot through my entire body. My first impulse was reach forward, grab her, and chew her neck out. Unironic. I'm unironic right now. My first impulse was to try to chew her neck out. Like, we're desperate out here. Why was Rena in my room? Blood began to surge through my muscles and my capillaries. But Rena's smile belonged to the Rena I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way, but I relaxed thinking that this version of Rena was safe. My body had become more lethargic than I could have ever imagined. I guess that would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. I tried to at least clear my head, but I just couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my mind. I wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor, but knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring. The village doctor is not impartial, big dog. Do you remember what happened before that, Rena? You remember what? Can you tell me what happened up to this point? As I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out. Recalling that memory and the terror that went along with it caused the frogginess around my head to clear right up. Let's forget about those two for now. I didn't expect Rena to be nursing me. I thought Rena was trying to kill me. She would have had the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, she had nursed me back to health.
よく俺を引きずってここまで来れたな。
Really good point.
重かったろ。
Exceptional point. Looking at Rena's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only got me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor. Did she have some help? What, is me on here or something? Rena appeared a bit surprised, but she still kept her smile. Oh, I staggered all the way here? Yeah, Rena, yeah, that happened. I didn't remember. My memory was fuzzy after the point where I lost consciousness.
二人組はどうした？レナが来た時、俺と一緒に、あるいはそばに二人組の男が。
いなかったよ。
She said it bluntly. The way she stated it felt slightly unpleasant. I was just too timid at the time. I might have been able to force some answers out of Rena, but if I did that, then this kind Rena might transform into the scary Rena who I didn't know. Fearing that, I didn't press any further. Thinking about it, it was the obvious choice. If both of those men were there, I don't think Rena would even have stood a chance. I couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after those two were already gone. Rena was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly. Yet. I felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something. Something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face. A small omen sent shivers down my spine. While Rena was still Rena, I needed to make contact. I need to contact Oishi-san. Rena stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wounds, so I should sleep. I need my phone. Rena couldn't say anything else. When Rena stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone receiver in the living room. Can we please not talk to Oishi? I'd rather her just chop my head off. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang ding-dong. It must have been the doctor Rena had called. It was strange for a patient to be welcoming the doctor who's making a house call. But it'd be incredibly reassuring to have him here for the considerate time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I just don't trust it's going to be the doctor. I carelessly opened the door with that simple assumption and regretted it almost instantly. As you should. Like, I don't even know anymore. If they wanted us dead, we'd be dead. If they wanted us alive, we're alive. I don't get it, man!
あれ？元気そうだね。倒れてたって言うから様子見に来たんだけど。
なんで俺が倒れてたって知ってるんだよ。
レナが電話してきたから。他に理由が必要。
I understood why she would call a doctor. But why me on too? Rena was descending the stairs behind me.
レナ、ケイちゃん大丈夫そうだよ。たく、心配して損した。
そうだね。レナも心配して損したかな。
Both began laughing. It appeared to be cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a darkness looming over them.
うわ、何この下駄箱。どうしてたの？
Dude, I don't even know anymore. The Shrek I'd Smashed piece has been like that since yesterday. Like it's like Gaslight the VN. I'm just being like mentally manipulated at every turn. Like I don't know. I mean, I know what's real. I know that the shoe rack was broken. I know I've been being followed. I know I got choked out. I know Rena was trying to kill me with a hatchet. I know she has a pattern of behavior that's insane. I know that she bludgeoned three boys. That the doctor, the curse, blah blah blah. But they're just acting normal, which just makes me feel like I'm the crazy one. And I'm not crazy. But I don't like having to say I'm not crazy. Because it makes me feel like I'm crazy.
その拍子に持ってたバットで叩いちゃったんだよ。
持ち慣れないもん振り回してるからこういうことになるんだよ。
I kept the fact that it was none of her business to myself.
でもこれじゃおばさまたちが帰ってきたらびっくりしちゃうね。後でレナが片付けておくね。
さあ、ほらケイちゃん。重病人なんだからちゃんと寝てないとダメだよ。さあさあ、お布団に戻った。
Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. Thank the Lord. I was pushed into my bed. Ooh, where are your dirty magazines? Like, dude, we're not that close anymore. is it was the first time Mion had been in my room. She began searching around it intently. She filled around my room and was scored by Rena. You can imagine how it went. It was uncomfortable having my room poked around, but the conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During that innocent conversation, Mion said something as though it was perfectly ordinary.
監督には電話した？
What the fuck's the director?
みーちゃんに電話した後すぐ
Who
に、
the
ね、
fuck's the director?
すぐ来るって言ってたよ。
The director's coming over? Director? That out of place word gave me a bad feeling. Rena called a doctor, then called Mion, and after that she called a director? Who was this director? Since Rena and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt slightly off.
二人とも何の話をしてるんだよ。監督ってなんだよ。
ケイちゃんしんどいの？監督って言ったら監督だよ。
The director. Oh yeah, guys, it's the director. Oh, sorry, I guess I'm the stupid one.
映画の監督とか工事現場の監督とか。
I can't take it! I can't take it! I can't take it! I can't take it! Okay? That laugh was scary. I dug through all of my memories for a director who might have business with me. Only one thing came to mind. What Rena had just said. Construction site foreman. The very first victim of the first incident, the dismemberment of the damn construction site. The foreman? The foreman's dead. But that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. There was no way they could call him.
お前らが何の話をしてるのかわからないよ。
The director of maybe The Thing? The Onigufuchi Guardians Committee? Kichiro Kimiyoshi? I don't know.
その監督が俺と何か関係あるのか?
The director of the script of Me with the Bat? That would be Oyashiro.
来るって言ったけど、うちに来るのか?
I asked one obvious question after another, but all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. There was a huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Bro, why is this recommended to me? Let it cook. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside me. I couldn't understand what Rena and Mion were talking about.
最近は野球に凝ってるんだよね。
This is dry. I'm freaking lost, bro.
監督、それ聞いたら喜ぶ。
Yeah, the director's gonna love that shit. It's gotta be Oyashiro, right?
監督って誰だよ?
監督は監督さんだよ。
Like...
だから監督って誰だよ?
Okay, thanks guys. You're really helpful. Thanks guys. Appreciate it. Thumbs up. Rena and Mion looked at each other and laughed haughtily. The disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. I don't even know what game is. What is even happening? What am I even playing anymore? What is happening? That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly.
そうだ。監督が来る前に済ませとくかな。
Finish up what?
ケイちゃん、覚えてるかい?
No. You gotta like saw off my arm or something? What do you want? Her face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told a different story.
覚えてるって何をだよ?
What role do I have to be here? You gotta kill me? What do you gotta do?
罰ゲームなんだよ。
The penalty? Which penalty? Which penalty? For me failing my homework?
忘れちゃったのかな。おはぎの宿題。
Yeah. I did it. I was lying when I said I didn't do it. It's E. The answer's E.
どれがレナの作ったおはぎかを当てる宿題。
It was E. Oh wait, no. But Mion put the needle in, so it's not E?
確か宿題忘れた。
We did it. We did the homework. I certainly did have that homework. But I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found that sewing needle, so I wasn't able to answer which one Rena made. The penalty for that? Why now? No doubt my question was written all over my face. Their answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. Agreed. I began to think this entire day was somehow insane. Agreed. Strange. Incomprehensible. Being chased by Rena? Attacked by strange men? The penalty Mion and Rena were talking about? Day straight giggling? I really don't find it that funny. What were these two laughing at? It didn't take that long for me to realize I'd been dragged into an abnormal situation. Really? Really? You've been dragged into an abnormal situation. Have you now? You just realized this? Who were these two? Who were these people? Who were these doppelgangers of Rena and Neon? Rena had gone behind me at some point. Why was she pinning my arms behind my back? Okay, now I'm gonna get what? Just mollywopped for like 20 minutes while the director's pulling up? What's the penalty? What is it? What is Mion about to pull out a gun and go bah 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 like? My body was already very sluggish, and Rena pinning my arms made it much harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. My panic began to well up, and I realized this was well beyond the realm of jokes and pleasantries. His freakishly monstrous strength, it would have been impossible for the Rena that I knew. Then, these thin, frail arms grasped me firmly. Whose arms were they?
Kei-chan, 抵抗しちゃダメだよ。海賊大。何条でもいいや。
Yeah, the one you gotta take the punishment.
罰ゲームに抵抗しちゃダメなんだからさ。
Mion, no, that thing that looked like Mion spoke to me like how Mion would speak to me. But I was certain that this was not Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion, someone who was just pretending to be Mion.
監督が来る前に済まさないとね。
You're not gonna kill me, right? Mion fished into her pocket and poured out something bizarre. I could tell what it was just by looking, but for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it. Oh no. A marker would be funny. That'd be like that'd be so underwhelming. It was a small syringe. That's less funny than a marker, I think. It was a small clear syringe, the kind of doctor might use if you want them with a high fever. If you went to them with a high fever. Rena held me even tighter, and I could hear that clattering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. That eerie laughter. It wasn't something that the Rena I knew could ever produce from her own throat. Maybe I'm gonna tear out my own throat? This is the drug? This thing that was pretending to be Rena, what was their real laugh? I'm about to have the craziest hallucinogenic bad trip of all time. Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mion was holding drew closer, and that needle tip was waved in front of my face countless times.
大丈夫。痛くないから痛くないから。
何をする気だよ。これは一体何の真似だよ。
ケイちゃん、何言ってんだか。分かってんでしょ。
何が？俺には何が何やら。
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, me and Keiichi. Tell me, Mion. Tell me. Sure. It's all a game. Sure.
俺を煙に巻くのはやめろ。
富武さんと同じ目に遭ってもらう。
Yeah. Okay. Yep, we're getting hallucinogenic time. Horrible trip. Throat. GG. It was a good try. It was a good run, guys. Why though? The same as Tomitake-san. I didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with this syringe?
Keiichi-kun, とぼけてるね。うすうすは気づいてたくせに。
No, yeah, we're cooked. I get it. Rena whispered into my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb, me? About what? She's just calling you stupid at this point, dude. She's just saying you're dumb. What do you mean the same as Tomitake-san?
みんな初めは引き逃げされたものだと思っていました。
Stop it. I don't want to hear it. Please. He's gonna explain the chemical composition of it. He's gonna tell me all about it. Yeah, who cares? Tell me. Get me in there.
ですが、意識を確かめるために近づいた警官はすぐに異常に気づきました。
Be back in 30, I guess.
喉がね。
Chad, did you know that? His throat was scratched out. It's new information.
ナイフとか。
What was it, his nails? That wouldn't make any sense. Nails? Nails as in fingernails? With those gouged through? That's right. Tomitake-san had clawed out his own throat with his own nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then, for that to happen... Well, I got bad news for you. Oishi, I got really bad news. That's right. The police didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's system.
警察は富武さんの遺体から薬物は検出できなかったって言ったぞ。
Well, this one gets past toxicology. Tick, tick. Gwe. The two of them laughed together with that sickening laughter. Of course they'd laugh. To assume that such a medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it was completely foolish. Meaning the drug that caused Sumitake-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist. If Mion injected this into me, then that would probably be all the proof I needed. That'd basically mean I'd end up the same as Tomitake-san. Become hysterical, scratching my own throat in my last moments, then die. For such an outrageous drug to exist. For Mion to be holding it. And that I was about to be injected with it. At that moment, I did not feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. What kind of idiot, when he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight for his face, has time to think of a reason as to why it's flying at him? Mion's action lacked any gravitas, and that made it even more terrifying. There was none of this ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if she were brushing her teeth. Mion reached out with one hand and grabbed onto my chest. I felt like electricity had run through the back of my head and the entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast? Or did someone hit me really hard in the back of the head? Having lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. I got really bad news. So, like, if we go to the tip menu... But, like, even if we don't, I think we're just cooked. I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. The numbness in my head was gone, and slowly I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities again. How long had I been squatting here? How many minutes? Or has it been hours? It was almost as if the hands on the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how little time had passed. Really? The air in the room wasn't filled with that madness from before, only a dull silence. Rena wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mion wasn't there about to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it was a hallucination. There was no other presence in the room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I'd ever had. I was certainly with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but I was also seized with some sort of comfort. Haha, I guess with that terrible ordeal was a hallucination. Neither Rena nor Mion, they would never do something so terrible. As soon as you start seeing your walls peel off and the eyes, looking back at you, and the books grow flesh and scream as you open them, and your own skin boils, then we can talk. My head grew hot. I could tell my emotions were welling up. Why? There wasn't a reason to cry. Why? It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I don't understand. I don't understand. Kind to everyone, not discriminating against age or gender. Mion. That Mion was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood stained her a deep red from her head down to her chest. Did we get her? The bright crimson smeared on the walls. The splatter had undeniably come from Mion. She always had that bright smile and was kind for me the day I transferred. Rena. That same Rena was slumped at my feet and was making the same pool of blood as Mion. Oh. I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Did someone come to save me? Then they beat these two down with this metal bat? I finally noticed the weight in my right hand. How long had it been there? It was Satoshi's metal bat. It was covered in a deep red. There was no doubt about it. This was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. Hey, clap it up. Hey, clap it up. Good move. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. We should be proud. We got him. Looking at this objectively, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it. And the director of the police are coming, maybe? What if it's the director of the police? Takasugi? That's right. Keiichi Maebara. Of course I did it. I told myself gently, as if coaxing myself. Hey, me. There's no reason for you to remember it, nor is there a need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? Yeah. I mean, there is blood when you hit people. That's fine. Neither Rena nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead and a trickle of blood, nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red, and that told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. What happened to your usual calm self? Come on now. Do you like you always do? Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. Once. Twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. I chanted that over and over in my head and relaxed. Can I, see their corpses? That'd be pretty lit. Color came back to my vision and smells re-infused the air. At the same time, I remembered what happened when I blacked out. Huh? We get to experience it? Oh my goodness, let him cook. Rena and Mion had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomitake-san. But right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Rena as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spin and ran my foot as hard as I could into Mion's torso. It was soft. Rena tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. I didn't let that brief moment of having them off balance slip by. Satoshi's back that was left carelessly by the side of my desk. Bleep. At that moment, everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point in the videotape of my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other me inside myself had told me not to look and had turned off the TV. Turn the TV on! Turn the TV on! Give me this shit. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it didn't mean the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just off. The video was still playing. The tape within me, creaking along, still playing. On the other end of the pitch black screen, that horrifying video was still playing on. Give me a glimpse. Compared to this, though, the scene right before my eyes, was still so difficult to take in. There's blood splattered everywhere on the walls, the two of them in these unnatural poses. Not a sign of movement from them. I couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them. But if I hadn't done this, I would have been the one done for. Dude, and the syringe is still here, which means evidence. Balancing that out on an imaginary scale, it felt odd that I even feel bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, that was justifiable self-defense. The proof was all here. The two of them collapsed here in Mion's syringe. Mion's syringe filled with some unknown drug that would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident with Tomitake-san. And from the fact that both of these two were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after the other. Still, I might be suspected for this, but that was just fine. Anyway, now this should be a police affair. Unless, dude, what if the syringe is filled with, like, water? But why would they do that? This wouldn't fade into darkness like Rena's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, that should bring this to a close. They'll probably revisit their investigation on the chain of incidents. Oishi-san would definitely get to the bottom of it. Meaning my wish of not wanting to die, of wanting to know the truth, that would be fulfilled in its most basic form. It was all a matter of time now. The Dr. Rena called should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I need to contact Oishi-san. You gotta make moves now before the director arrives. That moment I remembered, besides the doctor or director had been called. It was easy to imagine that they were someone deeply involved with the incidents, judging from Rena and Mion's conversation. The ache in my chest, caused by the gruesome deed I'd done, dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Said calm Keiichi Maebara. It's not over yet. I need to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. At that moment I felt like I had heard someone's voice from outside. Since people were speaking, it must mean that there was more than one person. The Chinese censor version of the scene in the anime has white everywhere. That's hilarious. I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me at the dam site today. Those 2 might even be among them. There was one person there wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was in disguise, only posing as a doctor. Like I would probably ring the bell and get me to open the front door. Pretend to be a doctor to get me to open the door, and then the rest of them would all rush in at once. I mean, there's a second door, right? There's the front door, and then there's the back door. And the back door is what we usually use. Hopefully they're separate. We freaking get out of here. At that moment, I saw the car parked behind the men, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. The white van. I'm not surprised. No mistaking it. That van, the one that tried to run me down. The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. You gotta... back window, crack it, climb through, hop the wall, run. Get out of the city, get back to the town, payphone, Oishio, done. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. I probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. Undoubtedly, they'll just break the window and enter. I need to get out of here somehow. Then use a public phone to contact Oishi-san. We agree. Then meet up somewhere. First of all, I need a weapon. Then shoes. You have a weapon, it's a bat. Shoes you don't need. But before all that, there was one thing that I had to do. I had no intention of dying. I'd live and reveal the truth about this non-serial curse of Oyashiro-sama. But what would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, may bring about my demise. That was why there's one thing more important than getting out of here right now. I need to get that clock out quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. That was a thought I had, like leave behind an extra message, but like I'd rather live than have a better message. Because you could say like, it wasn't me, LMAO, but like who cares? We're making it out of Hinamizawa. Damn it, the tape was sticking to it fast. I'd be fine if it was torn a little. I opened up the slightly torn note and began writing another passage with a ballpoint pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-san, then the only thing I could rely on was this note. I never thought a piece of torn college-ruled notebook paper could be this reliable before. I had no time. I'd only write what I knew right now. I need to leave some sort of information that would lead them to uncover the truth. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. This was an undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but it was a fact. Anyway, I'd leave all the information that would help lead them to finding the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This is everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there was that unidentified person known as the director. To begin with, the term director didn't even mesh with Hinamizawa at all. If they were going to include the directors from the past incidents, then the only one is the construction foreman, the victim from the first murder. The very first victim of the chain of incidents. Killed in a lynching, his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed that death. But Rena and Mion did both call him director. They said director. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. The police would never even conceive that someone who was deceased could be involved. Could that be some sort of oversight? I didn't know. I mean, they literally have his head, dude. Like, they have his head. But even if I didn't know, it could be a big hint for Oishi-san. That's right. They need to start fresh from the first incident. It wasn't just a simple dismemberment, but the start of the string of mysterious deaths would follow, so then there must be something hidden there. Please reinvestigate the victim from the dismemberment incident. He's alive. His death should have been established after an autopsy. Logically, you would think as much. But was that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with? I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but he may still be alive. I have no time to ponder that right now. Oh yeah, there's something even more important I need to write. Tomitaki-san's death was from an unknown drug. That's right. That drug, it was an irreplaceable piece of evidence. No doubt, just by having this, everything would be uncovered. I couldn't just leave that vital clue laying on the floor. Yeah, tape it to the back of the clock. The syringe is proof. Remember that down? I stuck the syringe onto the back of the clock with plenty of tape. Beautiful. So it absolutely would not slip out and fall to the floor. Firmly. Firmly! The bell rang. They were here. I couldn't write anymore. But even still, there was one last thing that I had to write. I have no idea why it has become like this. This may be the closest thing to the truth out of everything I wrote on this note. If you're reading this, then I am probably already dead. They may or may not find my body. If I was going to write out everything that could happen, either dying from the curse or being demoned away, you who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was complete. It wasn't certain that I was going to die, but it was my final plea, just in case. I folded the note, stuck it onto the back of the clock, and returned the clock to its usual spot. I couldn't help but pray. Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I leave the rest to you. What a depressing plea. What a absolutely depressing plea. After that, I gazed down silently at Rena and Mion. Hit both of them one more time for the road? This is probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Rena, Mion.
みんなのこと、本当に友達だと思ってたんだぜ。
Later! But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores, about if the school I hoped to get into was where I really want to go, or a safety net. That's all I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called friends were also my rivals in studying, in competitions, in personal records, and standardized test scores. Everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping from my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have had no obligation to shed tears for them. But they wouldn't stop, even if they were after my life. Even if they were trying to kill me. Everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. Or could it be those happy days were all a facade as well? Was it all a trap, meticulously orchestrated up until today to ensnare me? Could it have been that I had just arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends? That couldn't have been the case. Both Ren and Mion, they really were my friends. Those happy days, there was nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to try to kill me. Or multiple personalities. What's good, Clayton? How you doing, big dog? Like, it could be like a bajillion things, brother. It could be like a like, where their minds were taken over, possessed by the supernatural entity known as Oyashiro-sama. Like, are we really gonna believe that Oyashiro-sama is real? Regardless, both Rena and Mion, they were the best friends ever. How are we still coping? We literally just murdered 2 women, and we're still coping. It wasn't murder, it was self-defense. When they were coming after me, it wasn't of their own volition. Like, why are we defending them? But they were the kind of people to sell off their friends no matter what means they were employed to force them. And there was no way such a thing as being possessed by Oyashiro-sama could happen in reality. Then did the real Rena and Mion come after me? What was I thinking? What a silly, dumb idea. Agreed. Having beaten down both Rena and Mion, I was still debating if they were the real ones or fakes. There was no real or fake, only the reality that was before me. Thank you. Rena and Mion were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefit, that I had beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, it wouldn't change reality. Rion and Mion were both dead. And thank the Lord! Thank the Lord! Finally! I felt like there was a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. I felt like my calm state, which was nothing more than a bluff, had receded, and in that opening, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. I killed them. Rena and Mion. I killed them. Cinema? The doorbell rang again. Yeah, get moving, dog! The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I need to get away. I didn't want to die. I would uncover everything after that. The amount of times I've heard this character say, I'm about to figure out the truth. I'm going to figure it all out. Like, can we count? Has it been 30? The identity of whoever or whatever has pushed me this far. Even if I had to drink mud and eat grass. I would survive. I would survive. I would definitely survive. Sure, bro. I killed Rena for that very reason. I also killed Mion. I went that far just to keep living. So I can't die for my sake and for the sake of the late Rena and Mion. I have to survive. It has to be worth it. Why do we care about the shoes? Okay, I ran towards the door and grabbed my shoes. The doorbell rang again as if to urge me on. Behind this single solitary door, they were there. Keeping quiet, I head towards the kitchen, headed towards the back door. Good. Before opening the back door, I put my ear to it and checked for people outside. No one? After I put on my shoes, I opened the door slowly as to not make a sound. Okay. And we make a break for it. A piercing voice echoed out. That voice stabbed through me, setting my hair on end. I had to run. Get out of here, Geichi. One after the other, I felt stuff like rationale and intelligence, those things you use when you have time to spare, spill out of me. I didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. My autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. There was nothing else it desired. It probably had no complaints whatsoever. So of course I wouldn't feel fatigue. I just ran. I don't recognize this. This is new. Just recklessly rushing in the direction I was already heading. Even if nobody was chasing after me, I'd still be running like this. There wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was headed. Turning around, I felt a presence right next to me. That presence was, without a doubt, chasing me like my shadow. If I took even one misstep, I would be devoured. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran at full speed. Presence. Oh, Yashiro. Are we actually gonna make it out? Waka 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 waka? That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. Trying to tell me something, and then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Okay. Okay. That's them crying out. Would I be joining them? Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew. So I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps, but the farther I ran, the farther away their chirping became. I couldn't get near them. Why are you all running away? Was it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry. 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 I felt that only the Higurashi knew. Can we, like, please get away? Like, what was it all for? Like, what was it all for? Oh. The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off some crackling electric noise, but it didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. I swear, if this is Oishiro, I'm going nuts. Or Oishi, I mean. If this is Oishi, why do smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun didn't even reach? I recalled hearing that the tax revenue from tobacco was about 1/10 of the municipality's revenue. True. Guys, let's talk about tax revenue. We're the most heavily taxed members of this municipality, so I really wish they'd show us a little more respect. So true.
どうしてこれがウーマン切りなんすか?
Kumagai, why is this the first time I've seen your face? Okay, he only exists in console. Okay. That's funny.
街が狭くなっちゃうっすよ.
Five Manzu is a reference for Keiichi. Five Manzu is a Keiichi. One of the younger detectives was having a staring contest with a mahjong magazine called Next Turn.
ウーマン切ってもテンパイ崩れませんから、海底にかけるなら両面で受けた方がチャンスあるんじゃないですか？
クマちゃん、川を見てください。ウーマンは全員切ってますから安牌なんですよ。終盤で K 点に走った誰かがダマで待ってたら嫌でしょ。
The kid let out another groan, put out his cigarette, then took out another one.
納得いかないっすね。
Yeah, we gotta talk about mahjong, guys.
わざわざ自分で当たり牌減らすなんて。
ちなみに海底で当たり
I don't even know what they're saying. I don't even know what they're saying.
え？どうしてですか？
Just then, I heard a voice coming from down the hall. Please be my boy, Keiichi.
大石さん、いますか？一般の方から凱旋です。
Oh my goodness, we're so back.
ありゃ、こりゃどうも。
We're so back. We're so back.
ちょいと失礼。
Please, just end it. Get us out of here, please.
どうして論しちゃダメなんですか？
Kumagai,
待ってください
shut
よ。
your mouth.
大石さん。
Shut it. Shut it. I don't want to hear anything from y'all. I just want to hear that my boy's alive. The man sitting in the seat Oishi-san was heading towards waved at the telephone receiver.
凱旋です。講習から。
Perfect.
ああ、どうもすいません。お待たせしました。
Okay, Oishi, I need you to shut your fat mouth up and let my boy speak.
もしもし。
大石さんですか？もしもし。
前原さんじゃありませんか。どうもどうも、こんにちは。
From the tone of Maebara-kun's voice, I already knew he was in a predicament. This was the first time Maebara-kun had phoned me, and he was calling me from a
落ち着い
payphone.
てください。何がありました？
Nothing happened. His voice was erratic over the line. He had completely lost his sense of composure. After checking that nobody else could hear, I prompted him in a hushed tone.
何があったんです？
I feel bad for Keiichi, bro. I hope he's not getting like, murdered right now.
落ち着いて前原さん。
That would really suck.
今そこに近場の警官を行かせます。私もすぐそっちに行きますよ。
多分無理です。
His voice was quivering and hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people even as he was making this call, was he? He better not be.
前原さんは今公衆電話からかけてますよね。
See, it doesn't matter. Let him.
どこの公衆電話ですか？
Sure. There were no other sounds besides Maebara-kun's voice. It had to be a phone booth. I scratched out a note and thrust to my colleague sitting across from me. Hinamizawa phone booth. He understood quickly and hastily started on the eternal lines. Nice.
落ち着いて前原さん。今どういう状況なんです？
It was best practice to avoid flustering someone panicking, but this was an urgent case. Maebara-kun didn't just get in trouble, get away, and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now. But yelling at Maebara-kun right now would just needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. Maebara-kun wasn't just calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more than that. And whatever that was, if I didn't get it from this call, I was certain there would never be another chance. My colleague pushed a note in front of me. There's only one booth in Hinamizawa. A patrol car is on the way. 5 minutes.
かかりすぎです。警らには何人乗ってます？2
人です。
2. Okay, make sure they have like a million guns. Not enough. If it was as I imagined, there were likely quite a few people surrounding Maebara-kun. 5 minutes was too
南
long.
沢の駐在さんには電話しました。
定時巡回の時間です。家人は留守で連絡不能。
You don't have a radio?
そう。クマちゃん、車を回してください。
了解っす。
もしもし、大石さん。
Okay, spit. He's dying.
もしもし。大丈夫です。ちゃんと聞こえてますよ。
There was something wrong with Maebara-kun. That wasn't a normal coughing sound. Maybe the vomiting? Or was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured?
前原さん、今そこに警官が向かってます。2、3分で到着しますからなんとか持ちこたえてください。もしもし、聞こえてますか？前原さん。
I could hear on the other end of the line that he was having a coughing fit. The worst possible situation popped into my
前原
head.
さん、犯人は誰です？
Nice.
何人なんです？
Nice.
俺も最初は
What are you saying? I couldn't tell if it was a cough or
大
vomit.
丈夫ですか前原さん。
犯人は人間なんだって。お社様のたたりなんかないんだって。そう思ってま
We're
した。
cooked. We're done.
ついさっきまで。
Up until right now?
だけど、やっぱり。
It was an intense bout of coughing, then vomiting.
やっぱりお社様ってのは、いや、います。今。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
Keiichi, I need you to spit some bars. Just give evidence. Just like say things that are useful. The little girl. Yeah, his mental is cooked. He's done. He's done.
影みたいにぴったりくっついて。だけども少しずつ俺の背中に
前原さん、そいつは今ひょっとして前原さんの後ろに
すぐ後ろに
お願いです。前原さん、怖いのはわかりますですがお願い、あなたの後ろに誰がいるんです。
振り向けるわけ。
Keiichi, lock in. You got it, brother. Just one time. Just one time. Just one time.
怖いのはわかります。でも教えてほしい。ちょっと振り返るだけでいいんです。前原さんの後ろに誰がいるんです。
Right after I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What followed was a nightmare
前原さ
sound.
ん、あんたまさか喉を引っかいてたりはしないでしょうね。
Oh, no. Did the drug get in our system? I mean, no, right? There was no answer, but I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang as if something was being hit. Maybe Barakun had probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting on the other end, and a repeating abnormal noise.
もしもし、もしもし、前原さん。
I mean, it's like the same thing again with Tomotake-san, right? Attacked by a group of people. He was, I don't know if he actually got attacked, but he was running from them. And then he just gets, like, possessed and... Because I don't think the drug got into him, so there's no reason he should be doing this. I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end, but I couldn't help but shout. At that moment I heard whispering, coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying. From the way he was saying it, was he talking to himself? Or was he talking to someone there?
前原さん。
Rather than whispering, it was some kind of mantra he was chanting over and over. I'm sorry, maybe? I don't know. I focused my senses trying to pick up what he was saying. What was he repeating? What exactly? Beep! Suddenly the line went dead. Did he use up his time? It was because it was a payphone. Oishi. A classic edging maneuver. It was because it cut out so abruptly. The last thing he said came out so clearly in my mind. Tell me what it was. Tell me what it was, Oishi.
ごめんなさい。
Okay. It was, I'm sorry.
大石さん。
That's what he was repeating over and over. He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling. There was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling in from the open window. Quee, 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 quee. I should have been able to hear them this entire time. I just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? Because he's one of them now. Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. That's how I felt. So Keiichi goes through hell, kills both of his, like, thought to be friends, runs for his life, dodges the drug, dodges everything, outruns 5 grown men, the GOAT status, the only time he's ever been the GOAT in his entire life. He runs to a phone booth, makes the call, gets the information across, calls for backup, and then it's just like, lol, your throat's torn out. Like, dude, like, what? Like, I don't... like... June 1983. In Himizawa, a remote village near Shishibone City, there was a murder involving 2 female students. The suspect is Keiji Maebara. The suspect hauled over his 2 female classmates to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. That's not what happened, but okay. Sure. The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside of his room was covered with a significant quantity of splattered blood. There were signs of a struggle with the victims. In addition to the scene of the crime, the entryway, living room, and kitchen all had traces of a struggle. At the entryway, the shoe rack and wall had evidence of being impacted by a strong blunt force. It is believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. Having no traces of blood, it is believed the destruction occurred before the murders. There is the possibility that the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. So what, we just don't look behind the clock? In the living room, the rug had been pulled back, then thrown aside. It is hard to believe that this had a connection to the struggle with the victims, and thus the reason for this remains unknown. Oh, because he was looking for the needle. In the kitchen, the garage bag was torn apart, and his contents were spread out on the floor. He looks crazy. He looks so crazy. Yeah, he saved all his goat for 1 push, and then just got hoed anyways, dude. Garbage was thrown around in the surrounding area, and handprints believed to belong to the suspect were discovered. It is believed that the suspect had for some reason taken out the garbage and struck it with his fists. The reason for this remains unknown. In addition, there was a note stuck to the fridge. The words, "Was there a needle?" written on it. The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle was not discovered. Where's the needle, dude? Though the garage door was functional, it had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. The garage door was found closed. The suspect's fingerprints were discovered on the garage door. The reason behind this remains unknown. The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrolling officer found the suspect collapsed inside a phone booth. At the time of discovery, the suspect was unconscious in critical condition. He was rushed to the local hospital for treatment, but did not regain consciousness and died 24 hours later. The results of the autopsy indicate the immediate cause of death to have been hypovolemic shock. It was determined that the suspect had clawed at his own throat with his fingernails, and the resulting bleeding caused his death. With a similarity to the death of Tomitake-san the prior week, the police believe there to be a connection and have opened an investigation. However, due to the wishes of the local authorities, it will be confidential investigation, which means nothing will happen. GG. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it was suspected that drugs were involved, but as with Tomitake-san, no traces were discovered. What prompted all this remains inexplicable. As such, the case is being treated as an act committed on impulse. However, with several accounts of the suspect's bizarre behavior leading up to the incident, it is possible that this was premeditated. Bro, you know what's crazy? Satoko and Rika are both going to go to school, and their 3 friends are all dead. Okay. Understood. Separated from his group of friends, isolation, inexplicable behavior, several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was observed displaying aggressive behavior as well as talking to himself at school. His classmates have actually heard portions of what he was saying. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Due to these circumstances, the police have begun an investigation on the possibility that this crime was not committed on impulse, but was instead planned several days in advance. Afterwards, a note was found in the suspect's room that he had written himself. The note was written on 2 sheets. Okay. From a B5 college ruled notebook that had been easily each had been torn in half, as if trying to conceal it, and hidden behind a clock on the wall. Contents are as written in the appendix. The police believe it to be strongly related to the incident. The police changed their line of investigation based on the possibility that the suspect was involved in the same sort of incident himself. Did you not see the syringe? However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. Was the crime impulsive or premeditated? With the situation unclear and no further developments, the case has been left unresolved. So they either got people in the cops or they beat them to the room. Okay, GG. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on 2 halves of B5 paper from 2 separate sheets, but was originally a single sheet of B5 paper. In order to erase several lines from the middle, someone had torn them out. Judging from the size of the letters, the missing section is estimated to be 2 to 3 lines. It's highly probable that the person who eliminated the lines in question is not the suspect. Oh, somebody got to it first. In addition, judging from the traces of large quantities of cellophane tape being stuck to the back of the clock, speculation that something other than the note was stuck there has arisen. The person who first discovered the crime was a detective rumored to have connection with the incident, Oishi. He underwent voluntary questioning, but denies involvement in any damages to the note. Suspect's note. I, Keiichi Marubara, am in fear of my life. I do not know why they are after my life. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with the Oyashiro-sama's curse. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This is all on the first sheet. The section below this has been ripped out. This is from the second sheet. The section above this has been ripped out. I have no idea why it has become like this. If you're reading this, then I'm probably already dead. Though you may or may not find my body. You who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. Keiichi Maebara. Yo, don't you fucking play that sound effect with me, Higurashi, when they cry. You're not a nuke dropping. Alright, calm down. What is... All cast review section. So like okay, so we lost the game for free. Okay, well, that went horribly. That went horribly wrong. And we got no answers. It's good. It's really good, actually, chat. That's really good. I guess Oishima-sama's real. And we got freaking cooked. Chat. like, they said it was very difficult. Like, dude, you repped the goat. They said it was very difficult. Prepared a tier list? I'll look at the tier list. My internet died, smile. It's making me enable ads to use tiermaker.com. No, I just refreshed and it works now. Oh, there's ads on the screen. Who gives a frick? Okay. So, is this the woman? I guess this is the woman. Well, that's easy. Dude, I don't even know what we got out of that. We just kind of got giga cooked. Hunts you down if you leave the town. He, tried to leave the town, so he got, he transferred. He tried to transfer. So... Kumagai? Oh, no, Kumagai. I thought you suspect K a lot sooner? For what do you mean? For what part? I mean, he was always the... I thought he was going to kill Rena, and that was it. For him to kill both, I'm actually happy he did. I'm so happy he actually got some kills, because he needed some kills, dude. What am I supposed to check? See Discord? What part of Discord? There's like a million parts of Discord. Rip bozo to those two, though. Freaking confusing ass, multiple personality ass girls. We're not talking to you, Pink. Attention seeker. Okay. Oh, I can close the ad? Oh, nice. Okay, heard. Solved? That's it, right? We got it, right? Like we got it, right? Go away, G-Force. Maybe like this. So yeah, okay. How do we feel about the characters? Rena as Pickle Girl, I think I might hate you. That's okay. Mion, I think I might hate you. That's okay. Satoko, goat status. Rika, very solid. We don't have the teacher in here. If we had the teacher in here, she'd be very solid. Freaking Oishio, bottom of I think I hate you tier. Cause I hate you. Keiichi, I'm gonna give you bruh just because you had a good finale, but you get to be high bruh. Oh no, the teacher is here. Okay, sorry. I blanked and I started killing people, just like my boy Keiichi. Okay. I'll put her. I don't know. It's kind of the same difference. They're in between. The woman, you're bruh. I think it's this. I think this is good. Because dude, I think it's pretty crazy how Rena held a hatchet above our head, cocked for like 45 minutes, and then didn't ever even swing it, and then later we killed her and like we 2v1'd them. We actually 2v1'd them and killed them both, and then outran the entire village like I'm gonna kill you force, and still lost the game for free. Like, why does the village have a defense force if there's actually a curse? You wouldn't have to be a village defense force if there's a curse. So, but he tore it out his throat, and the syringe was full, and he didn't get drugged. You hate Rena or Mion more? Rena. For edging me with a hatchet for 50 minutes, dude. Rena, you can't be doing that for me. You can't be doing... And Mion, it's like, Mion, I don't even get what you're doing, Mion. Like, you were, like, so close to being, like, just... Like they both just had multiple personality. Rena, at least, had the left the village and came back thing, which Gana gave her, like, the curse angle. Mion was just crazy. Actually, no, I hate Mion more. Because Rena at least had the whole... I'm crazy because I left the village and I came back. And there was, like, the curse. Mion, we don't know why she was like how she was. Because she was acting multiple personality too. Like, our last conversation with her at the school was very different than, like, the last time we talked to her, period. So, that distinction, I'm freaking lost at, you know? Thank goodness we killed them. That's nice. I would do it again for fun, I think. Jeez. Yeah, I gotta see the bingo card for sure. Y'all got it in the Discord? Let me look. You wanna post it in, like, the stream channel, maybe? Yeah. Woman and Tomitake or whatever. It's just whatever. Like, do your thing, I guess. You all just got murdered. Like, I don't even know what happened to her. We never got the stuff on her. Would you rate that as a first arc? Dude, I don't know. I feel like we didn't get any conclusive answers, dude. I'm kind of like, you gotta give me something, man. They just left me with more questions. Like, let me check out this bingo. Yo, man. Rena terrifies me. That's a free space. I'm Keiichi. Keiichi is me. Did people check this? Because, like, yeah. No, we got the woman's name. Her name's, I got it in the note. Mio Takano. And she was a nurse. And she was close to Tomitake because of bird photos. We did get her name. Yeah, they do say it in one of the tips. Yeah, I'm not K at all. I was against him like 99% of the game. Pink makes an appropriate comment about the main cast. I probably happened. Pink talks about the game for more than 20 minutes without advancing the story / kicking. It might have happened. 20 minutes is long. I don't think so. Pink predicts Tomitake and or the woman with him dies. That's a check. That's a check. Pink threatens one of the main cast. That happened many times. Can we go back to the club activity says happy times, please? Check. Pretty sure. It's like Doki Doki. I don't think I said that. The Bazaar. That's a check. To believe or not to believe in Oyashiro-sama. Yeah. Chinese spy Mion. Yeah. Someone's just shot by the mods. I'm sure that happened. Maybe, I don't know. Conspiracy theory. Yeah. Jumps out of the chair because of the game. I don't think so. I'm sus of everyone. Check. What am I reading during the swimsuit gym outfit scene? I think that's a check. Yeah, okay. So good, good one. A good one for sure. Oh, you did shoot someone. Good. I don't even... What, Doki Doki? Like Doki Doki Literature Club? I was never into that, so dodged. Dang. Yeah. Rip Bozo Rena. Rip Bozo Mion. I think, you know what? I can tell you exactly the problem. I think what started pissing me off was this fucking detective yapping for like 70 minutes straight. Like, there came a point where like the slow pace at the beginning, I was like, oh, slice of life. Like, you know, it's casual, it's chill. But it's like, bro, when people are actively dying, like, you can't be repeating information to me. Like, I'm going crazy, dude. He was freaking driving me nuts. Because you just gotta, like... And, like, even Keiichi, bro. It's like Keiichi just kept throwing himself into mental spirals and getting stuck in them for, like, 50 lines straight. And it's like, Keiichi, turn off your brain and make moves. Because I can't take it. It's driving me crazy. It's, like, unreal. That's Oishi serenade you with his air conditioning. Like, it tells you something if he is worse than the two murderers. Or murderees, I guess. Because they're dead. Lol. It's easier to read the lengthy stuff in your head, obviously, than aloud. Yeah, it definitely was like a wear-out thing, you know? Where it's just like, oh my goodness, stop yapping, man. Stop. You got the full Keiichi Hinamizawa experience. Start the next arc today. You will see why it's peak immediately. Hilarious. We are not toe dipping nothing. It's 8.5 hours in. This is longer than the last stream. We are done. My ass gotta go to bed. It's 2:30 a.m. I still gotta edit, bro. Oh god. Oh jeez. I don't even know. It was also like I was trying to like put together clues. I think that was a one thing, right? Where it's like I like tried to put a good amount of effort into like getting the clues, you know, like small things like Keiichi's never used a hatchet before. Rena has no cover for her hatchet. She thinks she would be the next victim of the curse. She denied about the dam murder. Mion oddly denied violence with the dam stuff. She was part of it, her family, blah 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 blah. But it's just like we got giga-hoed every step of the way, you know? It's like, what was it for, man? What was it for? Because at the end, it really just kind of was like, LMAO, the throat has been ripped out, it's just Oyashiro, you know? And the director, I mean, so there's like some group of the town that's doing this. Oh, man. 8:41 last stream, currently at 8:27:50. That's a shame. I thought it was 8 flat last stream. It's crazy it was longer. Jeez, man. Well, chat, I really need to go eat. Read more to find out. Read the episode 2 summary. Agreed. What'll happen next chapter? I mean, Keiichi's dead. Maybe these two will be older. And then we get to, like, exist with them a little bit when they're older. Or it'll be, like, the next year. I don't know. When is next stream? Next stream is tomorrow. We're doing Library of Rena. I guess at 5 p.m., which is in 15 hours. Jeez, man. That's the next scheduled stream. I think you're gonna lose it more. Huma's always probably got the worst tourism support group. I'm hoping for Higurashi Tuesdays. We'll see, chat. We'll see. I gotta edge y'all a little bit, alright? I gotta edge y'all like Oyashiro, freaking Oishiro, whatever his name, edged me the entire time. But chat, that's gonna do it for this stream. On to the next. Tune in. Library of Rena tomorrow. If you shout out the YouTube, shout out the Twitch. YouTube, what do you got? YouTube's the reactions and shit. The Patreon, you know. Trans girl Chloe, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Runa Tamara, we've been cracking through Project Moon. That's been a lot of fun. Shout out to Discord. I am very good at edging the audience. Autocast review session. I don't even know what that means. I saw y'all talking about it. I don't know what that means. GG. Rex, I'm going to bed. Good night, chatters. I'll be seeing you all tomorrow. Enjoy the cry of the Higurashi.